Chapter 1475. Is Li Qie really going to become the immortal emperor of this generation? Many charming spirits were shaken and muttered to themselves. In the past, everyone was optimistic about Meng Zhentian. In their eyes, even if the 9 worlds were to be connected again, Zhentian would still have a great chance of winning. After all, he had experience in the battle for the heaven's will. Moreover, his strength was virtually flawless. Some were certain that no one else would become emperor but him. Plus, at the final battle, the charming spirits in Heaven's Spirit would all help Zhentian. Even the sea demons and Traiants would be on his side. After all, after one full generation of accumulation, Zhentian had ample resources and connections in Heaven's Spirit. If he were to call for it, many experts from the previous generation would be willing to follow. There wouldn't be any shortage of god monarchs or even god kings. However, this Li Qie came out of nowhere and resoundingly at that, killing both gods and devils standing in his way. In a short amount of time, his fame completely eclipsed Zhentian, especially after this convention. He became even more brilliant with the support of the Lunar Grasp Fairy and the true martial goddess. Zhentian was overshadowed while standing beneath Li Qie's radiance. Some charming spirits who were optimistic about him were quite stirred. It looks like both the fairy and goddess are bullish about Li Qie. A charming spirit clan leader spoke. With them as his Dao protectors, it would be even more difficult to do anything to him in the future. Everyone knew that before the appearance of the next emperor, many imperial lineages and great powers would place their bets. If they picked the right candidate, it would be another generation of prosperity. If they guessed wrong, it would bring about declination or even total collapse. Thus, these sects needed to speculate whether they should support a particular candidate or not. After all, these candidates required help before ascension. If, say, they finally showed support after he became an immortal emperor, it would be completely futile to try and gain anything out of it. Because of this, after the convention of myriad races, the great powers in Heaven's Spirit began to hesitate. They didn't know whether to place their money on Li Qie or Meng Zhentian, unlike the past when Zhentian was the clear victor in the eyes of all the races. After all, humans were too weak in Heaven's Spirit. Everyone felt that Li Qie's chances were too small regardless of his great talents. However, everything was now different. Li Qie was exceptional and ferocious. The tide was reversed since he had won some new and powerful support. Because of this, a few lineages who were on Zhentian's side started to waver. Not necessarily. Some of Zhentian's stout supporters still believed in Zhentian's chances. A few charming spirit lords continued to support him and even tried to lobby the other great powers. Li Qie might have the fairy and the goddess as his backing. But remember, Heaven's Spirit is a vast world. The 3 races are very powerful, and it's not like the 2 women are the strongest. There are still existences at the Emperor Assailant level yet to come out. I have received some reliable news that more Emperor Assailants have agreed to come out and become Zhentian supporters. His steadfast supporters continue to talk to the wavering powers. After hearing about some more Emperor Assailants coming out, the hesitating sects palpitated. If Zhentian truly had such protectors, his chance would be greatly boosted. On the same day, people also heard about the fairy and goddess leaving Godhalt and heaved a sigh of relief in response. This was a rare opportunity for the few who wanted to scheme against Li Qie. The true Martial Island was very mysterious and elusive. Some said that it could travel and appear anywhere in Heaven's Spirit. As for why it wandered around so much, this remains an unanswered mystery. One particular hypothesis was that the island was on a divine turtle that carried it around. Another one stated that the reason why it had such mobility was that the sea god had refined the entire island into a moving ancestral ground. Regardless of the speculations from outsiders, not many have been able to see the island itself. Only extremely amazing characters were privileged enough to be invited to the island. The scenery was very charming on the island with great peaks, verdant thickets, and towering waterfalls. Auspicious beasts and birds were everywhere to be found, but they didn't disturb its serenity and peace. Li Qie and Tantai Runan sat by a precipice and enjoyed the breeze while playfully swinging their feet. She leaned on his shoulder and looked down on the entire island. The 2 of them didn't say anything and basked in the peaceful silence. Li Qie wistfully spoke. Millions of years have gone by, but the mountains and rivers remain the same, unlike the fleeting inhabitants. Yes, it would be amazing if father was still here. Runan gently sighed and added, I couldn't send him off back then. He only wants you to leave and go far away. He didn't want you to come back. Even though you couldn't send him off, I'm sure he feels very happy to know how far you have come. As the Dark Crow, Lichia naturally knew what True Marshall was thinking. This was an unfathomable character since he was on the same level as Prime. Being a child of the Sea Demon race, True Marshall understood their race's mission. However, the love of parents trumps everything in this world, and True Marshall was no exception. He didn't want to see his daughter having to face this mission. As a sea god, he naturally knew what his daughter would have to do after becoming one herself. Because of this, the price didn't matter in his search to sever his daughter's bloodline. This was why he paid an exorbitant amount for the Dark Crow to do so. He wanted his daughter to soar to the free sky and swim in the liberating ocean instead of being shackled in Heaven's spirit. Of course, Runan understood her father's good intentions and actions. Nevertheless, a full circle came around since she still returned to Heaven's spirit, the thing her father didn't want to see the most. It wasn't for that mission or whatever but for the land itself. She truly loved it. I know, after a long time she lamented and continued. I still want to see him again in this lifetime. Lichia slowly answered. It's not impossible. Even though the world says that sea gods are dead and no longer in this world, many things are still alive and continue to exist. This is just like the ancient bloodline itself. After generations have died, it will continue to be passed down. She quietly nodded and knew what Lichia was referring to. She eventually asked, when the Heavens will comes back, will you start your journey, young master? I don't need the Heavens' will for something so simple. He gently shook his head. In this generation, there is no turning back. I have to move forward until my death or the start of the new epoch. It isn't easy to win in the final battle. What are you waiting for then? She knew just how cruel the final battle will be. Despite knowing that Lichia could very well die in battle, she still wouldn't try to stop him. This has never been her intention, and she didn't want him to stop either, for it would go against his courageous creed that has lasted for millions of years. No regrets, no retreat, no stopping. I'm waiting for grand completion. Lichia explained. I need a chance to reach the ultimate grand completion, a Heaven's will at its pinnacle, and the highest of accumulations. Otherwise, death will await me regardless of how powerful I am. I'm certain you can wait until then. Runan gently replied. You have been plotting for generations, so waiting a bit longer won't cause any harm. Indeed it shall come. Too many people have been buried and too many bones have been paved. Gods and emperors, how many of these invincible beings became nothing but bones in the end? Maybe I'll be around long enough and see your triumphant return. She held his hand tightly and intertwined her fingers with his. Lichia declared with a smile. When I am victorious, it will be a glorious and beautiful era. Their casual conversation would make others think of two lovers sweet-talking to each other. No one would expect it to be a discussion about a heaven-shattering event. Chapter 1476. The Divine Tree Ridge was still bustling with activity after the convention of myriad races. Many cultivators chose not to leave. The reason was very simple. Zhentian's group was still here. They even traveled deeper inside this region, but no one knows why. However, many speculated that they were searching for the legendary medicine of immortality. Although no one had seen it yet and they held a skeptical attitude about its existence, the group of 4 experts continued forward. The Prince of Darkness was the most familiar with the Divine Tree Ridge and led the way. Because of this, everyone guessed that they were searching for this alchemy ingredient. This was why the majority of cultivators were still staying at the ridge. No one truly gave up on this type of medicine. A while later, even more came to the ridge for their search. There was no lack of experts following Zhentian's group either. If such a medicine did exist, the Prince's Alliance had a better chance of getting it than anyone else. It wasn't only because they were powerful, more importantly, no one else in this world could understand the ridge more than the Prince. Because of this, the cultivators trailing in the distance thought it wouldn't be bad to get some leftover soup from the group. Their presence made even more cultivators believe in the rumors. Thus, they explored and excavated everywhere. The entire region became quite lively. Whoosh! As everyone was turning the ridge upside down, immortal rays rushed to the sky on this particular night. They floated up in the air and grew even more numerous, taking up all the space and lighting up the night sky at the ridge. They seemed to be attracted by something as they floated in the air. The cultivators at the ridge were stunned since they didn't know where these lights were coming from. Eventually, the lights came together and formed different circles. A total of 9 light wheels appeared in the sky and continued to rotate with changing colors. It was a magical scene. It gave the illusion that time was flowing like the reincarnation cycle. Everything was affected by its movement, including karma, the yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 6 realms. This reincarnation flow was wondrous. Many felt dizzy while looking at it. Those with weak wills couldn't stand this continuous rotation and immediately fainted on the ground. Eventually, the light from all 9 wheels gathered together. With a loud blast, it became a great ray that shot down into a certain location deeper in the ridge. There must be a treasure there. The cultivators eventually calmed down and felt jubilant. Many of them rushed towards the location where the light disappeared. In just one night, it became a competition to see who could get there first. No one wanted to lag behind since they believed that a treasure had just come out. Sure enough, on the second day, a heaven-shattering news came about. The legendary medicine for immortality has been found right at Reincarnation Valley. Of course, this valley was previously nameless. The cultivators who rushed there named it Reincarnation. Next, another news came with lightning speed. Zhentian, the prince, the overlord, and the Terra King have all entered Reincarnation Valley. Many cultivators turned crazy after hearing this and frantically rushed in regardless of how dangerous this place was. This was especially true for the older generation. God monarchs and god kings came in droves. There was nothing more tempting than eternal life for these powerful beings with withering lifespans. They were on the verge of death and had nothing left to lose. Even before death, they would try to seize it with more effort than anyone else. The appearance of this medicine of immortality inside the Divine Tree Ridge also spread across Heaven's spirit in the shortest time possible. The same question emerged again, even more resoundingly than before. Is there really a medicine of immortality in this world? Even the sealed old monsters had to climb out of their hibernation. In a short period of time, Heaven's spirit was in a furor. The world shook because countless great characters were rushing towards the Divine Tree Ridge at Godhalt. On this day, numerous portals were opened and their lights lit up the sky. As for the ridge, many powerful auras swept through the region as these experts arrived. There were rumors about Emperor assailants coming out as well to vie for this item. Li Qie was alarmed as well by the immortal light shooting towards the night sky. While staying at the True Martial Island, he looked at the 9 disappearing lights and smiled. After so many years of waiting, the time is finally ripe. What a shame that so many emperors couldn't wait until this day. Su Yonghuang was alerted as well. She immediately went to find him and said, "This aura, it is just like that great momentum I felt in that place." She was referring to the place where her ancestor died. She had entered that area, but only the outskirts by the corpse. That's the place. Zhentian's group has found it. With the Prince of Darkness there, it isn't strange that they're able to find it. After all, he is the local snake who is very familiar with the ridge. Yonghuang spoke in awe. So they came for this legendary medicine. In fact, not long after she got here, she had heard people talking about this medicine growing at the ridge before. Li Qie smiled and said, "There's nothing surprising about this. Meng Zhentian didn't only come for the convention. If that cowardly turtle, the conch overlord, came as well, they naturally had a plot going on." Li Qie paused before flatly adding, "But there is definitely no medicine of immortality in the world, at least, not at the Divine Tree Ridge. If it's not for immortality, what is it for then?" Yonghuang was surprised after hearing this since everyone else said otherwise. Li Qie slowly uttered, "Reincarnation 9 leaves. Reincarnation 9 leaves?" She had never heard of this item before and asked, "What kind of immortal vegetation is it?" Li Qie only smiled before turning to leave. Under the moonlight, Runan also stared at the wheels rotating in the sky and said, "The Reincarnation 9 leaves have finally matured." "Yes, it has indeed after so many years." Li Qie loudly laughed. She withdrew her gaze and looked at him to say, "I heard that father went to the ridge to find it, and not just once either. After several fruitless trips, he finally found the place with the final leaves. I'm sure he must have consulted you about this." Unfortunately, he still returned empty-handed even after going there. Li Qie smiled without answering her. The 9 leaves have always been a myth. Not only sea gods, even emperors have searched for it. Some emperors were successful, but since it wasn't ripe, it would have been meaningless to take it. She had to ask, can it really make people reincarnate and live again? "I don't know." Li Qie shook his head. According to the records, this is possible. However, I have never obtained mature leaves before, or I wouldn't have been waiting for so long. From one of the tattered records, one leaf can indeed allow someone to reincarnate once. However, the chance is only around 20%. 1 in 5. Failure would mean turning into ashes. She curiously asked, "Can one person use several leaves?" "It's possible," he replied. "The more you use, the less potent it will be. For example, the first one is 20%, the next one will be reduced by half, and so on and so forth. Of course, you can also test your luck and eat all 9 at the same time. Maybe you'll get lucky and be successful." Chapter 1477. Reincarnation meant coming back to life for an entire generation. Thus, it was discussed and sought by many invincible characters alongside immortality. Even emperors were no exception. However, these two topics were impossible to reach. The emperors failed to reach immortality, let alone reincarnation. Because of a wondrous medicine like the reincarnation 9 leaves, many of these great beings came to the divine tree ridge in order to find this mythical item. Some emperors and sea gods actually managed to find it in the past, but they came back empty-handed since the leaves had yet to mature completely. Even if they took it, it would have been useless. The leaves would only be ordinary dried grass. After years of waiting, it was finally ripe in this generation. There are still several old monsters in heaven's spirit. Runan slowly said, "They won't come out so easily. This is probably why Zhentian's group want the 9 leaves. They want to invite them. The more the merrier." Lichia smiled and said, "I'm more afraid of people not coming out. If that group doesn't come, it would be problematic for me. It's looking good now though. Zhentian and the Prince of Darkness are still quite young, full of blood energy and life force." Runan smiled. She immediately understood his intentions after hearing him. "I won't participate in this important matter then. If I go, they might hesitate, and that will ruin your business. We'll just take advantage of this opportunity and give them a chance. Maybe they will think they are in control and certain of victory." "I hope they think so too." Li Chia grinned. Runan couldn't help but chuckle. After following him for so long, she naturally knew what he was scheming. Zhentian and them aren't the only victims to fall for this. Many arrogant existences thought that they had victory within their grasp, but in the end, the dark crow hiding behind the scenes devoured them completely without leaving behind bones. Those who truly knew the dark crow were also aware of how terrifying he was. The wise move would be to stand aside or simply not come out at all. After the destruction of the ancient Ming, few people in the world could stop his path. After all, they risked being massacred. After a long silence, he looked at her and offered with great sincerity, "If you want, I can leave you 1 leaf." "No, I don't want to keep such a thing either." She gently shook her head. Li Chia replied, "I know you don't need it, but it can be a good backup plan. If it comes down to it, you will have a certain chance to start over." She pondered for a long time before directly answering, "No, I won't gamble on the chance to come back. I feel that I am ready to face both success and failure. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle the everlasting mission since who knows how long it will last?" At this point, she sighed with some sadness. "I have shined in my life with incredible accomplishments. I just need to face the final mission so that it can end already. I know that regardless of the outcome, I will have tried my best. Leave it for the heavens to decide." Their hands were still intertwined. He could understand her feelings. "I'm no match for you, young master." Runan wryly smiled and lamented, "I am gifted with some intelligence, but in the end, the wisest is still you. Throughout the long years, you explore and fight in succession before building up even more, never feeling discouraged in defeat and no complacency in victory. Your shadow has always wandered across time itself with great perseverance. From the 9 worlds to what lies above to the 9 worlds, you never gave up in accumulating and consolidating your power." She let out another long sigh and bitterly said, "I don't have the same Tao heart as you and might not be able to persist after such a long time. Seeing those close to me leave one after another and finding myself alone on this path. At that point I think I might go crazy." Li Chia sighed as well. "The long years were truly endless. Thus, you have always been my pride." She was still tightly clasping his fingers as she smiled. "You shouldn't waste something like the 9 leaves on me. Make good use of it in other places instead." Reincarnation. Li Chia chuckled in response. I'm afraid I've never thought about reincarnating at all. I've grown weary of living for so long, I just want to go all out in the end regardless of the outcome. In this generation, I'm not thinking about starting over after losing. At the very best, I might just leave some backup plans. I trust you, young master. Whether you win or lose, you will be the last one smiling. Defeat won't get you down since you will have a way of lifting your head again. I don't want to see you talk about defeat like this since you will certainly rise and become even stronger in order to take down your enemies. Even if I have some backup plans, I wouldn't gamble on the 20% chance of the 9 leaves. She smiled back at him. Runan knew that although her young master was always smiling, this was not the case for his heart. He rarely had moments of sincere happiness. Eventually, Li Jie and Su Yonghuang left the island to enter the Reincarnation Valley. Once they arrived, cultivators from all over Heaven's Spirit were constantly rushing into Godhalt for the Divine Tree Ridge. More than 70% of this group consisted of the white-haired elderly. Some were even on the verge of death. These were the ones most desperate to prolong their lives. If the medicine for immortality doesn't exist, why did this news come out? Is someone deliberately misleading people? Is all of this a conspiracy? Su Yonghuang noticed something was strange after seeing the horde of old ancestors coming to the ridge. It's not something big or anything, but it is indeed a ruse. Li Jie smiled and explained. Meng Zhentian might not know anything, but the prince certainly knows a bit. After all, this is his territory. The Spirit Abyss must be the sect spreading this. They're the only ones capable of this at Godhalt. Li Jie stated. Both Zhentian and the prince must be trying to mislead others. Yonghuang asked. What is the purpose of this move? It's easy to guess Zhentian's motive. He wants the Heaven's will and is in an advantageous position at Heaven's Spirit. If the Lunar Grasp Fairy does not compete, he'll be able to do whatever he wants without competition. However, he alone can't go against the other geniuses in the 9 worlds. After all, everyone has backings and powerful lineages. Li Jie smiled at this point. The competition for the heavens will have grave consequences to everyone's rise and fall. Because of this, the geniuses aren't the only ones fighting. They have ample resources and Dao protectors to subdue their enemies. It doesn't matter how strong Zhentian is, he still won't be able to take care of the rest of the 9 worlds. He needs an emperor assailant to protect him and preside over everything. Yonghuang went straight to the point. So he wants to use this medicine to attract emperor assailants for protection. You can put it that way. Even if such existences won't fight for him on the battlefield, he still wants some of them to guard his base. Otherwise, if his base were to be attacked before the war even starts, he would be on the passive end right away. Of course, it isn't that easy to invite them. Ordinary treasures can't get into their eyes. These old men are most scared of death, so nothing is more tempting than an object of immortality. Yonghuang understood just how cruel the battle for the throne was. Even a character like Meng Zhentian would need to ask people for help in order to be successful regardless of his personal capabilities. Chapter 1478. Reincarnation Valley was deep inside the ridge. This particular valley was lush and surrounded by rivers running around the green and rolling mountains. It wasn't overly large and secluded, but it did have an oppressive energy. This land would give birth to wondrous creatures, possibly even a deity. It wasn't like this the last time I came. Su Yonghuang was surprised to see this scene even before entering the valley. Li Jie chuckled and revealed. It's not too surprising since the great momentum hit it before. Right now, you are seeing the true entrance. What is this grand momentum? Yonghuang was puzzled about this matter. Before, due to Li Jie's warning, she didn't dare to venture further and left after finding her ancestors' remains. Nevertheless, she still felt this majestic momentum. Once inside, she felt as if she was immersed in a boundless world. Everything became insignificant in comparison. This momentum has converged around the 9 leaves because they have almost matured. Li Jie chuckled. If this wasn't the case, it would be easier said than done to find this place. Some sea gods have come in person in the past, but they couldn't do anything because of it. If it wasn't for the map left behind by immortal Emperor Busi, you wouldn't have been able to find this place either. He glanced at her after saying this. She finally understood how precious the map she had was at this moment. Half of this diagram was left by her ancestor while the other was traded from the minor Zen school. It came from a female disciple of the Undying Gate that married into their sect. Li Jie glanced at the geography ahead. In the past, the emperor left behind this map as a backup plan. Alas, the gate had fallen and couldn't make use of it. She asked, if he knew about this place and have visited it in the past, why didn't he take the reincarnation 9 leaves away? Li Qie gently shook his head. He didn't exactly come here for the grass. At the very least, he didn't want to eat it to enter the reincarnation cycle to live for another generation. Someone at his level wouldn't bet on such a low chance. Outside of researching the grass, he came for something else, not just to take it away. He paused for a moment before continuing. Plus, with the grand momentum here, it's no simple task to take it away. A forceful attempt at taking something away from the power of the ridge would make it wither right away. Not to mention that even an emperor would find it difficult to attack this place. Even if they were capable, they might not want to pay the price. Even emperors can't take it down? Su Yonghuang was shocked to hear this. During their respective eras, emperors were invincible existences. Li Qie replied, if one were to attack with wanton regard for the price, they could still succeed. Alas, the price would be unimaginable. She asked with astonishment, what kind of place is this then? Do all immortal medicines have this type of grand momentum to protect them? It is undeniable that an immortal medicine of the reincarnation 9 leaves level would be protected by the world itself. Li Qie gazed at the valley and replied. However, it is not the case here. To a smaller extent, the momentum is man-made, but due to the location blessed by the high heavens, you can also say that this momentum is a natural phenomenon. Are you saying that these leaves have a master or had a master before? She could read what he was implying. Li Qie glanced at her and said, you are very discerning, truly a good seed to be a disciple. Stop trying to insinuate anything and obediently call me master instead. She gritted her teeth and angrily glared at him. Her words didn't carry much confidence because a master like her had no semblance of one, while Li Qie didn't look like a disciple at all. As the master, she had nothing to teach him, but he instead had taught her many things. Their roles were completely reversed. Li Qie smiled and said, you are right in some ways. The 9 leaves can be considered to have a master already, but not in my eyes. What kind of existence is its master? She became curious. In this location, there was a momentum untouchable by even emperors. Its master must have been quite mighty and frightening. A dead person. Li Qie chuckled in response. Just think about it, what type of people require this item? Of course, even for them, this is only a backup plan. No one would use it unless there was no other way. People of this level wouldn't gamble on a 20% chance. If it has a master already, if you try and take it away, aren't you? She became worried. It was a reasonable doubt. After all, a master of this item was surely a terrorizing existence. So what? He interrupted her and laughed. If I need something, it is the same regardless of whether it has a master or not. It's completely up for grabs. Yonghuang was speechless. He said these high-handed words so casually. It was simply unreasonable, but that was not his nature. This was someone who spoke with his fist. The two talked along the way and made it to the entrance of the valley. There were many cultivators and experts standing here. Some released their blood energies and didn't hesitate to show their strength publicly. Others hid their auras and identities. The few true masters were hiding in the shadows while gazing at everything. Because of this, no one knew who the strongest at the valley was. Some even believed that emperor assailants have made it here. However, these characters would just quietly stay in the background. Fierce is here. People quickly made way for the duo after seeing them and didn't dare to block their path. However, some also felt relieved after seeing that it was only Li Qie and Su Yonghuang. Fiercest was strong indeed and enough to make others tremble timidly. However, if the lunar grasp fairy and the true martial goddess were here as well, no one could contest him for the medicine. The younger generation was fine with it, but for the dying crowd, they must have this medicine. Even if they were to face Li Qie or Meng Zhentian, they would still risk it all and try to fight for the medicine. After all, nothing was more important and precious than living on. Because of this, the absence of the other 2 women was a welcomed sight. At the very least, they still had a chance against Li Qie instead of none. Someone couldn't help but mutter with dissatisfaction. He's so young, why would he want an immortal medicine? Of course, these were the old men. After all, they were rightfully annoyed that these young ones in their prime came here to compete with them. He might not need to use it, but he can let others have it. If he has it in his possession, He could definitely invite an emperor assailant. Plus, which cultivator dares to say he'll live forever? Another old man laughed and didn't mind a young person like Li Qie coming to join the fun. People quickly stared at Li Qie. The competition had yet to begin, yet a few have already considered him to be an enemy. Chapter 1479. Li Qie and Su Yonghuang stood by the entrance and glanced into the valley ahead. It was very pretty with verdant trees and long vines everywhere. Moreover, a spirit energy enveloped the entire place without dissipating. A garden for meditation this was. Many cultivators would be willing to stay here and train. There were ponds and small streams connecting here and there. These complex currents formed a water vein. Moreover, the water from each stream didn't interfere with each other and flowed quietly. It made the valley seem like a water kingdom. Even the potholes were filled with water. In the middle of such a valley situated an old tree whose branches twisted everywhere. Even though it wasn't overly large, it was flourishing with green leaves. Its thick bark made its age apparent. This tree was incredibly conspicuous in this valley as if it was absorbing the massive amount of energy in the valley in order to grow. Yonghuang was attracted by this scene and asked, "Is that the reincarnation 9 leaves?" "No, that's not it. This old tree is still very amazing, but the disparity between it and the 9 leaves is considerable. They're not on the same level at all. The little grass growing beneath this tree is the real reincarnation 9 leaves. It is attached to this tree." Li Qie pointed forward. She followed his direction to take a gander. Below the numerous roots was a grass around 1 foot long. There were 9 round leaves growing from it like little circles with thin teeth on the edges. Because of these sharp edges, it looked as if the leaves were rotating. Even though the leaves were emitting a faint light as well as the occasional flash that resembled shimmering gems, many were drawn towards the old tree instead. It was because there was too much energy from the tree. Plus, there were many signs pointing to its great age. Even the most ignorant would know that this was a divine tree. Because of this, the grass growing from the roots of this tree was extraordinary, but it was no match for the tree itself. Su Yonghuang felt the same way. In the beginning, all of her attention was fixated on the old tree that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. Despite not being an alchemist, she could still tell that moving this energy-rich tree into a sect would grant great benefits for the disciples there. This was precisely the reason why she didn't notice the reincarnation 9 leaves in the beginning. How can you tell that the leaves are ready? After being reminded by Li Qie, she carefully gazed at the leaves. The longer she looked, the more extraordinary it seemed. The occasional glimmer from the leaves was wondrous like the stars themselves and full of life. Take a closer look at its roots and see if it is about to separate. He woke her up from her stupor. She shifted her attention towards the roots of the 9 leaves. They were very small and initially looked ordinary. However, they had withstood the test of time just like the tree's roots. Upon closer inspection, these roots looked like the claws of a true dragon that were clutching at the old tree's roots. This was why the grass was able to grow on the tree. However, these claw-like roots were loosening their grasp and seemed to be separating from the other roots. Don't think that it is growing on the old roots. In fact, its roots are linked to the entire ground below. When it is near maturity, its roots will shrink. After so many long years, the process came down to this final moment of convergence. When it truly ripens, it will fall off from the tree. He paused for a moment before continuing. Because of this, it isn't that easy to take it away. Uprooting it would be akin to overturning the entire divine tree ridge. You have to wait until it matures before doing so. Otherwise, even if you are capable of this task, it would be the same as taking away a dried blade of grass. Buzz. After Li Qie finished his explanation, someone suddenly appeared inside the valley. He stood in a puddle with a black light lingering around him. However, with another buzz, he disappeared. This was the Prince of Darkness from the Abyss. He suddenly appeared and disappeared right away, so Yonghuang didn't know what was going on. After seeing this, a cultivator shouted, "It's the prince, that's the 5th time he has appeared." Someone else murmured, "The prince's group is getting closer and closer to the immortal medicine. It looks like they have a good chance of getting it now." What's going on? Yonghuang found the prince's actions puzzling. It shows that he's going to the right places. Li Qie smiled and explained, "If he can't reappear, I'm afraid he will never be able to come out from this dangerous place." With that, he pulled her into the valley. The moment they set foot on its ground, the two also disappeared from sight with a buzz. Fiercest has entered as well, do we follow? A few experts guarding the entrance were stirred. Why should we? Isn't it better to stand guard by the door? Someone revealed a devious smile. They had their own calculations. The guard smiled back with a tacit understanding. It was better to hide in the back instead of rushing in. Perhaps they could take advantage of the situation and steal the tiger's meal right in front of its jaws. After being pulled inside by Li Qie, the scene before Yonghuang changed. The spiritual valley was gone. Only a great desert with sand everywhere remained. Not only was sand flying everywhere, it was extremely hard. The grains below their feet seemed to be baking people alive. Is this an illusion? After sensing the tangible changes in the air, Yonghuang had an indescribable feeling. She couldn't believe that this was the lush reincarnation valley they were at a second ago. Do you think this is an illusion? There's no doubt that many illusions are very real and virtually imperceptible. However, this is no illusion. Li Qie chuckled. She couldn't tell reality from illusion in this place because it was too real. What is it then? You can think of it as a samsara domain as well as an abandoned land. This place did exist a long time ago. However, for many reasons it was abandoned. She asked while staring at the sand. Can we leave? It's not hard. Li Qie answered. Of course, the farther you go, the harder it is to return. However, if you wish to go to the center of the valley, you must surpass the samsara in this place. Otherwise, it's impossible to enter to obtain the 9 leaves. Let's go. Li Qie grabbed her and continued forward. Fiercest is also here. They naturally met more cultivators while walking on this great desert who immediately made way for them. Yonghuang found that this desert didn't only have sand. The cultivators here dug up many large beast skeletons and eaten wood. After they entered the valley in this desert, they couldn't follow the route taken by the Prince of Darkness. Thus, they stayed here and excavated in order to find treasures among these remains and wood. The presence of these things underground prompted her next question. This place didn't used to be like this, right? You are probably right. Perhaps this used to be an ancient forest with towering trees with birds and fish everywhere. Li Qie chuckled. Yonghuang had trouble imagining what had actually happened for this place to become a wasteland like this. Chapter 1480. The duo went on their way at a normal pace. Every once in a while, Li Qie would stop and observe the ground. After seeing his actions, she curiously asked, "Where are we going?" "The next domain." Li Qie smiled. "This isn't the only place here. Inside this grand momentum are many great domains. A domain like this is only a tiny corner of the overarching momentum." This vast place is only a tiny corner? Then wouldn't this momentum be as large as Heaven's spirit itself? She was startled. Li Qie shook his head in response. "No, you misunderstood me. I'm saying that this vast realm only carries a small amount of the momentum's unimaginable power. This is the reason why even emperors can't easily take down this place." The two went on for a long time before arriving at a dune. While standing on top of it, Li Qie looked around and smiled. "This is the place. Get ready, we're about to jump." Yonghuang took a deep breath and stood next to him. "Go." After she was prepared, he held her and jumped. The two disappeared instantly. The scene before them changed as they were now back in Reincarnation Valley. She looked around and saw the watery valley again, not too far from the old tree. Fiercest also found the right path. Many were watching from the entrance and noticed the two reappear. It might look like they were still close to the entrance. However, there was a great realm separating the two locations. In the next second, both of them disappeared from the valley again. The sand was no longer there. They were situated in a vast plain with rolling mountains and verdant trees. Of course, they saw many cultivators here as well. These people were searching for spirit medicines and grasses. This place might be majestic, but it was also damaged. One could see collapsed mountain ranges and destroyed lakes. These scars have been alleviated by the passage of time, but they were still apparent enough with a keen eye. Yonghuang commented after seeing this. "Is this due to emperors and sea gods coming in later, or could it be an even more ancient war?" "It's just a corner of an old world." Li Qie didn't answer directly. Meanwhile, the cultivators here were very curious as well. They followed the Prince of Darkness group to this particular domain and found the plentiful alchemy ingredients here. Thus, They stayed behind to find some more instead. The duo continued into a particular ravine where Li Qie jumped with Yonghuang once more. They returned to the valley before disappearing into the next domain. The scene changed again into a world of ice and snow as far as the eyes could see. The ground and everything in it was completely covered while snow fell like goose feathers. Sky-piercing mountains and grand lakes weren't spared from the downfall. It seemed as if the snow had never stopped falling here ever since the ancient age. Yonghuang found archaic structures and floating pavilions as she walked around. This seemed to be the ancestral ground of a great sect. Inside were different buildings and connecting bridges. All of these modeled buildings were enveloped in ice. Yonghuang asked, "What about this place?" This location was definitely inhabited by people in the past. However, it seemed to be abandoned just like the rest of this icy world. As you might have imagined, it is another deserted world. Its inhabitants have fled. Li Qie smiled and spoke while looking at the falling snowflakes. This snow is not caused by the villainous heavens. This made Yonghuang shudder. She suddenly had a terrifying thought and took a deep breath before asking, "This is man-made?" "Pretty much," Li Qie flatly said. During the destruction of the world, an ultimate blow was unleashed, annihilating everything in its path as well as freezing this world. Even though it managed to expulse the enemies, the user's own world suffered as well. She was astonished after hearing this. A frozen world still trapped in perpetual snow after millions of years. Just how terrifying was this? If this was the ultimate blow during its apocalypse, then what kind of monstrous character was its user? "You don't need to be surprised," Li Qie stated while looking at the dazed woman. "Perhaps one day, Heaven's spirit will face this fate as well." "This will happen to Heaven's spirit too?" She was aghast. Li Qie nodded. "Yes, it will happen one day. If it can survive the disaster, then it will be a good place for outstanding talents in the future." Yonghuang found it hard to calm down after knowing this. She could already see the end of days and how terrifying it would be. Calling it an apocalypse wouldn't be an exaggeration. She saw many experts in this world as well. They were digging through the trapped palaces in order to find amazing treasures. Without a doubt, these ones followed the prince's group as well and decided to stop for the fortune in this place. After seeing the mass, she uttered, "Zhentian's group really knows the way. It's nothing too surprising. The spirit abyss is the local snake here. They know the ridge very well. They have done ample research on this matter too." Li Qie smiled. Li Qie and Yonghuang jumped through several large domains of all shapes and forms. One was engulfed in fire as if the entire world had been scorched. One particular domain was fragmented from a terrible war. The entire place was collapsing. Another one was desolate and lifeless. It was as if all creatures have left as they were unable to survive in such a place. Even though these domains had a certain level of danger, they weren't overly perilous. Many cultivators had followed along and stayed behind in these different domains for treasures. Yonghuang eventually asked, "Didn't you say that the grand momentum was very dangerous?" Li Qie smiled and said, "The time is different. The 9 leaves are near maturity, so the momentum is only focusing on it for a successful bloom. That's why it isn't strange for these places to not be dangerous." They crossed over several more domains. However, at the final one, someone actually blocked their path. The jumping point of this domain was a long and narrow valley covered in snow. It seemed that crossing this place would be the same as passing through this world. However, no one could enter the valley since it was blocked by some people. When the two got there, many experts were gathering at the entrance. Everyone wanted to pass through, but entry was not allowed. This made them angry, yet they didn't dare to voice their displeasure. After seeing the duo, someone cried out, "There's Fiercest." Many eyes lit up at their arrival. Even those who were usually annoyed from seeing him found him quite pleasing to the eye at the moment. No one is going to block Fiercest's way. People were secretly celebrating. The crowd quickly parted so that Li Qie could get to the front. Their intentions couldn't be any clearer. It was to let Li Qie open the way for everyone. Chapter 1481. A seasoned man dressed in white was guarding the entrance. This middle-aged man emitted an immense aura. His robe was neat and simple. However, it looked extraordinary on him. He made it seem like armor instead. It wasn't this robe accentuating his aura. His aura was the thing embellishing its fair color. He looked just like a general in his battle uniform. He sat by the entrance with a spear on his knees. It acted like a mountain range, blocking everyone off from the snow valley. No one dared to take half a step forward. This man was quite famous since he was Meng Zhentian's leading disciple. He began to follow Zhentian at a young age and weathered many storms together. He has personally witnessed Zhentian's glorious life. Because of this, Zhentian thought very highly of him and placed him as the commander of the Heaven Suppression Legion. Another reason why Zhentian valued him so much was due to his exceedingly high talents. When Zhentian was deterring the world, he was also famous. Rumor has it that he was already an apex god king. This was the highest level of ordinary god kings. At this level, one must break the shackles of the Grand Tao in order to reach the next level. A world-dominating god king. A world dominator was on the other side of this particular realm. Even though both were considered god kings, a world dominator was much stronger than an apex god king. Another thing to note is that the apex level would allow one to chase after an emperor. In Heaven's Spirit, someone once said that if this general had taken the path of the heavens, he might have had the chance to catch up to his master and even compete against him for the heaven's will. However, rumor has it that he was completely loyal to his master. Because Zhentian still hasn't become an emperor, he chose the path of the Grand Era instead to become Zhentian's staunchest supporter. Regardless of the circumstances, he would appear in the nick of time to help his master. All along, this white general had been protecting the Dream Empyrean. He was its pillar even when Zhentian was in this world, let alone when Zhentian was sealed underground. He rarely left his sect, so his appearance here carried a great significance. Today, he wouldn't allow anyone to enter the Snow Valley. Although the crowd wanted to reach the next domain, no one could do anything with him blocking the entrance. Any intruder must weigh themselves first against a potential apex god king to see if they were qualified to fight against this level of existence. Moreover, this general didn't only represent himself. His presence here also meant that he had been given permission by Zhentian. One could even guess that this was under Zhentian's orders. Thus, the general had Zhentian, the Prince of Darkness, and the Conch Overlord behind him. Who would dare to oppose these supreme behemoths? This made people think that the next jump would take people to the end of Reincarnation Valley where the immortal medicine was growing. Everyone here understood the significance of this medicine. It was priceless and highly coveted. For many experts, even if they couldn't get the medicine itself, just one leaf or the mud where it was growing would be extremely beneficial. But now, the general made everyone realize that Zhentian wanted everything for his group and didn't allow anyone else to meddle. Although the crowd was unhappy with this decision, they were also helpless. That was until Li Qie came and they saw hope in him. It was common knowledge that Fiercest was Zhentian's mortal enemy. He would surely do something about the White General. Considering his ferocity and arrogant nature, he would definitely slay the general before entering. Because of this, the cultivators here grew excited as they made way for him to deal with the general so that they can enter afterward. Even if they couldn't get the medicine, they still wanted to catch a glimpse of it in order to have a nice conversational topic for the rest of their life. As Li Qie walked by, someone whispered with a hint of excitement. Who can actually stop Fiercest once he decides to do something? Even charming spirits were no exceptions. In the past, who would actually care about a human, especially one who was about to face the White General, an apex god king? However, the times have changed. Despite being a human, Li Qie's notoriety was at an all-time high. He was completely unstoppable. In this short period of time, many cultivators in Heaven's Spirit began to think highly of Li Qie, even the ones from the charming spirit race. Even the hostile sea demons began to change. Some became bullish about Li Qie and thought that he could become the next emperor. This shift in attitude should come as no surprise. Even the true martial goddess and the lunar grasp fairy held Li Qie in high regard. This indirectly changed the public's opinion of him. Some even thought that he would defeat Zhentian for sure. This was the brutal truth of the cultivation world. As long as one was strong enough to suppress the 9 heavens, it didn't matter how many people reviled him in the past. When the person stood at the apex, many would start to worship them and even revile those who offered their criticism in the past. At this time, all eyes were on Li Qie. The crowd longed for him to fight against the White General. He walked forward and glanced at his opponent before saying, "Good dogs don't block the way, move." So domineering. A cultivator secretly praised him right away. This was completely different than the past when someone would scold him for being ignorant and arrogant. His actions right now only looked domineering to the crowd. After hearing this, The white general's eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. He didn't become angry and only emotionlessly responded. I am under orders to stop everyone from passing. Otherwise, face the consequences. He was completely confident and proud. Of course, he was qualified to do so as an apex god king. This was a dreadful and awe-inspiring character regardless of the time and place. There weren't that many apex god kings in this world. I don't have time to blabber with you, Li Qie flatly replied. Scram now or I'll hang your head on the cliff. That's the future emperor for you. Another secretly gave a thumbs up after hearing this. The general didn't like this comment and stood up to shout. Li Qie, I have heard of your fame before. Today, I will see if you are worthy of it. He stood proudly with his back as straight as a pillar. It was full of power like a bow ready to fire. The spear in his hand became part of his body and issued a surging battle intent. This aura rushed out and was seemingly capable of tearing through everything. At this moment, there wasn't an immense blood energy or blinding divine rings. Only the battle intent was present on his body, one without fear. He was ready to fight to the end. The cultivators nearby quickly retreated after the general revealed his boiling battle intent. It was simply too strong and made everyone else shudder with fear. Interesting, more so than your master. Very well, if you wish to die, I'll lend you a hand. Li Qie couldn't help but smile after seeing this. The general slowly raised and pointed his spear at Li Qie. Come, the only way you're getting through here is over my dead body. Bold and courageous. Li Qie laughed while clapping. Let's see how much you have learned from your master, don't let me down. The crowd watched with bated breaths as the two sides postured for war. Chapter 1482. Shortly after the words were exchanged, many eyes darted to Li Qie and the white general. With the spear in his hand, the general's will to battle was monstrous. He was ready to fight against the rest of the world. Meanwhile, Li Qie was nonchalant and relaxed, as if he could easily take down any powerful foe. The atmosphere became tense with everyone holding their breaths. Many felt that Li Qie could take down the white general instantly. However, they still wanted to see the fight. After all, the general was Zhentian's disciple. He might not be as strong as Zhentian, but the disparity shouldn't be too far. Thus, if Li Qie killed the general, it would be a direct blow to Zhentian. Fellow Taoist Li, it is just a misunderstanding. A voice came about during this tense moment. It was one with the world and its rhythm while accompanied by the Grand Tao. Another man came about, causing the sun and moon to shift with celestials floating around him. Each of his steps seemed to be crushing the world with the weight of Mount Tai. Meng Zhentian, someone exclaimed after seeing him. People might have conflicting thoughts about him, but at this moment, they all felt a sense of awe and respect. They quickly parted to make way for him and kept a distance. Zhentian's arrival shocked everyone. They felt their hearts beating faster and knew that a storm was coming. Misunderstanding? Li Qie maintained his leisurely smile after seeing Zhentian. He looked as if the dreadful Zhentian was no different from a random person walking on the streets. Just this alone was worthy of admiration. Anyone would be affected by Zhentian or at least put on a serious expression. If they weren't enemies, then it would be a look of respect. Zhentian revealed a smile as bright as the sun, illuminating everyone's hearts. It made them feel at ease and that he was trustworthy. He spoke. I was thinking of everyone's safety when I had my disciple stay here in order to avoid needless deaths for our friends here. This answer made everyone glance at each other. Such an excuse was unbelievable. However, no one dared to question him at this moment. After all, opposing him right now was an unwise move, not to mention very few here were qualified to fight against him. They knew they weren't his match, so why would they bother to challenge him? They glanced over at Li Qie instead since he was the only one who would dare to do so and fulfill their wish. So you are saying that I am misjudging your good intentions? Li Qie chuckled. Zhentian showed a charismatic and convincing smile. Fellow Taoist Li, you are overthinking things. He spoke in such a friendly manner that it made them seem like friends that haven't met in a long time. No one could imagine that these two became irreconcilable enemies not long ago. At the convention of myriad races, Zhentian angrily called Li Qie by his name, but now, it was fellow Taoist Li with a friendly smile. Li Qie asked in a carefree manner. So you have a reason for letting your disciple block this path? Zhentian seriously replied. I indeed did so for everyone's sake so that they don't enter the dangerous area and lose their lives. Everyone followed us here, so if they were to die because of us, I would feel very sorry. He spoke with such sincerity that some people were confused and couldn't determine whether he was lying or not. They found it hard to suspect him due to his attitude. Some even began to think that the White General was here so that they wouldn't see the upcoming danger. Of course, the older crowd didn't believe him at all and simply sneered in their minds. I'd like to hear what is dangerous about it then. Li Qie didn't object and smiled casually. Zhentian continued. This snow valley has an extremely unstable ice source and could accidentally freeze over everything with monstrous power. If people aren't prepared, even god monarchs would freeze to death in an instant. The crowd wavered and thought that maybe this ice valley was actually dangerous. Zhentian didn't look like he was lying at all. I see. Li Qie cheerfully replied, it's just an ice source, not enough to reach the apex. Let's go, I want to take this immortal medicine then go back home for a nap. Zhentian hurriedly said, fellow Taoist Li, you need to reconsider. This place is filled with fatal dangers. You should wait for this ice source to dissipate before entering. He acted as if he was thinking for Li Qie. No one could see that these two were mortal enemies. In terms of logic, Li Qie was Zhentian's competitor for the heaven's will. Thus, Li Qie getting in trouble could only be good for Zhentian. So now, when Zhentian asked Li Qie to not seek trouble, it seemed like an act of kindness. This began to convince the other cultivators nearby. Even some of the more experienced cultivators murmured, maybe this ravine is really dangerous. At the same time, the real masters understood what was going on. They knew that this was a type of strategy to egg Li Qie on. The more Zhentian talked like this, the more Li Qie would want to take the risk and rush inside. Li Qie smilingly replied, I accept your goodwill, but this danger is nothing to me. Move. He bit the bait. The old master quietly thought, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Fierce might be powerful, but his scheming is still not a match for Zhentian. Well, Zhentian hesitated before answering. If fellow Taoist Li wants to come inside, I can't do anything about it. However, focus on staying safe and leave at the first sign of danger. I shall lend you a hand then. One would mistake Zhentian as Li Qie's best friend at this moment. No need, this won't be anything. Li Qie didn't care for Zhentian at all. Su Yonghuang, standing next to him, was also chuckling. She knew Li Qie too well. Li Qie enjoyed jumping into traps and trampling all over his opponent's calculations when they were certain of victory. He enjoyed watching their despair. Zhentian helplessly replied, I won't hold you here any longer then. Both he and the White General stood to the side so that Li Qie could enter. The older masters quietly shook their heads. Li Qie was still goaded into this trap in the end. He was still a bit too young and inexperienced compared to Zhentian. Regardless of their thoughts, everyone held their breaths as they watched the snow valley to see if it was dangerous like Zhentian had said or not. They wanted to see if Li Qie could actually weather through the incoming peril. They didn't miss a single beat as he slowly walked into the entrance while waiting for the danger to come. Chapter 1483. ZZZ. Li Qie and Yonghuang took their time walking into the valley while noisily stepping on the snow. Li Qie was nonchalant with a faint smile on his face as he told Yonghuang, you need to be ready. The frost here can kill you instantly, so channel your solar physique for protection. Fire and ice oppose each other, so this freezing force won't kill you no matter how powerful it might be. Is the ice source here really that powerful? Yonghuang's eyes turned serious. At this time, she channeled her inner physique and energy so that it could erupt on command. There's an ice source, but it's not that dangerous. Li Qie smiled freely. However, someone has played with it, so its power is a lot more frantic right now. You're still going forward despite knowing the dangers. She gave him the side eye. Of course, she wasn't blaming him at all. It was more of a coquettish glance that makes the heart itch. It's just a little danger, can't reach the apex. You can just wait and watch the fun. Li Qie grinned, if he wants to trick me, let him do so before I take his dog life. She smiled gracefully in response without feeling any pressure. She always had confidence in Li Qie since he would stay true to his words. Nothing in this world was difficult for him. As they continued forward, many people outside held their breaths and gazed at the duo's every single step with their hearts hanging. Buzz! Once the two reached the depths of the valley, A freezing force suddenly exploded with unbelievable speed and encapsulated the two, turning them into ice sculptures. However, Yonghuang prepared herself beforehand. The moment the ice layer surrounded her, her solar physique erupted with its refined sun fire surging several times more powerful than usual. Buzz! The physique melted the ice right away and continued to spread further to melt everything else. However, this freezing force was extremely powerful. Like Zhentian had said earlier, it could instantly freeze a god monarch to death. If she wasn't prepared, this could have been her funeral. Despite the instantaneous eruption of her physique, the power of this mysterious ice also crazily surged and resisted her high temperature. Shortly afterward, her sun fire and this freezing force contested each other. She couldn't melt this God King level ice, but it couldn't hurt her either. As for Li Qie, he was also frozen and stood still as if he had been killed by the cold. There's danger indeed. What a frightening freezing power. The cultivators outside were shocked to see this. Even someone as strong Li Qie had been frozen. This made all the spectators sweat. Luckily, the White General stood guard there, or they might have suffered the same fate as Li Qie just now. Some of the wavering cultivators heaved a sigh of relief and felt that they had misunderstood the White General. It looks like Zhentian had good intentions after all. Only the real masters from the previous generation were staring at Su Yonghuang, who was on the verge of being frozen. They were able to see some clues. While she was resisting the cold, the underground area of this valley would change as talismans emerged. These talismans would only appear for a split second. No one would notice them if they weren't paying attention. The old masters immediately realized that this freezing force wasn't part of nature. It was ingrained in the valley. Someone else had done something. This valley was just a trap from the start. They quickly calculated that the power of this force must be at least a god king. Perhaps 2 or 3 god kings worked together to do this. Even though no one was personally presiding over it, it was still powerful enough, like Zhentian had previously said. Because of this, they secretly glanced over at Zhentian, who was standing by the entrance. They knew what was going on right away, but no one dared to say anything. Some felt a bit of pity. Li Qie might be strong, but his schemes weren't a match for Zhentian at all. What a shame, he didn't listen to my good advice. Like I said, this valley is very dangerous. Zhentian was shaking his head and seemed to be full of compassionate pity. Boom! While people were mourning for Li Qie, his prison of ice instantly shattered. Li Qie was way too fast. No one could see how he escaped. This ice might have been amazing, but it couldn't touch Li Qie at all since he activated both the soaring and hell-suppressing physiques at the same time. This astonished many people. Even the refined sunfire couldn't melt all of the ice right away, but Li Qie was able to shatter it in an instant. This was way too mighty. Zhentian's expression dimmed after seeing this. They had spent a lot of effort inside this valley so that Li Qie would jump into the trap. Even if it couldn't kill Li Qie, he shouldn't have been able to dispel it so quickly. Such strength was beyond their expectations. Li Qie didn't help Yonghuang right away because she wasn't in any immediate danger and could withstand it for a bit longer. He stomped on the ground and propelled himself upward instead. With clanking sounds, thick ice chains made from powerful ice crystals shot out from all 4 directions. Each link of these ice chains had been empowered by runes. These dense linear runes had fused with the ice completely. Clank! These chains were extremely fast and immediately coiled, then tied Li Qie in the air. They were already quite hard by themselves even before the runic empowerment, so it wasn't easy to tear them apart. Baz! The freezing force came again, intending to encapsulate him once more. However, Li Qie's body slightly quaked. This force couldn't turn him into a statue at all. Little pieces of ice crystals kept on falling down. Zhentian, this trivial scheme is too sad. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. If your group was actually controlling this freezing array, then it might be worth something. However, the formation alone is not even an appetizer for me. The cultivators turned over to look at Zhentian after hearing his. In fact, after seeing the runic ice chains, even the foolish people understood that this wasn't a natural occurrence but a force refined by experts. There was no need to think further about who the mastermind behind this was. Zhentian was completely unperturbed. His face didn't turn red at all as he shook his head. Fellow Taoist Li, I'm afraid you are gauging the heart of a gentleman with a villainous mind. You should know that Reincarnation Valley itself is a grand momentum. This frozen valley ahead is a part of it. It has nothing to do with us. Some cultivators felt that this was an acceptable explanation. Perhaps this formation was already here before they arrived. Is that so? Then I am wrongfully accusing you. What a waste of our good intentions. The White General coldly uttered. My master is considerate of you being a great character, so he kindly warned you. Who would have thought that this kindness would be met with scorn? That doesn't matter. Li Qie leisurely replied. Use all of your means now while I still have time to keep you company. Will you and your master come together, or will it be one by one? Either way is fine. Come, don't waste my time anymore. Fellow Taoist Li, you are accusing us for no reason. This is not a respectable act. Zhentian's expression turned cold at last. I had nothing but good intentions. Okay, don't act like a cat crying for the mouse. Li Qie laughed. None of us are good people, so there's no need to put on this hypocritical act. It doesn't matter who is righteous or evil. The strong will win in the competition for the heaven's will. Come, I am here just as you wished. We'll fight and see who the final winner will be. Li, you always think you are correct. The White General answered with a shout before Zhentian could reply. I will see what you can do in my master's stead. Having said that, he stepped into the valley. Zhentian kept on calmly watching the show. He didn't stop his general. Meanwhile, the rest of the spectators felt anxious. This was the prelude to the battle for the heaven's will. Chapter 1484. Clank. After entering the valley, the general thrust his spear straight at Li Qie. The weapon carried a bright glimmer just like a shooting star crossing through the sky. The attack was ferocious and contained a force that could penetrate all things. Experts and deities would tremble before this attack from an apex god king. Even though the spectators outside knew that this attack was aiming for Li Qie and not them, they still felt a chill by their throats as if it was trying to pierce through them. They wanted to gasp, but there was no air. This was a very uncomfortable feeling. The weaker cultivators fell down to the ground because this strike had enveloped this area. They couldn't withstand this pressure and saw a vision of death. Clank! Sparks went flying. This spear was indeed incredible, but Li Qie stopped it with a saber in his left hand. The benevolent saber emitted a brilliance that jumped around on its blade, making it seem alive. This immortal light made the edge as bright as snow. It looked just like a moon illuminating the entire area. There was a majestic figure within the immortal light. It stood there as if it was ushering in a new age. It could sever the past and reach the future. No darkness in this world could hide from this figure. Immortal Emperor Min Ren. A knowledgeable paragon from the previous generation murmured and recognized the background of Li Qie's saber. The smart experts gasped after seeing the true treasure seemingly coming back to life. Anyone could wield a true treasure, but unleashing its imperial power was a different story. The weaker ones would be completely depleted after attacking with a weapon once or twice. Only experts who were sufficiently strong could wield these true treasures. However, this saber in Li Qie's hand was full of life as its imperial aura engulfed the world in just a moment. Without a doubt, this saber under his control could easily unleash an invincible imperial attack. Keep in mind that even god kings might not be able to wake these weapons because their awakening also meant gaining their recognition to a certain extent. This awakened state meant that the weapon was at its strongest level. A peak-conditioned true treasure unleashing an imperial attack was much different from an attack of a dormant true treasure. Rumble! The White General's blood energy soared to the sky without holding anything back. It surged like a flood that spread across the world. His spear became even stronger and emitted a torrential light. With his support, the spear tried to suppress Li Qie with an unstoppable force. There was no doubt that the White General deserved his fame. As an apex god king, he could use his own power to stop a true treasure. Boom! The saber erupted during the first exchange. Boundless immortal light shot to the sky. The imperial power within frantically exploded as if an emperor had awakened and arrived at the scene. Boom! The erupting saber didn't only blow the general and his spear away, it also destroyed all the ice chains on Li Qie's body. At the same time, the ice entrapping Yonghuang shattered, allowing her to escape. Die! The general rose up again after being blown away. His spear unleashed a torrential barrage with loud blasts. It looked as if comets were falling down from the sky. Each thrust could wreck a mountain. Clank! The hymn of a saber echoed across the realms. The benevolent saber in the sky made everything else seem dark in comparison. With one slash, The only thing that remained was its white as snow brilliance. There was nowhere in the world to hide from this attack. All darkness instantly vanished into smoke. This was the first slash of 3, pacifistic brilliance. This blade alone illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The world needed nothing more than just this slash. The saber itself had peerless strength, not to mention it was in its peak form. This attack seemed as if the emperor himself was performing the slash and could definitely decapitate a god king. Boom! The white general was blown away. Eat another one. Li Qie soared to the sky and gave chase while unleashing another blade straight at the general. This particular slash had no variations and profundities. It only had the will of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Under his will, no existence in this world could resist. Merciful wisdom. The second slash from the benevolent saber. This slash contained the emperor's will. Everything became extraordinary and supreme. This one slash had turned into a peerless grand Tao. At this moment, everything disappeared in this saber Tao, leaving only the emperor's will behind. His will was unquestionable and could order the world. Because of this, many cultivators outside the valley couldn't stand straight and kneeled on the ground. The white general didn't back down. He crazily roared and revealed his god king's rings. They came out and formed their own world. Each halo carried an apex Tao. At this moment, he was standing at the pinnacle of the Tao and even broke through its limits. Dragon roars continuously resounded. In this split second, his spear looked just like a true dragon coiling in the sky. Its draconic aura surged with the formation of a domain. Draconic runes as large as mountains floated within this domain. At this moment, his spear had opened its draconic domain for protection against the emperor's will. This was one of his strongest attacks. He wouldn't resort to it unless there was no other choice. A bit interesting, have another. Li Qie laughed. Boom! His vitality erupted. The saber let out a long hymn and seemed to be transforming. It was no longer a simple weapon as it has gained its own life force. Clank! The world became clear after this slash came out. Everything became brilliant yet ethereal. Benevolent lucidity. The final slash. Under its power, all questions in the 9 worlds ceased to exist. No profundity in myriad realms was worth discussing. The mysteries and secrets of the Grand Tao were done for. Even ancient rumors were easily understood. All became obvious before the might of this slash. This was not just a slash but an answer to the Grand Tao of the world. Even the white general's defensive technique turned vulnerable. At this moment, it seemed as if the benevolent saber was grasped by the emperor's left hand instead of Li Qie's. Just imagine the power of this strike from an emperor himself. An apex god king was nothing before its might. Retreat! Even Zhentian was shocked by this saber's power. He instantly entered the valley with incomparable speed. He grasped the universe and took control of the Grand Tao. With a loud bang, an extremely long path appeared between Li Qie and the white general. It seemed to be crossing through the realms and time. The world was frozen. More ice chains came down to suppress Li Qie again. Bang! Despite Zhentian's effort, the emperor's saber still cut through this long path and continued towards the general. He was blown away by the slash. His spear was cut in half and his body was merely skirted by the blade, yet it still left an extremely deep wound. His blood dyed his robe red. If Zhentian was a split second late, the general would have been split in half just like his spear. Chapter 1485. The white general turned pale while looking at his broken spear. This was an extremely precious true treasure, yet it was still split in half by the benevolent saber. He was silent for a while. Without an immortal emperor true treasure, he shouldn't even think about fighting against Li Qie even if he was an apex god king. Many took in deep breaths after seeing this. Some even turned white. In the past, not many had the pleasure of seeing Li Qie in action, but now they finally understood just how strong he was. 3 slashes was enough to take down an apex god king. The white general would have died if Zhentian didn't help him. Even though Li Qie had the advantage of using an imperial true treasure, one couldn't deny his own strength and qualification to compete against Zhentian. The white general quietly retreated to the side. It was now his master's turn to fight. Baz! More ice chains began to lock onto Li Qie, wishing to freeze him. Look, the fox's tail has been exposed. Li Qie laughed at Zhentian. Despite both being in the valley, Li Qie was affected while the master and disciple duo were completely fine. Even the blind would know what was going on. With a dark expression, Zhentian replied, "You and I have nothing else to say." "That's true," Li Qie cheerfully said. "Unfortunately, the prince's group won't show their faces, so this little formation is useless. We'll fight after I break it." Clank! The benevolent saber slashed down, causing the world to turn bright. It split the entire valley right down the middle to reveal the ice formation hidden beneath. Of course, this formation wasn't spared. Li Qie smilingly declared, "Now there's nothing left to hold us back. It's time for us to have a simple fight. Your bones shall pave the way for my ascension." Zhentian calmly retorted, "Having too much confidence is called arrogance." "I am arrogant indeed." Li Qie continued to grin. "Watch, I'll become even more arrogant by not using the benevolent saber to defeat you. Otherwise, once you lose, you'll be unconvinced and think that I need an immortal emperor true treasure to defeat you." Zhentian's eyes narrowed after hearing this. Like he said earlier, this was too much complacency. However, he didn't know the reason why Li Qie was so confident. He was startled to see his opponent put the saber away. The crowd held their breaths after seeing the two facing each other. Everyone understood that this was the prelude to the war for the throne. After this battle ends, Heaven's spirit will have its candidate. Regardless of the result, the winner will become the representative of Heaven's spirit. At this moment, some people wished for Zhentian's victory. After all, he was a charming spirit. It would be the race's honor for him to be its representative. At the same time, others wanted Li Qie to win. It would simply be a miracle. To be able to kill an era evader? Just how proud and ferocious would this feat be? The atmosphere turned tense right away for the people outside of the valley with their hearts hanging by a thread. Of course, there was no lack of excitement. Not even in their dreams did they think that one day, they would be able to watch a fight for the throne in person. "I haven't personally fought for a long time now." Zhentian's eyes turned cold while revealing a blinding radiance. There were suns and moons floating inside his pupils. His entire being suddenly turned gigantic. "Forget it, I'll refrain from making a joke out of you before the battle by exposing your past. It would be a bit too despicable to make your Dao heart waver beforehand." Having heard that, Zhentian's eyes emitted an endless bloodthirst. Even the world felt the chill from this murderous intent, let alone everyone else. Those who didn't attend the convention of myriad races didn't know what Li Qie was referring to. However, those who were privy glanced at each other. They wanted to know whether this was the truth or not. There had always been a popular belief in Heaven's spirit, that Zhentian went into seclusion out of love for his brother, immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Because of this, the emperor still called him Big Brother after becoming emperor. All along, many experts in Heaven's spirit believed this story. Many charming spirits viewed Zhentian as their pride. After all, the position of emperor was too tempting for anyone. Just how grand and respectable was it to give up this position for his brother? This was a wonderful sentiment. However, during the convention, Li Qie uncovered Zhentian's old tales. He didn't evade the era because of brotherhood. He did so because his legion was named Heaven Suppression and the Black Dragon King scolded him for this. This was the reason why he didn't dare to compete for the Heaven's will. Some did believe this particular tale. After all, who would be willing to give up the throne? Alas, many charming spirit cultivators still thought that Li Qie was simply defaming him. Thus, the main question looming in everyone's mind was about the truth of the past. Did Zhentian give up on the throne out of brotherly love, or was it out of fear towards the Black Dragon King? "Come, it's time to fight." Li Qie stepped towards the sky. Zhentian didn't hesitate and soared up as well to confront Li Qie. Bang! Li Qie casually swung his arm and a gigantic battle stage descended from the sky. This battle stage was initially hovering in the air, but it was pulled down by Li Qie. It was ancient and mottled with divine runes all over it. These runes were quite powerful and seemed to have been refined by some wise sages of the olden days to form this battle stage. There were cracks and holes everywhere. When a stage of this magnitude received this type of damage, it meant that the fights that took place here were incredible. "Come." Li Qie slowly spoke to Zhentian while standing on the stage. Zhentian stepped inside, ready to fight. The cultivators nearby immediately flew up as well in order to watch this earth-shattering duel. Everyone knew that if a duel of this level was done outside of a battle stage, the world itself might shatter from the black holes and scars left behind by their attacks. Zhentian stared at Li Qie and uttered, "If you lose, you must quit immediately." Quite confident, Li Qie leisurely glanced at him and replied, "Will it be you alone, or will the prince and the others join in?" This prompted many cultivators to glance at each other. Some even opened their heavenly gazes to sweep over the area. However, no one found the prince's group. "Li Qie, you are too presumptuous," Zhentian uttered. "Are you so certain of victory already?" Li Qie smiled and replied, "I don't want to make you feel bad so early, but my victory is assured. Since you want to fight, we can raise the stakes. I'm not a nice person anyway, so let's make this a fight to the death. If you lose, you will leave behind your life. I wouldn't mind watching you cut off your own head either." Zhentian glared at him. He wasn't a nice person either, so he retorted, "Very well. If you lose, you will have to cut off your head as well. I also want to see it." "Very well." Li Qie agreed right away. "However, you won't have the chance since your death has been guaranteed after opposing me." "Humph." Zhentian scowled. Even though he didn't become angry, his demeanor already showed his annoyance. Boom! He released his vitality. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the world as if he wanted to flood it. With this invasion of power, everything else seemed incredibly insignificant. His blood energy was an endless sea. The world itself was only a tiny boat that could capsize when a storm comes. All the other experts here also felt trivial. It was as if Zhentian's rage could annihilate everyone while his wrath could slaughter billions. Chapter 1486. Li Qie smiled while looking at Zhentian's blood energy ravaging the world. With a loud blast, his energy was released as well. It turned into a true dragon and coiled in the air while roaring non-stop. Even though Li Qie's energy was not ravaging the sky like Zhentian's or drowning myriad realms. When it turned into the shape of a true dragon, it seemed as if a single claw could shatter all things. The crowd felt breathless after the two showed off their majestic and endless blood energies. All other experts paled in comparison. That's an era evader for you. Few can rival this powerful energy. Even though there are ancient existences stronger than him, in terms of blood energy and life force, maybe no one can be his match in heaven's spirit. An old paragon was naturally shocked to see this scene. Another big shot stated after seeing the draconic energy, "Li Qie isn't weak either. He's not an era evader, but his blood energy is boundless as well. Each strand of energy is like a mountain and has experienced wondrous tempering." The two of them suppressed this world as if this region could be easily crushed under their might. One could even hear the ground creaking as if it was on the verge of shattering. Li Qie smiled freely and said, "Go. I want to see just how far the Tao brother of immortal Emperor Ta Kong has gone." Zhentian casually pointed forward. A phoenix screech echoed in the air alongside a golden light. A golden phoenix descended with a pair of world-severing claws. After seeing this, a knowledgeable big shot murmured, "The Void Imperfection School's Phoenix Pursuit Finger." Li Qie leisurely walked forward like a carp jumping out of the water. No one saw how he did it, but he was instantly behind the golden phoenix. Boom! A random blow from him penetrated the phoenix's weak spot. With a scream, it quickly fell down. Before it could hit the ground, Zhentian's seal pressed down with the momentum of the world. The sun and moon came with a torrential flood. One could even see all types of fish among this water channel. Such a seal made him look like a sea god that could command the sea demons. Regal Valley's sun and moon myriad fish seal. The knowledgeable big shot commented again with astonishment. Li Qie strolled through this divine seal and somehow avoided the sun and moon as well as the fish. While inside the seal itself, he reached out with his powerful finger and the seal crumbled. In this split second, the yin and yang rose in Zhentian's hands. His fingers seemed to be taking root in the earth as he instantly sealed the space around him to form a tree father's divine mark. This mark erupted and brought the world down with it. The ancestral Terra's world grasp mark. Of course, the big shot revealed his vast knowledge once more. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, Zhentian and Li Qie exchanged several dozen moves. Each attack was extremely powerful and capable of branding the world. Extreme Yang School's divine hymn. Each time Zhentian performed a different technique, the big shot was able to name it. Swift Dao's Sacred Grounds 8 Pavilion's Sacred Fist. Roaring Konk's Golden Age Bringer. This ferocious battle demonstrated the two's wondrous energies. Their techniques revealed the mysteries of the Grand Tao and could directly touch the Tao's fundamental essences. Zhentian's attacks were extremely broad since he could easily perform any technique from myriad races. These techniques were profound and mighty. Even the ancestors from the respective sects of these techniques wouldn't be able to do better. He had not repeated a move just yet, as if he still had thousands more to unleash. Such knowledge and proficiency left everyone in awe. Was there no technique in this world that he didn't know? In a short period of time, Zhentian had unleashed a barrage of these techniques. Even the simplest Tao art became complex with many variations. Contrary to Zhentian's style, Li Qie retaliated in a very simple manner with punches, kicks, and finger strikes. Moreover, these weren't techniques at all, they were simple attacks that aimed at the vital points. There was no superfluous use of force or any wasted movements. During the fight, Zhentian was accompanied by the Celestials and protected by the ocean. Sometimes, he would turn into a guardian deity. Meanwhile, Li Qie casually attacked with a more primal touch, just like leaping dragons, striking phoenixes, or soaring eagles. The contrast between the two was quite great. Zhentian's techniques resembled a majestic citadel with many golden pavilions and palaces. Even the tiles were extravagant and astonishing. Meanwhile, Li Qie's simple strikes seemed to be a simple hut. It was unadorned and straight to the point, yet it was enough to shield people from the wind and rain. The spectators were dazed and astounded by the fight. A commenter murmured, "No wonder Zhentian can call an emperor brother. He has so many supreme techniques under his belt. Is there a merit law in this world that he doesn't understand? No, Li Qie is the real expert here." Someone could see through the profundities at work. Zhentian is indeed amazing with all of his techniques under the heavens. However, Li Qie has grasped the mysteries of the Grand Tao straight to its essences. Regardless of Zhentian's techniques, Li Qie simply dispels it with ordinary strikes. This is true proficiency in the Tao. After a long time, someone suddenly thought of something. Zhentian is so heaven-defying with all of these arts. Could it be that he has seen all the laws in this world? No, he didn't see all of the manuals. An old charming spirit god monarch explained. This is due to the Dream Empyrean's divine reflection. Please elaborate. A junior humbly consulted him after hearing this. The old monarch went on, in heaven's spirit, many people say that the disciples from the Dream Empyrean have the best divine reflections among the charming spirit. Needless to say about Zhentian, he was born as a supreme genius. Rumor has it that when he was younger, his divine reflection was already incredible. Whenever he met someone using a merit law, his divine reflection could derive the mysteries of its laws, allowing him to learn it just by watching. He ended with an envious sigh. Who wouldn't want such a divine reflection? Having it was akin to having all the arts in this world. So he can steal people's techniques just by watching? Many were shocked to hear this. For many great powers, their merit laws and techniques were top secrets. If people could secretly learn their arts, it would be a detrimental blow. There's a difference. The old monarch shook his head a bit. Each of these arts has their own core secrets. These fundamentals are impossible to steal. Zhentian's laws are only around 70% of the true laws. There is still a certain gap between his and the real deal. However, because of his power and great cultivation, it is enough for his attacks to be mighty. Perhaps they are even better than the techniques performed by the sect's ancestors. People felt relieved after hearing this. If Zhentian could actually steal everything, the rest of the world would no longer have any secrets. Boom! More blows were exchanged with neither side gaining the upper hand. Zhentian stared at Li Qie while batting his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Warm-up is over. Li Qie lightly said, "It's time for you to use your real techniques. Copying others in a superficial manner can't reach the apex." The crowd gasped again, for they understood that this was only the beginning of the incoming tempest. Chapter 1487. In this instance, everyone looked at Zhentian to see if he would use his own arts. After all, the cultivators here knew that practicing 100 merit laws wasn't a match for focusing on just one. Zhentian indeed used all the top arts in this world, but he still hasn't exerted his real fighting potential. Zhentian calmly said, "Let me see your top techniques too then." The past exchanges didn't include their personal best since they were only warming up. Zhentian was trying to find Li Qie's openings while Li Qie simply retaliated. "Very well, it's time to broaden your horizons." Li Qie smiled and slowly raised his right hand forward. Boom! He suddenly made a fist that held golden glimmers. At this moment, his right hand seemed to be made from gold. Boom! A second explosion occurred. This golden fist poured out an endless power as if it wielded the power of the world concentrated in a particular domain. Boom! It quaked for the third time. In the blink of an eye, an immortal radiance poured out. It seemed as if his fist was soaring in the sky towards ascendancy. A witness of their previous fight in the Bone Sea murmured, "Li Qie is using his killer move. I wonder what this technique is." His last punch penetrated Zhentian's avatar. After hearing this, everyone felt excited. They didn't want to miss a single technique. Indestructible Diamond, Sacred Spring, and Soaring Immortal Fists. These three fists united in a split second and granted Li Qie a world-destroying punch. Zhentian turned serious after seeing this. He knew just how powerful these fist techniques were after experiencing them last time. Activate! Zhentian smiled and stepped even higher into the sky before he began to make a seal with both hands. After batting his eyes, a divine seal was formed within his 10 fingers. This seal looked down on the world with disdain. All existences seemed incredibly insignificant and not worth mentioning. This blow could annihilate everything before him. All the people nearby felt suffocated by this attack. He seemed to be gripping everyone by the throat and suppressing the Grand Tao. There was no chance of resisting. Such power stunned the crowd. Without a doubt, he has created a heaven-defying merit law. If he could become an emperor, this art of his would shine for a generation. This was the Heaven Suppression Seal, a supreme art that Zhentian took nearly 1,000 years to hone with painstaking effort. This seal took the good and removed the bad from all other techniques. Boom! It came crashing down. All of his energy was focused on this particular seal, causing the 9 firmaments to lose their light. Even the sun in the sky lost its colors while the stars rustled from its impact. Completely matchless. Even god monarchs turned pale after sensing its power. How could anyone stop this seal? Well done. Li Qie smiled and unleashed his triple fists. Zhentian's seal might be peerless, but Li Qie's fusion fist wasn't weak either. It instantly crossed through space and slammed into the seal. Bang! A tempest swept through the sky because of this impact. It continued to spread and would have annihilated everyone nearby if they weren't standing on an old battle stage. Boom! Some remnant shockwaves still rushed to outside the stage. Dozens of peaks nearby immediately collapsed as if they were heaps of powder and turned into ashes. Get back now! This scene made the knees of the spectators go limp. They leaped towards the horizon in order to maintain the farthest and safest distance. Such a terrifying storm would turn even paragons to ashes if struck. Boom! At this particular juncture, Zhentian's Heaven Suppression Seal spewed out an overwhelming light. His blood energy soared even more as he stepped inside a peerless Grand Tao and spewed out like a primordial flood into the seal. This made the seal even more powerful as it now had a god-slaying might. Bang! With the sudden eruption of power, Li Qie was slightly suppressed. Bang! 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 The sacred spring portion of the attack was enraged and frantically gathered more energy in order to stop the seal. Suppress! Zhentian shouted in the face of this retaliation and added even more energy. He channeled his boundless force into the seal in order to destroy Li Qie at all costs. Rumble! This triple fusion couldn't withstand the seal any longer, so Li Qie had to raise his right hand one more time in this split second. Boom! 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 His fist shook 3 times. The Sky Destroyer, Furious Immortal, and Hell-Suppressing Fists instantly burst open, turning the attack into a fusion of 6 fists. The power of his right punch wildly soared. The Sky Destroyer fist granted him an endless strength capable of destroying everything in this world. The Hell-Suppressing Fist made this punch have an immeasurable weight capable of suppressing gods and devils. Lastly, the Furious Immortal Fist exploded crazily and made the other 5 fists several times stronger. In a brief moment, Li Qie's fist was dozens or even 100 times stronger than before. Rumble! His fist had turned invincible under this new empowerment. Even a god would be rendered into a bloody mist. The seal couldn't suppress Li Qie any longer. He slowly rose against the pressure. The collision between the fusion of 6 fists and the Heaven Suppression Seal ravaged the entire stage, causing it to shake and be on the verge of falling apart. Activate! Zhentian howled again after Li Qie started gaining ground. In an instant, his fate palaces rushed to the sky. a supreme grand Tao emerged. He gathered the power of the heaven and earth to control all the Tao in the universe. Boom! His seal immediately became incomparably resplendent. Incredible laws appeared inside as if they were created by an ancient creator god. Each law carried an untouchable divinity and power capable of pressing down on all things. Nothing was more sacred and powerful than them. He had derived his own seal to its limit. The limit of this seal was the limit of the Grand Tao, allowing him to easily take down a god king. Boom! The stage trembled even more violently. The six fists couldn't withstand the unstoppable seal in its ultimate form. With a loud blast, Liqia's body was pushed down from the sky and slammed into the stage. This created a pit with half of his body buried underneath. The spectators shuddered after seeing this. The seal was too powerful. If it was them, they would have been crushed to smithereens already. Too overbearing. Just this law alone is enough for Zhentian to be proud for an era. This art is enough for him to look down on the talents of this world. Even powerful existences from the previous generation had to admit this. The world soon became quiet. Everyone held their breaths. Some couldn't breathe at all while watching Liqia's inability to resist the seal. Some could even hear his bones creaking beneath its pressure as if his frame couldn't bear this any longer. If this went on, his body would shatter and turn into a bloody mist. Bang! 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 A moment later, his fist shook 4 more times with the extreme Yang, Heaven Devourer, Void, and Solar fists. His punch now became a fusion of 10 fists. His right hand's light illuminated the world. No one could keep their eyes open due to this brightness. His right hand already had 6 before this, so now with the eruption of 4 more, the power of refined sunfire, a heaven-devouring strength, the power of space, and the might of light gathered together. At this time, there seemed to be countless suns exploding on his fists along with numerous black holes as well as gods of light in their fury. All of this on top of the empowerment of the furious immortal and sacred spring fists increased the power of this punch by 10,000-fold. Chapter 1488. Boom! After a loud bang, the world lost its voice. The spectators couldn't hear the slightest sound as they were momentarily deaf. This punch destroyed the whole era after fusing 10 different fists. It exerted the maximum limit of power or even the limit above that. Everything turned into ashes before its might. The laws of the Grand Tao, the power of the world, time and space, and all else were beaten back to the origin. The Heaven Suppression Seal instantly collapsed. Even though this was Zhentian's proudest masterpiece and contained all of his energy, it still couldn't withstand this combination punch. Even a true seal that could suppress the heavens would be shattered by this blow. This punch didn't bother deterring or suppressing anything. It was the purest force of destruction that blew everything back to nothingness. One could hear cracking noises emanating from the entire stage. The lines intertwined with each other, making it seem that this whole place could crumble at any moment. It became a vast expanse like the birth of the primordial chaos because the punch had returned everything back to the primal beginning. Objects and laws as well as the fabric of reality were reverted. This was why the stage eventually turned into a vast nothingness. Boom! After the seal was destroyed, Zhentian was sent downward by this punch and slammed into the battle stage, creating a huge pit. Just a bit more and he would have flown through it completely. When all the cultivators could hear again, there was still no sound outside of their own breathing. They didn't dare to breathe either because it seemed as if a huge palm was gripping their necks. They were speechless and couldn't even gasp or shout. There were no words to describe their feelings. Even the white general who had the utmost confidence in his master was astounded and took several steps back. In his eyes, no one in this world could oppose his master outside of emperor assailants. Alas, at this very second, his master was smashed into the stage, shattering both the floor and his confidence. The unbeatable image of his master was shattered. This should have been impossible, but he was witnessing everything with his own eyes. This was more shocking than anything else in the world. Zhentian's supporters, in particular, felt despair. Some twitched while others bent over to puke. Boom! Debris went flying. Zhentian jumped out of the pit. He looked quite embarrassed at this moment with bloodstains everywhere. This might be the worst state he has ever been in after becoming famous. Well done, very powerful. He stepped into the sky again with bright glimmers in his eyes. Despite being bloodied, his spirit and energy were still high while his aura was still as suppressive as before. His supporters finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this and said, That's Zhentian for you. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. This was true for characters at his level. In fact, losing wasn't a humiliating thing at all since the competition for the heavens had always been cruel. Countless geniuses have lost in the past, even the emperors when they were younger. Li Qie is worthy of his title fierce. Only he can compete and defeat Zhentian among the younger generation in heaven's spirit. A few experts felt pride while watching Li Qie. In the past, a human like him was an object of scorn. Many people looked down on him as a human couldn't possibly compete against Zhentian. But now, his abilities have proven his invincibility. He trod forward in an unstoppable manner. Those who hated and treated him with contempt in the past couldn't help but admire and even worship him. This was the cultivation world. Respect and admiration had to be won with the fist. As long as one was strong enough, they could change all past sentiments. Zhentian slowly spoke while gazing at Li Qie. It seems like I have still been underestimating you. His eyes were extremely profound and bright. No one knew what he was thinking. That's been the case the entire time. Go ahead and use your entire arsenal or there won't be a chance. Li Qie showed a carefree smile. Such casual and domineering words stirred all the listeners. No one would question Li Qie at this moment, nor would they call him arrogant for he has earned the qualifications to speak in this manner. Just how tyrannical was it to claim that Zhentian had no chance? How many in this world would be able to utter such words? But now, people took it in stride as if it was a natural and fitting occurrence. Boom! Li Qie slowly raised his right hand once more. At this moment, it was still shaking with the 10 fists. People felt their hearts tighten with anxiety as a cold sweat ran down their spines while looking at his right hand. This combination made their legs grow weak. They were no longer able to stand straight. They could imagine that if this punch struck their bodies, they would be turned into mincemeat instantly. No, not even pieces of their flesh would be left. The residual mist would be blown away by the wind. In fact, Zhentian was slightly alarmed as well. Even an informed master like him with an arsenal of all arts in this world didn't know what kind of punch this was. There were still merit laws that he hadn't seen before? For him, this punch wasn't part of any of the laws in his knowledge. This meant that Li Qie was the creator of this supreme punch. Just thinking about how Li Qie's punch destroyed his masterpiece, the Heaven Suppression Seal, suffocated him. It implied that Li Qie had a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the Grand Tao than him. His current state of mind was completely understandable. Even if Li Qie's cultivation was weaker than his, Li Qie had traveled further on the path of the Tao and surpassed him. Zhentian's eyes turned icy cold. If Li Qie remains alive, he would lose to him and have no chance of reaching for the heaven's will. Zhentian cried out. Fine, let me see your supreme fist again. Baz! In the next moment, his divine reflection appeared. It looked like a full moon hanging above him. It was as white as jade with a very gentle light that could ease everything in this earth back to the source. The hearts of all spectators skipped a beat after seeing this moon. A perfect divine reflection. Even charming spirit god monarchs felt jealous of this wondrous creation. All eyes were fixated on it. Everyone knew that the Empyrean had the best reflections among all the charming spirits. Just how powerful was this perfection reflection from Zhentian? Good. I also want to see how much you have learned from your progenitor, Shen Mengtian. Li Qie couldn't help but smile while looking at the reflection. Chapter 1489. Bang! In this split second, Zhentian's clear as jade divine reflection emitted a blinding light full of golden strings and powder. The entire world was basked in this golden light. Many spectators were stunned to see the golden light oozing from the reflection. No one had seen this type of reflection before. It was simply too bizarre. Whoosh! At this moment, it seemed to be opening a new world. One could see its shape within the mirror-like power. Within this world lied a chaotic expanse as well as an endless power that came from the origin. It had the ability to open the sky and split the earth, a world-creating power. Perhaps this was the form of the 9 worlds with the gathering of all kinds of forces before it was created. Boom! A figure stepped out from this primordial chaos. Each step seemed to be guiding the world towards completion as if it was shouldering myriad realms. Eventually, the chaos was opened and a complete figure came out. A golden man was standing there as if it was the oldest creature in existence. Its figure of endless height towered into the sky. People couldn't even see its face when they looked up due to its monstrous size. This figure looked like the ruler of all ages. A simple gesture from it could create a world. Another would make the 9 worlds tremble and quake. All the experts here felt the urge to prostrate. In fact, many of them were already on the ground, especially the charming spirits. The urge to worship was even stronger inside them, as if this golden creation possessed their race's power. It made their eyes brim with tears of excitement. A charming spirit lying on the ground even murmured, "Is that our progenitor?" No one could give an answer since they hadn't seen the charming spirit progenitor before. However, this golden man ahead did give them the feeling of an ancient power from their race. Even if this figure wasn't their progenitor, it certainly had their progenitor's power. What is that? Even older charming spirits didn't know what this existence was. A legend. An old god monarch from their race paled and murmured. A legend from the dream Empyrean. Shen Mengtian might have come from the spirit abyss, but he was also blessed by the origin power of our race. This allowed him to have our progenitor's power. Because of this, he was able to leave the abyss and create his own sect. Who would have thought that after him, Meng Zhentian would also inherit this power? This is too unbelievable. The old man felt envious after saying this. Boom! The golden man's chest shot out even more rays that instantly soared towards Li Qie. They carried an unstoppable power capable of piercing through heaven's spirit itself. If there were deities in the 9 heavens, these rays would make short work of them. The experts were stunned to see this attack. It was very overbearing and mighty and seemed as if nothing could stop it. Bring it! Li Qie laughed in the face of this attack and unleashed a 10-fist combination. Under this punch, everything collapsed and returned to the source. Rumble! Loud explosions erupted. His punch and Zhentian's golden rays finally slammed into each other. It was as if Li Qie was punching a gigantic meteorite in the form of these rays. Boom! His combination fist had difficulty stopping the brilliant rays. He couldn't stand still in the face of this offense and was forced back. Even though he had sealed this location, the space beneath his feet still shattered to pieces. This was a power capable of annihilating space itself. Others would find it difficult to withstand. This is way too strong. Only Li Qie's invincible fist can do this well against it. Someone spoke with admiration even though Li Qie was being pushed back continuously. Activate! Li Qie laughed maniacally. Boom! Boom! In this split second, his right hand trembled twice. In the blink of an eye, time emerged with a sacred glimmer. At this moment, the final 2 fists, the eternal and void imperfection fists, came out. The power of time and holiness instantly enveloped his right fist. Boom! The combination of all 12 gave birth to a sacred flame around his fist. It seemed to no longer be part of this world and made him look like a high immortal. Rumble! The tide was instantly reversed with this 12-fist combination. It seemed to be cutting through or even reversing time itself. It didn't only wield every type of force in this world, everything else was passing away with time itself. The sacred flame disintegrated the golden light. Earlier, the attacking golden light seemed to be an unstoppable weapon. However, this tool of war dispersed like golden powder as it couldn't withstand a single blow from Li Qie's fist. After the initial blast, Li Qie somehow recreated Zhentian's golden brilliance then shot it back at him. If Zhentian couldn't stop this, he would be turned into ashes. Many people gasped after seeing the attack get reflected back at Zhentian. He himself was aghast and crazily roared. Suppress! With his shout, his fate palaces flew out one by one. Someone started counting and exclaimed, 10 fate palaces. It wasn't shocking for Zhentian to have 10. For many people, this was a matter of course. After all, he was a brilliant era evader, so he should have this many palaces. However, having 10 palaces was indeed enviable. It was a representative symbol for one's talents, a badge of proof and a kind of glory. 10 embodies extreme perfection. The old charming spirit god monarch spoke with astonishment. Such a proud thing to have. If I had 10, no, even 9 palaces, I could have become a god king instead of stopping at the god monarch realm. The majority agreed with his sentiment. This was a proud achievement indeed. It made sense that someone like Zhentian was able to become the most amazing genius in heaven's spirit. The 10 palaces instantly formed a kingdom with a majestic primordial power as if it was its own world. Whoosh! A large divine reflection appeared within. It was of an unimaginable size and blotted out the sky in the kingdom. Wow! Everyone was dazzled by this large mirror. This might be the first time anyone has ever seen such a huge divine reflection. Boom! The great reflection in the kingdom fused with Zhentian's own reflection. Rumble! After this fusion, a huge reflection appeared above him. It was even larger than the sky itself and completely golden in color, just like an immeasurable moon. The golden man inside the mirror grew several dozen times bigger than before. He must be millions and millions of meters tall, the largest of all in this world. Chapter 1490. Even the god monarchs nearby felt insignificant before this huge golden figure. They felt as if they were mere ants. No, they weren't even ants. They were only grains of dust floating in this world. Boom! The golden rays that were shot out this time had materialized and used the ultimate speed to attack Li Qie. This power was impossible to describe. Nothing and no one could stop its annihilative might. Rumble! Even Li Qie's 12-fist combination, that could pierce through time itself, couldn't shatter it. It was too ferocious and contained too much power. Boom! It made contact with Li Qie and pushed him all the way up to the sky vault. He slammed into it as if it was a wall, causing the world to shake. Even as he was being suppressed by this power, his fist still couldn't break it down. Rumble! He continued to throw a barrage of punches at it with his right hand, but this retaliation was unsuccessful. He remained stuck to the sky. The golden light this time acted as a gigantic palm holding the opponent in place. The spectators took a deep breath at this time due to this physical manifestation of the hand. It looked as if it belonged to an immortal emperor with the ability to suppress the 9 heavens and the Grand Tao. All resistance was futile in the face of this hand. Even the strongest character couldn't stop a single blow. The crowd felt a cold chill spread down their spines. Some couldn't help but touch their own necks after feeling a strangling sensation. They could even hear crackles as if this gigantic hand was crushing their throats. It wasn't only an immense pressure but also a soul-destroying sensation. With cold eyes full of murderous intent, Zhentian uttered, "You shouldn't have opposed me." He stood there proudly like a ruler. Everyone shuddered with fear after seeing his appearance. Someone murmured, "Is it over? Is Zhentian about to win?" A charming spirit expert said, "That's Zhentian for you, only he will become emperor in the contemporary." Li Qie only smiled in response. Whoosh! His inner physiques lit up. In a split second, the soaring immortal, hell-suppressing, void imperfection, and sky destroyer physiques activated. Speed, power, weight, and a power to disintegrate all things flared to their limits. They combined to form a monstrous domain. Inside this domain, there could only be one ruler. Boom! With the help of the 4 immortal physiques, his right fist suddenly broke through another limit. It shattered time, space, and the shackles and restraints of all powers. All bottlenecks were suddenly meaningless. Even the great emperors above the 9 worlds would quiver before this fist. It shattered everything. The materialized golden hand instantly crumbled. Everything seemed to be slowing down. Everyone could see a huge amount of golden debris swirling everywhere and falling from the sky like rain. Bang! They felt that this scene had suddenly frozen the world. The scene of Li Qie's right fist penetrating Meng Zhentian's chest. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Zhentian's chest was completely penetrated. He fell down with a loud thud onto the stage like a falling meteor. His blood dyed the stage crimson. There was a huge pit on the old floor with cracks emanating from it. If this went on, the stage would actually break down completely. In this split second, time was stopped and the crowd was speechless as they gazed at this scene. Their mouths were opened so wide that one could fit an egg inside them. Now, it was Li Qie's turn to be an untouchable god-fiend, instilling dread into everyone. The spectators were breathless and trembled helplessly. The cultivators here didn't know how to describe their emotions and the scene unraveling before them. The charming spirits that thought Zhentian would win earlier were now pale with their legs shaking. Some couldn't help but drop down on their butts. Earlier, they were praising Zhentian and thought that he had successfully suppressed Li Qie. Who would have thought that Li Qie would reverse the tide so easily and pierce Zhentian's chest? The white general paled as well. He didn't expect his master to lose like this. Being beaten by a junior was something unbelievable. Everyone was silent for a long time. This was Meng Zhentian, the junior brother of an immortal emperor. Many experts couldn't handle this reality. Li Qie stood in the sky and insipidly stated, "It's my turn to say, you shouldn't have opposed me." Crash! Gravel went flying as Zhentian got out from the pit. He was covered in blood with a terrifying hole in his chest. This might be his worst defeat since the start of his journey and the first time having his chest completely penetrated. He's still okay. Some experts heaved sighs of relief. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance of beating Li Qie. At this moment, the crowd watched the two and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone could see that Li Qie had the absolute advantage, but they still wondered if Zhentian could do something to change the situation. Buzz. The wound on his chest began to heal. In a brief moment, his chest was restored to before it was penetrated. At his level, recreating a body was a simple task. Nevertheless, Zhentian was still uncomfortable and had a pale expression. The invincible attack from Li Qie didn't only create an external wound. He had to pay a great price in order to heal his chest. He glared at Li Qie as his eyes darted about. Suddenly, he felt as if he was weak and lacking confidence. As a genius, everything was within his grasp. He was able to easily deal with any danger, but at this second, he became irresolute. This was the second time he had this kind of feeling in his life. The first was a very long time ago when he faced the Black Dragon King. After being scolded by the king, he didn't dare to come out. However, he didn't feel as if that was an embarrassing matter. After all, the king reigned for 3 generations. Even emperors had to be respectful towards him, let alone others. Even his brother, immortal Emperor Ta Kong, had his heavens will torn apart by the king. Thus, even though this was a taboo matter to him, he himself didn't view being afraid of the king as a disgrace. However, Li Qie was affecting his Tao heart as well as his confidence. One might even call this feeling fear. This was disgraceful for someone like him who aspired to be emperor. Chapter 1491. At this time, Zhentian was slightly shaken. As a supreme genius, he had a deeper understanding than anyone else. Thus, this feeling of fear alone was a disgrace. For ages, failure didn't mean the end for emperors and geniuses. Even the brilliant immortal Emperor Fei, immortal Emperor Hao Hai, and immortal Emperor Fei Yong have lost before. In fact, the tyrannical Empress Hong Tian had lost as well. The only one in history who had never tasted defeat was most likely immortal Emperor Zhao Hang. Thus, even if these great existences lose, it wasn't embarrassing or worth stressing over. On the other hand, a Tao heart being stirred with fear was incredibly frightening. For any genius who wanted the heaven's will, this fear would become their worst nightmare, so much so that it would reach a fatal level. This was an inerasable shame. He began to question whether he was Li Qie's match or not. This thought alone made him apprehensive. It took a long time before he could walk out from the shadow of the Black Dragon King. However, meeting someone like Li Qie in this generation once again shook his heart. He found this too difficult to accept. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Very well, take one more move from me. I'll see just how strong you are." At this moment, his confidence was wavering. He had rich experience with the previous competition, so he understood that there was only one way to subdue the fear looming in his heart. A rematch, a victory against Li Qie in order to bolster his Tao heart. Otherwise, this wavering emotion would be the hardest tribulation in his life. If he couldn't cross this hurdle, there would be no chance of becoming emperor. "Okay, this is your last chance." Li Qie smiled. "I want to see how you will overcome your own Tao heart." This answer took Zhentian's breath away. He didn't expect Li Qie to see through him. As a result, his heart shuddered even more than before. This insight was indicative of his opponent's profound outlook on the Grand Tao. Many young geniuses or even older experts would stop at a very shallow level of Tao wisdom. For them, cultivating supreme merit laws and being strong meant that they could control the universe and become emperor. However, a truly experienced talent like Zhentian understood that these two factors weren't the most important. An unwavering Tao heart was absolutely crucial to be acknowledged by the heaven's will. The weak could become strong through cultivation. Insufficient talents could be made up in other ways. If one was lacking merit laws, they could still meditate and ponder by themselves. However, without a steadfast Tao heart, one would have nothing. All of the other points would be meaningless at the first moment of defeat. That person would start to avoid difficulties in order to evade failure. Degradation would take over and render them weak and useless. Li Qi's ability to recognize the importance of the Tao heart meant that he was on this level as well. We'll decide it all with this last move. Zhentian mentally composed himself without allowing his Tao heart to waver. Otherwise, he would lose to himself before the fight even begins. He put everything on the line with this final move. Only success was allowed, or else he will never be able to rise again. Thus, he gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. Baz! The weapon in his hand had yet to channel its power, but its imperial aura already engulfed the entire battlefield along with the world. He was shrouded in this radiance and seemed incredibly holy. An immortal emperor life treasure. Someone murmured after seeing the weapon. No one knew where it came from. It was common knowledge that the Dream Empyrean has never produced an immortal emperor before. However, it wasn't strange for him to have a life treasure. After all, given his status, there were imperial sects in Heaven's Spirit willing to lend him one. A cultivator stated, "That's not a borrowed weapon." One could see that this weapon had awakened with an imperial aura. It showed that it was eager to unleash an ultimate blow the moment Zhentian attacks. Any cultivator with a sliver of common sense would know that both imperial life and true treasures couldn't be awakened so easily. And yet, this life treasure has done so. This meant that the weapon wasn't casually borrowed. The rumor is true. The old charming spirit god monarch showed off his knowledge again. After immortal Emperor Ta Kong became emperor, he personally refined a life treasure for Meng Zhentian because of their past friendship. The weapon in Zhentian's hand is able to unleash an invincible strike from the emperor. People weren't surprised at all after hearing this. After all, the world knew about their friendship. Nevertheless, it was still enviable to have an emperor personally refine a weapon for him. Just how deep were their ties? Boom! An unparalleled Tao opened beneath his feet and entrenched itself for millions of miles all over the world. A starry light gathered with the supreme Tao along with all the power in the world. In a split second, everyone could feel the nearby forces gathering towards Meng Zhentian. The power of the celestials and the energy veins underground as well as the Grand Tao's power. All of this condensed into his Tao. Many could even feel that the Grand Tao itself was helplessly being forced onto his own. It was as if Zhentian was grasping the universe and the heavenly Tao. Everything was up to his whim. The universal laws lamented and paled before his own. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the sky began to shake. A light suddenly appeared above his head as if the heaven's will was gathering right there. Everything became resplendent. What is that? One could sense their own Tao screaming and gasped in astonishment. That's a perfect Grand Tao. Meng Zhentian only needs the heaven's will to appear right now. The old monarch answered, once it appears, he is strong enough to be recognized by it, and then comes the competition. The winner will shoulder the heaven's will. People inhaled after hearing this. It wasn't so easy to become an immortal emperor. One must create their own supreme Grand Tao. Moreover, only when this Tao is completed would the heavens will recognize them, and only then would they be qualified as candidates. Bang! Roars emanated as Zhentian channeled his power. The Grand Tao suddenly turned into 4 unstoppable deities. A huge foot appeared. Next, a qilin came out. Flames were dancing on its body. Screech! Soon after, a vermilion bird rose with its wings spread open and poured down a flame that incinerated the earth. Rawr! A white tiger stood there with its snow-white fangs that could pierce the sun. Ew! A true dragon emerged as if it was protecting Zhentian. No one could get through it. Zhentian's supreme Tao was already causing the worldly Tao to scream. However, the moment these 4 divine beasts appeared, everyone trembled from their power. 4 Saint Dream Tao. So it is true, his supreme Grand Tao borrows the power of the divine beasts. The old monarch took a deep breath. Baz! His life treasure rushed to the sky. The immortal light within also had the same 4 divine beasts within. Boom! The 4 beasts from the weapon fused with Zhentian's beasts. In a split second, the imperial aura crazily soared as if it was being wielded by a real emperor. Chapter 1492. Boom! The divine beasts came with a murderous frenzy. Their attacks destroyed the yin and yang as well as the karmic cycle and caused the 9 heavens to tremble. Countless slumbering existences opened their eyes while one of them exclaimed, "A real imperial massacre." An imperial massacre. A god monarch present started quivering and felt the urge to prostrate. This attack seemed to have come from an emperor. Even the strongest here would be scared stiff. This was more than an ordinary imperial massacre. It was fused with Zhentian's ultimate Grand Dao attack. Because of this, its power far exceeded that of an ordinary imperial massacre, and could be compared to a massacre that exceeds the limit. Immortal Emperor true treasures had their own spirits. Because of this, after these spirits wake up, they would be able to unleash the ultimate attack named Soul Annihilation, an attack one level above regular heavenly annihilations. A life treasure had a long way to go compared to a true treasure. Nevertheless, they still had a limit-breaking attack above regular imperial massacres as well, Soul Massacre. At this second, it looked as if an emperor has unleashed this attack capable of slaughtering gods and devils. All existences would turn to ashes. All Grand Dao would break instantly. All laws ruptured. Countless people kneeled on the ground since they were suppressed by this ultimate attack and couldn't move at all. Even a god king would be killed if swept by this attack regardless of how strong they were unless they had an immortal emperor true treasure. Nevertheless, Li Jie simply smiled in the face of this soul massacre. Whoosh! One palace flew out after another. A moment later, they lined up high above his head. 12 fate palaces. The old monarch was stunned before turning pale and cried out, "No, there are 13 palaces, yes, 13. How can this be?" He couldn't believe his eyes and had to count again. There were indeed 13 palaces. No way! Everyone screamed after seeing this. Even the most knowledgeable couldn't believe what they were seeing. What? Even Zhentian, who had just unleashed a soul massacre, shouted in disbelief. The 13 palaces swiftly disappeared and left behind a primordial expanse. All things have yet to be born. At this moment, it was the primal beginning of the heaven and earth. Footsteps sounded in this chaos. A stately figure walked out and stood in this expanse as the master of all. He suppressed everything with his presence. The Supreme Grand Dao, the Imperial Grand Dao, and even the High Heavens Dao were suppressed. Everything seemed to have been trampled by him and were no longer worth mentioning. This figure was Li Jie. At this moment, he was an immortal emperor. No, he was above one. No one could tell whether this was his true body or just an image. Once it appeared, everyone was filled with reverence and didn't dare to look straight into his eyes. He loomed there above the high heavens. Perhaps he was the high heavens itself. Any existence would seem trivial before him. Even Zhentian's supreme Dao dimmed right away. He could feel his Dao being pressured by Li Jie. Heaven Suppression Fist. With his Nirvana heavens, Li Jie's fist came down and eradicated all things. A magnificent scene unraveled before the crowd. In this instant, he shattered all limits. The limit of the Grand Dao, time, space, and all else. If the high heavens existed in this world, it would face immediate obliteration after receiving this fist. This was the epitome of all fist techniques. Even the old monarch couldn't stand straight. His knees gave way as he dropped to the ground. He didn't want to kneel, but it was not up to him at this moment for he lacked the strength to even resist. This was an absolute suppression. In his Nirvana Heavens form, Li Jie's Heaven Suppression Fist was absolutely overwhelming. Boom! The Soul Massacre was destroyed. The divine beasts inside instantly turned to ashes. They felt incredibly vulnerable in the face of this punch. Crack! The imperial weapon in Zhentian's hand crumbled and the fragments fell to the ground. Bang! He was also suppressed. All was futile. His Grand Dao shattered along with his bones. It had smashed his entire body into little pieces with blood oozing out everywhere. Boom! Even the old battle stage couldn't withstand this relentless attack. All the laws around the stage lost their brilliance. Then the entire place turned to smoke. This was too shocking. This stage was once blessed by countless ancient sages. Even the Soul Massacre earlier couldn't destroy it. However, it couldn't take a single blow from Li Jie and faced thorough destruction. Finally, everything became quiet. The world fell into a stillness. Shortly afterward, the experts all bowed on the ground. Even though they were unwilling, Nirvana Heavens and the Heaven Suppression Fist were ultimate creations. The choice was not up to them due to the omnipotent pressure. Bang! 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 Black clouds gathered above Li Jie and issued thunderous blasts. A heavenly tribulation was forming, but it still hadn't come down. Li Jie coldly looked at it with a grin on his face. All were shivering. including Zhentian who was still alive. They stared at Li Qie, who has turned into Nirvana heavens, in astonishment. 13 palaces have broken through the limit of everyone's common sense. Everyone knew that 12 was the max. There was an old adage in the 9 worlds. 9 deserves utmost veneration, 10 embodies extreme perfection, 11 creates a miracle across the eons, and 12 decides the immortal emperor's throne. Since the ancient ages, only one person was rumored to have 12 palaces, and that was immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. Of course, this was merely a legend because no one had seen his palaces. The legend went on to say that it was precisely because he had 12 palaces that allowed him to remain unbeatable for a lifetime. However, what appeared before them now weren't 12 but 13 palaces. This took their breath away. No one had ever heard of this number, but Li Qie has achieved it. Perhaps he was the only one in all the ages with 13 palaces. Fear permeated the crowd. What was the significance behind 13 palaces? This was beyond their imagination. All they could say was, invincible. An invincible immortal emperor. Although he has yet to become emperor, everyone understood that the throne would take no one but him. Li Qie looked at Zhentian lying on the ground and smiled. Zhentian, on the other hand, was trying to support his body with both hands and retreated backward one step after another. Should I kill you now or let you live in my shadow forever? Li Qie chuckled. Zhentian's heart trembled as fear spread throughout his very being. Next came despair. At this moment, his Dao heart was completely shaken. If he couldn't overcome this fear, even if he could stay alive, he would forever be under the shadow of Li Qie. At that moment, he would no longer be qualified to become emperor. Li Qie stated, although I want to torture you with this fate, I like being decisive as well. We'll just end it by killing you to save some trouble so that you won't come again. Zhentian shuddered again. At this moment, he was utterly defeated. It could even be said that he had lost everything and couldn't start fresh anymore. He was still as powerful as before, but this has gone past the point of return. There was no chance for him to surpass this mental blockade. Li Qie had turned his dream into a nightmare. Chapter 1493. Zhentian resorted to using his elbows to support his body while staggering backward. Terror overwhelmed him. The ever-present confidence he once had has crumbled. His fearless being felt apprehension. At this time, he was drowned in despair because of Li Qie's 13 palaces. This wasn't something he could ever surpass regardless of how powerful he became in the future. Li Qie would always be a demon in his nightmare and never allow him to find solace. Like Li Qie had said, even if he were to survive after this defeat, he would never be able to escape from Li Qie's shadow. He would be subjected to living in fear for an eternity. The crowd, at this moment, was rightfully apprehensive. Some gasped for breath due to the terrorizing atmosphere permeating the air. They knew that Zhentian had lost himself. Master, go! At this time, the white general suddenly rushed forward and blocked Li Qie. Fire! Zhentian trembled and shouted after seeing this. Leave! The general shouted again as his blood energy poured out completely. As long as the verdant hills remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. You can still start over again later. Having said that, a loud blast resounded. He had begun to burn his longevity blood. In this split second, he burned his own grand Dao as well. Everything was sacrificed with this final attack. A crimson spear as red as blood appeared before him. Zhentian shuddered as he knew what his disciple wanted to do. He bit his teeth and entered the valley to escape by jumping into the next domain since he agreed with the general's belief. Boom! A Dao of the spear condensed on the physical weapon itself. It shouldered everything from the general, all of his vitality, longevity, blood, life force and his grand Dao. Without a doubt, he has given up everything and focused it all in this spear. This was his final and most powerful attack. The middle-aged general's hair turned white. He instantly turned into an 80-year-old mortal. Even his back hunched over. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. They understood that this was akin to an act of suicide. Even if he could somehow win this battle, he would surely die for all of his essences have been used up. Li Qie, talk to my spear before thinking about crossing. The decrepit general might be bending over, but his battle intent was still surging like before. He came forward without any signs of fear. Li Qie, in his nirvana heavens, form flatly said, commendable courage. Alas, It is throwing an egg at a rock. So be it. The general cried out. Whoosh! A spear crossed the sky courageously with no return. This move was the definition of total offense. The general had openings everywhere as he flew forward with his spear to kill Li Qie. In his mind, the outcome didn't matter. He only wanted to buy time for his master to escape. This attack created a solemn and stirring atmosphere with a resounding war intent. The white general gripped his spear while veins popped up everywhere. One could see the determination and seriousness in his eyes. Boom! Li Qie threw a direct punch at the tip of the spear. Under this crushing blow, the spear began to bend. The general howled. Die! The blood staining his clothes didn't deter him at all. He continued forward in a frenzy. Even though his spear was becoming deformed, he still mustered all of his strength. Despite knowing that he was no match for Li Qie, he refused to let go and was ready to face death. It was nothing to him as there was only one firm will in his mind. Stopping Li Qie. Boom! Like Li Qie had said, this was only throwing an egg at a rock. Even the white general's ultimate attack with his spear that contained his everything was futile against Li Qie's nirvana heavens. The spear eventually shattered and the punch made contact with his chest. With a bone-breaking sound, Li Qie actually showed mercy and didn't pierce through his opponent. The truth was that it didn't really matter, for the end would be the same. Whether Li Qie killed him or not, the general wouldn't be able to escape this fate due to his offering to the ultimate strike. His conviction was the only thing that allowed him to stand right now. He fell from the sky and slowly closed his eyes. Even though he couldn't stop Li Qie for long, his master was still able to escape. This was a death without any regrets. The crowd lamented with sorrow while watching his falling body. For many people, the result didn't matter either. The most important thing was his admirable courage. Boom! He slammed into the ground and died without any resentment or regrets. That's a real man. Li Qie said. Any master would be proud to have such a disciple. The crowd gazed at his corpse and was shaken. The older cultivators were sighing left and right. For them, if they could train such a disciple, their life would not have been wasted due to the pride they would have. Bury him. Li Qie glanced at the corpse before taking Su Yonghuang deeper inside the snow valley to jump into the next domain. The majority of the people here gave chase right away. Some charming spirits stayed behind and buried the general and even erected a tombstone for him. No one knows if Meng Zhentian or the Dream Empyrean will ever come back to pick up his remains for a proper burial later. After the jump, people found this domain to be a vast prairie. It was a scene of green as far as the eye can see. This prairie was filled with the scent of flowers and plants. Taking a deep breath here would raise one's spirit 100 times and make people relaxed and happy. Zhentian was on the run without even bothering to look back. Despite having to drag his wounded body, he didn't have time to worry about it. He used his greatest speed to flee since this was his last chance. Li Qie gave chase with considerable agility as well. However, he didn't go all out since there was no rush to catch up. During the hunt, Li Qie smiled and spoke. It looks like some people can still endure for a while longer. I wonder what tricks you have left. His voice traveled far and wide. Everyone could hear him clearly, including Zhentian up ahead. However, Zhentian didn't dare to reply and kept on desperately running for his life. The spectators behind them were astounded. No one would expect for the day when Zhentian would have to run like a dog that had lost its master. He should be the hunter, not the hunted. The scene today was hard to take in for many people, especially the charming spirit experts. They were the most optimistic about Zhentian and thought that he could kill Li Qie, but today, it was the complete opposite. Nevertheless, this escape made many people curious. Where was the Prince of Darkness group? Why haven't they showed themselves to help Zhentian, who was running like a dog? Chapter 1494. Li Qie continued his pursuit as Zhentian ran for his life on this vast prairie. Zhentian might be fast, but Li Qie was even faster. Even though Li Qie wasn't going all out, Zhentian was dragging along his wounded body so he couldn't lose Li Qie at all. In fact, his injuries worsened along the way, so his speed gradually fell. Thus, the distance between the two shortened. Li Qie was quite relaxed. He didn't want to catch up right away as if he was taking in the hunt. However, after a while, Zhentian stopped and coldly stared at Li Qie. Su Yonghuang asked while looking at Zhentian. What is he doing? He's waiting for me to come over. Li Qie smiled freely. Wait here, I'll go see what other killing moves he has. Yong Huang spoke with concern. It must be a trap. Even though Zhentian was as pitiful as a dog at this moment, as the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. This was one of the strongest contemporary geniuses. There was still a chance for retaliation despite his injuries. I like traps the most. Li Qie replied. Before absolute power, schemes and plans are all meaningless. Plus, these schemes are trivial anyway. He grinned after saying this. Yong Huang's heart slightly skipped a beat after seeing his thick smile. She looked over at Zhentian and saw a tree far behind him. She was startled. That's, Li Qie responded. Yes, that's the end of the domain. The reincarnation 9 leaves is right behind him. Why isn't he going to pluck it? Yong Huang was surprised. Li Qie smilingly explained. The grand momentum. They can't break through it, but of course they have noticed some clues. Just wait here and watch. The fun is about to begin. Zhentian simply sat down to treat his wounds. There was a battalion stationed behind him. However, this battalion wasn't what drew Yong Huang's attention. The 9 leaves growing on the old tree commanded her full focus. This tree didn't look special at all, but upon a closer inspection, one would sense that something was amiss. It might look as if it was behind him, but it seemed to only be a reflection. The true body seemed to be growing in a different and independent space. Moreover, it was a master spatial sphere that remained independent from the 9 worlds itself. She understood that this was the grand momentum occupying the vicinity around the 9 leaves. Because of this, it looked like the grass was growing in an independent space. Distance shouldn't be a problem for experts. Zhentian would only need to take 3 or 5 steps to get to the tree. However, he couldn't do so because the grand momentum had separated everything. It was impossible for intruders to get close. With the battalion behind him, Zhentian continued his business with a calm demeanor. He was no longer flustered like a dog that had lost its master. The spectators that followed them to this place found the sight of Zhentian sitting there quite strange. They wondered. What is he doing? The old charming spirit god monarch was here as well and told everyone. This is the last domain. That tree up ahead is the medicine for immortality. Medicine for immortality. Eyes lit up instantly as everyone glared at the tree behind Zhentian. Does he want to protect it? This was the question after seeing Zhentian and his Heaven Suppression Legion blocking Li Qie. No, this medicine doesn't require protection. The grand momentum here is already guarding it. Even Zhentian has difficulty entering himself. The old monarch was too knowledgeable and immediately understood the situation. A different master replied. What does he want to do then? A fight to the death against Li Qie with his legion? That's impossible. The legion is of no use for a battle of this level. The monarch mused for a bit before looking around. Don't you all find it strange that the Prince of Darkness and the Vice Ancestor have yet to show up? People were stirred right away after hearing this. Zhentian's strongest allies and staunchest supporters should logically show up when he is in trouble. There's a trap. An expert blurted after thinking of the possibilities. Many others agreed with this sentiment. At this time, it was clear to everyone that Zhentian and his legion were waiting for Li Qie to jump in. Zhentian finally stood up since his injuries have gotten much better. He stared at Li Qie and said, Li Qie, do you dare to come over and fight? People were surprised to hear this resounding challenge. It stood as a stark contrast to the chase earlier. This meant that Zhentian had an incredible ace up his sleeves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage to try again. A moment later, all eyes were on Li Qie. Even the dumbest person would know that a trap was waiting for him. The Prince of Darkness, the Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor, and the Conch Overlord have yet to show their faces. Who knows what kind of plan they had prepared? Given the circumstances and Zhentian's confident challenge, it was easy to imagine just how frightening and dangerous this trap was. Just thinking about these supreme existences hiding in the darkness left many cultivators quivering with chills. An expert couldn't help but say, "Don't go over there." In fact, even the charming spirits felt that he shouldn't do so. Li Qie has defeated Zhentian. His 13 palaces was more than enough to prove his ability to contend for the heaven's will. Leaving with a triumphant fanfare wouldn't negatively affect him in the slightest. Moreover, Zhentian wouldn't have a chance to get rid of his inferiority complex. Anyone with a sliver of rationality wouldn't jump into such a trap. The wisest choice was to walk away. Li Qie has won already. It doesn't matter if he fights or not. A charming spirit expert voiced his opinion. Meanwhile, Li Qie couldn't help but smile at this challenge. He stretched and said, "Do you think this is enough to get rid of your shadow? You will never be able to stop being afraid of me until the day you die." Zhentian's eyes narrowed after hearing this. It was as if someone had just stomped on his heart. He truly wanted to use this trap to kill Li Qie. Not only would it rid him of his greatest enemy, it would also erase the inner demon in his mind. Despite having this plan, he unconsciously knew that it was mere self-deception. A voice was telling him that even if he could kill Li Qie with this trap, the shadow would still remain. Unless he could defeat Li Qie in a one-on-one duel, Li Qie's invincible posture with his 13 palaces would always reappear in his mind. The darkness would continue to engulf him. After hearing Li Qie, the old monarch lamented, 13 palaces. To have an enemy such as this, one would be trapped in their shadow for a lifetime. I wouldn't be able to do anything about it either. Do you dare to come or not? Zhentian steadied his Dao heart with a deep breath. He has been shaken too much today. If this continued, he himself would collapse without Li Qie personally having to kill him. Even if Li Qie ceased to exist in the future, there would be no way for him to become emperor with this wavering Dao heart. Li Qie casually smiled and said, "Your Dao heart was very steady indeed. Unfortunately, it has been moved today. Even if I don't kill you or take the heaven's will, you will still never become emperor, for you have tasted fear and are now void of confidence." He was mercilessly tugging on Zhentian's heart. Zhentian naturally understood this truth, but it was even more deadly when the speaker was Li Qie. If he wasn't focusing on calming down, his Dao heart could have shattered at this moment. He didn't dare to think any further and loudly shouted, "Come and fight." Everyone watched Li Qie with bated breaths. No one knew what choice he would make. In fact, they wouldn't dare to criticize him if he were to leave right now. Li Qie replied, "Fight, right? I also want to see what you have left up your sleeves. Do not disappoint me or this will be a waste of time." Having said that, he slowly walked forward. Chapter 1495. The onlookers were full of respect as they watched Li Qie boldly walk into a trap. Even those who disliked him in the past had heartfelt admiration for his decision. A charming spirit expert said, "A man should always tread forward without fear." In the past, he was a supporter of Zhentian and hated Li Qie. Alas, he couldn't help but respect Li Qie at this moment. If Li Qie doesn't die, the throne will surely be his in this generation. The old charming spirit monarch sighed and said, "He has a supreme cultivation and a rock-solid Dao heart on top of being fearless. These are the necessary qualities to become emperor." It was hard for people to comment on whether an immortal emperor was good or bad. However, they do talk about the Dao heart as the most essential requirement. As for the emperor's morality, everyone had different opinions and standards. Only an unbreakable Dao heart was the universal requirement. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie had arrived. He stared at Zhentian, then looked around with a smile. "Come out, your stealth techniques aren't bad, but they can't fool my eyes." Whoosh! An army appeared and blocked off Li Qie's retreat, resulting in him being completely surrounded. The Terra Ancestor, the Prince of Darkness, and the Conch Overlord all appeared at the same time with a powerful legion behind each of them. In a brief moment, the 4 leaders and their legions presided over the 4 directions and sealed the area as well as all possible paths of escape. Their vitality soared to the sky in a gallant yet murderous manner. Under the presence of such terrifying bloodthirst, the spectators nearby felt a chill. These are the strongest legions from the Spirit Abyss, Ancestral Terra, and Roaring Conch. It looks like all the elites from the Abyss are here too. Many experts couldn't help but gasp. But legions are useless when they reach this level. Someone remained skeptical. Not necessarily. The old monarch stared at Zhentian's location and said, "In a regular bout of this level, an army will essentially be trivial. However, if they can utilize them correctly, this might no longer be the case. Each legion allows for one to have a majestic blood energy, a life force beyond imagination." Li Qie glanced at the group before looking at Zhentian and chuckled. "To tell you the truth, I feel bad for your disciple. These old men have been here the whole time. but they chose to not do anything due to being afraid of alerting me. This ended with the death of your disciple. And maybe you are aware of this as well. Your disciple's sacrifice is still within an acceptable margin in your mind. Zhentian's expression changed completely as his eyes narrowed. In fact, he knew full well that the prince's group was here the whole time. In his mind, leading Li Qie here was their final plan. This trap wasn't only meant for Li Qie but also for the lunar grasp fairy and the true martial goddess. Unless there was no other way, they wouldn't go this far. It would be best if Zhentian could have killed Li Qie by himself. If Li Qie were to win or the women come to help him, they would lead them here into this trap and deliver a fatal blow. The prince's group had been hiding the whole time. They wouldn't take action unless Zhentian couldn't escape and until Li Qie's group made it into the trap. Li Qie poured more salt over Zhentian's wound. They indeed chose to sacrifice the general. This wasn't a simple disciple for him. All along, he showed absolute loyalty and had many meritorious achievements. He also adored the general and taught him everything. To a certain extent, he even viewed him as his son. But today, the general died for his sake. From a different perspective, this sacrifice was worth it, but it was still his beloved disciple. Zhentian took a deep breath to calm down. With a cold glare, he uttered, "I'll have revenge for my disciple." He didn't say so when Chao Guiyao died, but he had made up his mind to avenge the general. "Is that so?" Li Qie smiled and told them, "I actually don't see how you all can avenge him." Zhentian's expression turned ugly after hearing this. In the past, who would dare to show such disdain? People respected him everywhere. Even those stronger than him would treat him cordially. However, Li Qie let him feel the taste of being looked down upon. "Junior, stop running your mouth." The Terra King shouted. "Today will be your burial and here lies your tomb. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 hands or the ultimate power, you will still die." With an icy glare, the king spoke with great confidence. "Is that so?" Li Qie gave him a dismissive glance and replied, "You are still only a puppet. Either come out with your real body or I'll wring your neck when I'm done with this formation." Not long ago, the lunar grasp fairy also looked down at him like this. Now Li Qie has done the same. This drove the king mad as he laughed maniacally. Good, Junior, I'll let you see my true body then." Buzz! His body began to transform into wood as branches protruded out. Shortly after, leaves and an old face emerged. He coldly declared, "Junior, I'm not leaving until I kill you." Not only did his appearance change, so did his voice. It became quite decrepit. The Terra King was no longer the same. An old Treant ancestor respectfully said, "The vice ancestor is here." Many people were shaken after seeing this. The dragon bamboo vice ancestor took root within the earth, so he shouldn't be able to leave the ancestral terra. However, he created a new method. He latched onto a disciple with a similar bloodline, allowing him to leave the terra. Even though the Terra King had his own soul, consciousness, and ideas, he was still only a puppet. One of his 3 souls was left with the vice ancestor. Because of this, it was simple for the ancestor to take control of his body. He couldn't refuse, for he lacked the ability to do so. "You are far from enough." Li Qie sneered. "You!" The vice ancestor was furious, but the prince stopped him and said, "Vice ancestor, keep the plan in mind." The ancestor glared at Li Qie and snorted with great bloodthirst. Among them, the calmest was the Prince of Darkness. He stared at Li Qie and said, "No one can deny your power, Li Qie. It is worthy of pride, but it doesn't mean that you are invincible." Li Qie leisurely countered, "Is that so? I've always thought I'm invincible in the 9 worlds." "It cannot be denied that you are indeed invincible once you become emperor," the prince slowly answered. "However, you must understand that the people here aren't the strongest in heaven's spirit. We might be formidable, but there are beings stronger than us still. Even if you were to escape today, you won't be able to evade all the ambushes from the real paragons." His words were quite insipid, yet people palpitated after hearing them. There are even more powerful characters? An unaware person thought that this group was already the strongest in heaven's spirit. "Yes." The old monarch turned serious in response. "There are still emperor assailants in heaven's spirit, real assailants." Chapter 1496. Li Qie was amused by the prince's choice of words. "I know. Emperor assailants, right? If I remember correctly, from the generation of the Abyss founding members, one of the old men is still alive. When did he crawl out of the ground? Existences of the Emperor assailant level were a heavy topic. After Emperors shoulder the heaven's will, they would become unbeatable. Not just anyone was qualified to oppose them in a direct confrontation, or be able to withstand their power infused with the heaven's will. Even if Emperor assailants can't defeat an Emperor or have a real contentious fight, they could still withstand the heaven-fused attacks from an Emperor. This was the proof of their might. Ordinary god kings would tremble in fear before an Emperor. Once the heaven's will is activated, they would be suppressed right away, let alone put up a fight. Anyone would turn solemn when talking about this topic, but not Li Qie. It seemed as if in his eyes, Emperor assailants were fleeting clouds and puffs of smoke in the sky, not worth mentioning. In fact, the experts present were stirred after hearing this. The Abyss origin was ancient. There were many legends about their founder as well. One rumor stated that this founder was the progenitor of the charming spirit race, but many charming spirits denied this claim. They believed that the progenitor was part of an ancient clan of the charming spirits and definitely not the progenitor. In any case, the founding generation was full of mysteries and myths. They resembled the ancient gods, bearing the start of an entire race. This filled everyone who talked about them with respect. Thus, Li Qie's revelation of the last surviving member from that generation made everyone ponder the implications. Those who understood the significance were creeped out. This was a true undying that had experienced numerous paradigms, a completely dreadful character. Li Qie, you are knowledgeable indeed. If you know this, you should also understand the implications. The prince replied, our ancestor is not the only existence of this level in heaven's spirit. Keep in mind, as long as we ask for it, at least 3 or 4 emperor assailants will stand on our side. The prince spoke with indisputable confidence. It was clear that he had enough cards on the table to make such a statement. People shuddered after hearing this. One assailant was already frightening enough. If 3 or 4 more came into being, just how terrifying would it be? It would be more than enough to flip over the world. If they were to become Zhentian's Tao protectors, maybe he would have a chance to grasp the heaven's will. This is called having a strong foundation. Someone trembled a little and stated, the battle for the heavens will isn't only about the strength of an individual, it also considers backgrounds and resources. If 3 assailants come out on Zhentian's side, it would be very unfavorable for Li Qie. People held their breaths after hearing this. Any person or sect would be afraid after hearing the prince's words. This was their real strength. Li Qie's advantages were obvious. In terms of personal strength, Zhentian didn't have a sliver of a chance. However, the situation would be completely reversed if he had the support of these existences. Everyone knew that due to Li Qie's clear superiority, many imperial lineages would agree to stand by his side. However, these sects would have to think twice if the prince's assertion was true. Li Qie suddenly became the underdog. He might be strong, but he wouldn't necessarily be able to stop an emperor assailant, let alone 3 or 4 more. Li Qie responded with a nonchalant smile on his face. What implications? They're only a bunch of old men. If they are smart, they will tuck their tails between their legs. Otherwise, I'll make chamber pots out of their skulls. The crowd inhaled in astonishment after hearing this. No one would dare to say this in all of the 9 heavens, but Li Qie casually uttered such words. These were emperor assailants. Anyone would be afraid of such powerful foes and even retreat in an instant. However, Li Qie has done the opposite and declared his intention of making pots out of them. Only an immortal emperor would make this statement to become enemies with several emperor assailants. Alas, Li Qie's imperious manner showed that he didn't care for them. No one in this world can stop his overbearing nature. In the end, everyone was convinced. This was all they could say about this matter. Overreaching fool. The vice ancestor could no longer restrain himself. Li Qie was too lazy to look at him. If I'm an overreaching fool, then what are you? Complete nobodies. If you think you are strong, then come and see if I can kill you all or not. You. The conch overlord was enraged as well. The prince, on the other hand, remained calm. Li Qie, you have a choice right now. Do not pick the wrong one or death will be the only thing that awaits you. I should be the one saying this. Li Qie grinned. I will also give you all a choice. Cripple yourselves and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, I will take everything from you, leaving only a fate worse than death. It seems that you think you are invincible. No tears will be shed until the coffin is in front of your face. The prince's eyes turned cold. I'll let you see it. Whoosh! The moment he finished speaking, the world suddenly lit up with thick and humongous Tao lines. These lines appeared in the sky and instantly intertwined to form a chapter. With loud explosions, Tao laws poured down like heavenly waterfalls. These laws just happened to enter the experts among the 4 legions. Each of them was connected to a law. Boom! At this time, Zhantian, the prince, the overlord, and the vice-ancestor's blood energy was connected to all the experts in the legions. This fusion was incredible. Each cultivator had a different response and level of blood energy. Moreover, their blood's affinity was different as well. It was simply impossible to fuse so many different vitalities together. However, the group of 4 has done it. The impossible became possible with their combined effort. Rumble! A supreme formation suddenly appeared beneath the area, paved by countless refined jades. Some were of exceedingly high rank as well. There were God Monarch, God King, and even Immortal Emperor-level jades. In a short period of time, the power of these jades engulfed the world. It was as vast as an ocean and drowned everything. The crowd was in dismay over this new aura. The other thought rummaging through their heads was an uncontrollable desire. Even the most extravagant lineage wouldn't be able to spend this much. Those who have never seen this many jades before swallowed their saliva. Chapter 1497. Boom! In a twinkling flash, the supreme formation was erected. Everyone felt the earth tremble as well as its rhythm. Within this short period of time, the entire formation seemed to be moving the ground itself and fusing to be one with the world. Rumble! It didn't take long before the power of the world melted into this formation. It was as if Zhantian and his legions have opened a floodgate. The power of the grand momentum endlessly poured into the formation with continuous blasts. The entire world was now enveloped by the momentum. It was originally protecting the reincarnation 9 leaves, but it has been borrowed by Zhantian's group. Looking at it from another perspective, if the power of the grand momentum was as vast as an ocean, then Zhantian's formation was a port connecting this ocean's power to their own formation. Even though it couldn't borrow the power in its entirety as it was only a tiny portion, this minuscule amount in combination with the refined jades and the vitality from the troops culminated in unimaginable might. Boom! 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 4 immortal emperor weapons appeared among the 4 legions and poured down endless imperial laws. These laws then quickly integrated into the formation. This made the already terrifying formation even more devastating. To the astonishment of the crowd, an array of this unprecedented level has been formed. What formation is this? Even god monarchs trembled in fear. If any of them were to take a single step in this formation, they would be ground to dust without being able to resist in the slightest. Xueqi gently batted his eyes while standing inside the formation with a faint smile on his face. Xueqi, you are very strong indeed, but we aren't weak either. The prince was emboldened as the formation took shape and exclaimed, even an emperor assailant might not be able to escape from our grand formation. This formation wasn't meant for Xueqi alone. Its purpose was to deal with terrifying beings like the Lunar Grasp Fairy and the true martial goddess. However, the 2 of them didn't come, so they had to use this formation on Xueqi instead. I do agree that this is powerful indeed. Xueqi perused the formation and chuckled. Your efforts have indeed yielded some fruit. After so long, your abyss has figured out some secrets and are able to borrow some power from the momentum. Looks like you know your stuff. The prince spoke with a tinge of complacency. Keep in mind that even an immortal emperor might not be able to directly break through this grand momentum. However, their abyss was able to unravel some secrets. It wasn't just the prince's achievement alone. Many generations of their wise sages researched the divine tree ridge before culminating in this feat carried out by the prince today. A grand formation such as this isn't something your spirit abyss can come up with. Xueqi revealed a carefree smile. This is an array that imitates an immortal emperor's heaven's will. Not many people are qualified to do so. At the very least, your abyss can't accomplish this, so it must be the achievement of the tree fathers from the ancestral Terra. Humph, Li, I guess you do know a lot. Even the vice-ancestor felt some glee despite hating Xueqi. This was indeed their ancestral Terra's proudest work. It was just that they never had the chance to use it in the past. Moreover, they wouldn't use it frivolously due to the exorbitant price of opening such a supreme formation. Just the amount of refined jades was already too much for an ordinary lineage to bear. Don't be so smug. Li Qiye casually countered. Your legions are inferior to imperial legions. Plus, they haven't undergone long-term training. It's only a temporarily gathering. Not to mention the fact that you do not have the will of an emperor, you are forced to borrow the imperial weapons as substitutes. At the same time, there is no heaven's will either, so a large amount of refined jades and vitality is necessary to support it. These factors limit this formation to 10 to 20% of the true array at best. This is what people mean when they say, trying to paint a tiger but end up with a dog instead. To the chagrin of his foes, Li Qiye took his time explaining why their great formation was worthless. The vice-ancestor's countenance turned ugly since their masterpiece was being viewed with such disdain. The vice-ancestor declared, Li, even if it can only exert 10 to 20% of an emperor's heaven's will formation, it is more than enough to slaughter you. What is a heaven's will formation? Many experts have never heard of such a thing before. The old monarch mused before answering. I have never seen it before either. Rumor has it that emperors have no need to use it because they, alone, are already invincible. Of course, there are tales about emperors creating these heaven's will formations too. In theory, they are formed by an imperial legion. If the emperor can't personally preside over the formation, they would let their heavens will do so. Therefore, such a formation doesn't only have the power of the legion itself, it also contains the heaven's will, extremely terrifying. He elaborated his response with uncertainty. An expert repeated, Such a formation has appeared before? The old monarch had no answer to this because he has never seen it in action. Logically speaking, there was no need for an invincible being to use this type of formation. In actuality, these heaven's will formations have been used quite often in many famous battles since the start of time. In the past, during the offense to kill immortal Emperor Long Ming, the Dark Crow and countless wise sages surrounded him. The experts of myriad races in the 9 worlds completely blocked off the ancient Ming race's paths of escape. At that point, the emperor had no choice but to use his heaven's will formation in order to stop the onslaught. Alas, he still failed in the end, resulting in his death and the destruction of the formation. His race was completely massacred. The Prince of Darkness coldly uttered, Li Qiye, it is a fool's dream to think about breaking through this siege today. Is that so? Li Qiye was still as carefree as ever. However, we do not have to fight to the death. The prince said, if you agree, your future will still be as bright as before, and you may even become emperor. Li Qiye chuckled and replied, Am I hearing things? Are you saying that you want peace? In fact, many spectators couldn't make sense of this either. The two sides should be fighting to the death, yet the prince wanted a ceasefire? Li Qiye, if you agree, we can forget everything. The prince said, even in the future when you compete against Brother Meng, all sects in heaven's spirit will be impartial. The stronger of the two will win the chance to compete. Moreover, they will also gain the full support of heaven's spirit. People shuddered after hearing this. This was too tempting of a condition. Li Qiye had the absolute advantage while Zhentian was definitely not his match. If he could also have the full support of heaven's spirit, it meant that he would have the resources and power to challenge the rest of the 9 worlds. This temptation was virtually irresistible for anyone who wanted to become emperor. In this brief moment, everyone quietly glanced at Li Qiye, eagerly waiting for him to make his decision. Chapter 1498. There is no free lunch in this world. Li Qiye revealed a lackadaisical smile. That's correct. The prince slowly said, however, we don't want much, only one thing. Just hand over the method to cultivate 13 palaces. Then we'll drop everything. Your future will most likely be one of an emperor. The spectators were robbed of their breath and began to palpitate after hearing this. All along, the limit was 12 palaces. This has been common knowledge for millions of years. However, someone like Li Qiye broke this belief. No one knew how he did it. There have been countless incredible talents across the eons as well as peerless emperors. However, none of them had achieved 13 palaces unlike Li Qiye, the shatterer of norms. This meant that a mystery, a method remains unknown to the rest of the world. If he could actually hand over this method, It would mean that others could also have 13 palaces in the future. Just how tempting was this? The rumored immortal Emperor Jiao Hang was already unbeatable with just 12. If one could have 13 palaces, just how far could one go? Li Qie was the perfect example. Perhaps he could even exceed immortal Emperor Jiao Hang if he became an immortal emperor in the future. A moment later, everyone's eyes brimming with greed were on Li Qie. Of course, no one dared to have any ideas. Their desire remained an internal thought. The other top experts didn't have any objections to the prince's request. Even Zhentian didn't say anything. Without a doubt, the four of them had quickly reached a consensus and remained on the same side. Li Qie couldn't stop smiling after hearing this demand. How wishful. Unfortunately, I can only say that you are all daydreaming. I have never negotiated with my enemies before. He continued on, be smart and scram this instant. Oh, Zhentian will have to stay behind. Only then will I spare the rest of your dog lives. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regret. The conch overlord furiously shouted, ignorant brat, prepare to die. He has endured Li Qie for a long time now. Since when has a sea god's son been looked down upon like this before? If it wasn't for the method to reach 13 palaces, he would have attacked long ago. You have missed the opportunity. What a shame. A future emperor has chosen his own death today. The prince spoke with a sinister smile. Li Qie was still relaxed. Okay, no more wasting time, let's fight. After dealing with you, I'll be taking the so-called immortal medicine. Such haughtiness. You can't even keep your life, yet you're still talking about the immortal medicine? The vice-ancestor sneered. In the past, the group had also wondered how to get past this grand formation. Alas, they were completely helpless with no methods of entry. Otherwise, they would have taken it away long ago. Zhentian roared. Li Qie, accept your death. I shall have vengeance for my disciple. At this time, the four of them took action at the same time. If Li Qie didn't wish to make the deal, he would only be a great threat later on. When would they kill him if not now? Moreover, he was trapped inside their supreme formation right now. They were completely confident that even if he had the strength of an emperor assailant, they could still besiege him until he dies in this place. Boom! The supreme formation emitted a blinding light that illuminated the entire God-halt continent. Basked in this boundless light, the four of them and the Legionnaire's vitality erupted. No one held anything back as they unleashed their energy into the formation like a howling flood. At the same time, all the refined jades carved into this formation also poured out their worldly energy. There were too many to count. It could be said that Zhentian's group had gone all out to produce this number of jades. An incredible amount of worldly energy was being spewed out, so much so that it seemed just like an earth vein. Boom! With the flow of the formation came the connection to the grand momentum. Its power made the formation even more resplendent and majestic until it reached its highest state. When it erupted, it carried a force seemingly capable of shattering all of heaven's spirit. Afterward, the four disappeared with their legions as well as the formation. A majestic figure emerged in front of everyone. It emitted countless immortal rays and had an imperial aura that could shake the world. Its resemblance to an emperor made it seem as if there was a real emperor standing right there. An emperor. Numerous experts hastily prostrated. This aura was completely unopposable and made them tremble in fear. The old monarch murmured, "No, it is an imperial will. All of the formation's power has been injected into it to summon the wills of the four imperial weapons. These wills then came together to create a complete imperial will. At this moment, this is the formation itself." At this moment, one could see the four weapons that were fused with this stalwart figure. Two were on its wrists while the other two on its shoulders. This was an entity with the will of an emperor as well as the power of the supreme formation. Even though it wasn't a real heaven's will formation and only carried 10 to 20% of its power like Li Qie had stated, it was already terrifying. Even an emperor assailant might not be its match. This force immediately ravaged the world. Many old existences woke up, stunned by its overwhelming might. An old undying mumbled in a daze. Did someone become an emperor just now? No, the heaven's will hasn't appeared yet. It's a heaven's will formation. A more knowledgeable monster carefully gauged this power and asked, "Wait, that's not right. Is it that supreme formation from the ancestral Terra then?" The towering figure stood there, basking in the admiration and reverence of the crowd while suppressing all of them with its aura. Even the strongest would feel insignificant in its presence. After a long time, an expert that was forced to the ground mumbled, "How terrifying would a real heavens will formation created by an emperor be?" People had a hard time imagining the type of opponent that would force an emperor to use their heavens will formation. This also prompted another question. If emperors were already invincible, why did some of them create this particular technique? Did they also have something to fear? Can Li Qie break through this siege? Some felt their mouths go dry and had to lick their lips. The idea of speaking became painful. The figure turned its body and redirected its encroaching gaze. This was an invincible will. When its gaze came down, many people instantly collapsed and trembled. Li Qie was still all smiles. "I also want to see how strong it is." Having said that, his right hand flashed brilliantly. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, he punched with a 12 fists combination. No one could look straight at this blinding light. Some even had trouble keeping their eyes open. Chapter 1499. Bang! Li Qie's power with his combination fist was marvelous. In fact, everyone saw that this punch had blown Zhentian away before. Space shattered before its might as a chill invaded everyone's heart. Despite it not being aimed at them, they felt as if they were the ones turning to ashes. Boom! Unlike everyone's imagination, Li Qie's fist didn't blow the majestic figure away. On the contrary, the figure slammed down with its palm and pushed Li Qie into the muddy ground. The ground around him actually sank down. All were stunned by this development. Everyone had seen just how strong Li Qie was, but his explosive fist was completely repelled. This figure was way too powerful. While watching the palm on the ground, no one knew whether Li Qie was still alive down there or not. They finally understood the significance of this supreme formation. No wonder the prince was so confident in even dealing with an emperor assailant. Someone murmured with a cold chill. Is it over? If it was them, they would never survive such a blow. Rumble! The ground suddenly quaked as the palm was pushed upward. At this moment, Li Qie was still using his 12 fists combination, the same sky-breaking punch. However, his body was also bright as his 4 grand immortal physiques activated at the same time. Under this new empowerment, the fist was able to push the figure's palm back. Boom! The 4 weapons engraved on the figure poured out even more imperial aura to boost the figure's power. Li Qie, who had just made a successful counter, was slammed down into the ground again. The crowd thought that it was a good thing that this was Li Qie. Anyone else would have been annihilated completely. Even the god kings here felt that they were inferior to ants in the face of this palm. Isn't this too ridiculously strong? The old monarch quivered with fear. I don't think Li Qie can survive this invincible formation. Many experts felt worried about him right away. In the past, the experts who hated him wanted nothing more than for him to be killed by stronger characters. However, it was now different. He had 13 palaces, so he was someone who could create miracles. More and more wanted him to stay alive and hoped that he could concoct something even more magical to become the greatest emperor of the ages. After all, to be able to witness such an emperor in their own generation would be a life worth living. It would be the most resplendent of eras. Boom! When everyone thought Li Qie was dead for sure, the gigantic palm was pushed back again. At this moment, a divine mountain capable of crossing time itself was floating in the sky. Countless Buddhas were chanting. This mountain could shatter the entire world. It came from the sky and could suppress all things. Everyone felt an urge to worship them from the depths of their souls. It wasn't a type of fear. The mountain forced the palm back and began to suppress the majestic figure. Divine Mount Meru, the declivity mountain bell's ultimate attack. Even the palm that could suppress the heavens was blown away. Bang! The other hand joined in and had the momentum of a heavenly king raising a pagoda to stop this mountain. Rumble! Under the suppression of this ultimate attack, the majestic figure began to sink. Its feet were swiftly sent into the mud. So domineering, does he want to sink the earth completely? The spectators were slack-jawed. The majestic figure was completely unbeatable. Anyone would praise their fortune to be able to survive it. But now, Li Qie was actually seizing the upper hand. Just how ferocious was he? Boom! The earth quaked. It seemed that the figure was devouring the power under there. It grasped this worldly power and borrowed even more from the grand momentum. Boom! It smashed the mountain bell away and slammed both of its hands down in the next second. Many experts went limp on the ground after seeing this. Perhaps even the entirety of Godhalt would sink before this attack. Baz! Before it made contact, Lichia instantly summoned the heaven-sealing pentagate and unleashed a resplendent break. Rumble! Next, 5 divine beasts emerged: sun-consuming bird, moon-eating wolf, star-devouring ant, heaven-shrouding eagle, and earth-sealing rat. The 5 beasts turned into 5 Dao and coiled together in the sky. Pentadeo Timeless Seal. The ultimate attack of this treasure, the strongest defensive line in the world. No matter who they might be, they would have difficulty breaking through this defense. Boom! The hands ruthlessly slammed down on the barrier. Even someone as mighty as this figure couldn't break through. Despite not hitting the ground, the earth still shook because of it. Many beings in Godhalt were confused and horrified. It seemed that the end of days was coming. Boom! Even though the majestic figure couldn't break the timeless seal, its unstoppable might pushed the entire seal down into the ground and suppressed it inside. In a short period of time, the world turned quiet as all eyes were fixated on this scene. They all wanted to see Lichia rise from the pit to deter the palms again. For many people, this was definitely possible, for there was nothing he couldn't do. However, 1 second passed after another, but the world was still quiet. Lichia didn't repel the palms like they imagined. He didn't leap into the sky triumphantly. After a long time, someone murmured, "Is this it? This is how it ends?" The majestic figure stood up and raised its palms. Its eyes swept down towards the dark pit, but there was no movement down there. What now? Many felt disappointed. One spoke in disbelief. Is this how he dies? No way, he has 13 palaces. His fans felt that this couldn't possibly be the end for Lichia. They were still waiting for him to launch a counterattack. Well, this is still a supreme formation. Even an emperor assailant wouldn't necessarily be able to handle it. Someone else had to comment. Lichia couldn't overcome it no matter how strong he is. The gaze of the figure swept by. Nothing could hide from it. However, Lichia was nowhere to be found. It was as if he vanished from thin air. The old monarch could read the situation from the figure's demeanor and shouted, "No, he's not dead yet. He's just completely gone." Where did he run off to? Many rejoiced upon hearing this. This was at least better than the news of his death. Chapter 1500. The crowd opened their heavenly gazes in order to find Lichia's whereabouts. However, they still couldn't detect him. Do you know the mysteries behind this grand momentum and its real effects? Lichia's leisurely voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The majestic figure immediately turned around and stared at him. Over there. Someone followed the voice and pointed over. Everyone followed the direction of his hand and saw Lichia standing below the old tree. He was actually standing within the grand momentum, gazing at the 9 leaves growing on its roots. The majestic figure's eyes flashed as if it wanted to cross through the eons to kill Lichia inside the momentum. Unfortunately, its gaze alone couldn't kill Lichia due to his location. How can this be? The old monarch found this unbelievable and took a deep breath. Even emperors and legends can't break down this momentum. How did he get in? Everyone stared at him. No one knew how he got in. Keep in mind that the prince's group failed to do so since they couldn't come up with a suitable method. Otherwise, they would have taken the medicine long ago. Of course, most experts heaved a sigh of relief to see him safe and sound. They were still eagerly waiting for him to come up with another miracle. This is another miracle! A master emotionally exclaimed after Lichia's stealthy entrance into the grand momentum. A charming expert had to say, "What miracle can't he perform when he can even train 13 palaces?" Boom! The figure stepped towards the momentum with the intention of going inside. When it stomped down, even Godhalt itself seemed to be caving in with the momentum. Boom! However, it didn't matter how strong it was. Its stomp couldn't infiltrate this momentum and was sent backward. People gasped before this scene. Everyone saw just how powerful this figure was, but it was actually forced several steps back. One could easily imagine the strength of the backlash. Bang! It whirled both arms around and ruthlessly smashed down again. Both arms seemed to be gathering the weight of countless stars. The earth shook once more with incredible intensity. Alas, the ground was still fine while the figure was bounced off a fair distance before stabilizing. This grand momentum is unreal. Someone commented after seeing the figure unable to withstand the backlash. How could it not be strong? The old monarch replied, "This is the legendary medicine for immortality. If the momentum protecting it isn't strong, it would have been taken away by someone long ago. It wouldn't be someone's turn from our generation." Someone couldn't help but ask, "Then how did Xueqi go in?" The monarch couldn't answer this question. In fact, no one could. Rumble. The majestic figure launched an unending storm-like barrage on the momentum. To the dismay of the crowd, it looked just like a raging dragon. Such terrifying power was the harbinger of doom. The world trembled as its power assaulted the momentum one wave after another. Even Godhalt itself looked like a tiny boat floating in the torrential ocean that could be destroyed at any time in this violent situation. Meanwhile, the experts here were the ants aboard this boat. If the boat were to be destroyed, they would also die without a burial. Because of this, many fell to the ground, throbbing with fear. Some almost pissed their pants. Only Xueqi was as calm as ever inside the grand momentum. He carefully appreciated the 9 leaves on the route as if it was the most beautiful thing in this world. From start to finish, he didn't bother looking at the majestic figure. Ultimately, it still failed to push through the momentum. In fact, it couldn't move it at all, so it had to give up and stood outside. People held their breaths before this scene. They thought that it was waiting. If Xueqi dared to come outside, it would immediately kill him without giving him the slightest opening. In this moment, everyone wondered how Xueqi will deal with this crisis. After a long time, Xueqi turned around and chuckled. Giving up is the right choice. Even an emperor has to pay a great price to break through it, let alone a supreme formation. A large part of why this momentum was impregnable was due to its connection with Godhalt and the Divine Tree Ridge. If one wanted to successfully do so, they must be able to affect the entire continent or even lift the Divine Tree Ridge from the ground. This was easier said than done. An emperor would still find the price exorbitant. In fact, Xueqi had been wanting the 9 leaves for a long time. He even researched the grand momentum from many eras and brought other emperors here to join in. Later on, he was able to figure out its mysteries, allowing him to silently enter right now. The figure's eyes were fixated on Xueqi, as if there was no way for him to escape from it. Xueqi didn't seem to care and turned back to look at the 9 leaves. "This thing that you all refer to as a medicine for immortality, emperors and sea gods have come as did tree fathers. Do you know why they didn't take it away?" This was indeed the question looming on everyone's mind. They knew full well that emperors could take down this place. The issue was whether it was worth it or not. The majestic figure glared at him but didn't say anything. Perhaps it couldn't speak since it was only derived from a formation. Outside of the difficulty in attacking it, there is another reason. These leaves have yet to mature, so forcefully taking it away is even harder. And once taken away, it would immediately wither and become a useless grass. Xueqi explained as he turned back with a thick grin on his face. However, it is near maturity right now. It only needs a little bit more before it leaves the roots. As the idiom goes, the melon will fall when the time is ripe. The medicine of immortality is almost ready. Many cultivators lying on the ground felt their hearts beat faster. It would be deceitful to deny one's interest. This was a medicine for immortality. Anyone would desire such an item, especially the older experts on the verge of death. How much longer will it take to mature? Someone at this time actually shouted at Xueqi as they were unable to restrain themselves. A tiny bit longer. Xueqi revealed a mysterious smile. "However, I can lend it a hand to accelerate the growing process so that it can reach maturity right away." Chapter 1501. The stalwart figure never answered Xueqi. It only firmly locked onto him with its eyes. Xueqi was still as nonchalant as ever. "I have to admit that your abyss has figured out many things and has a decent understanding of Godhalt. Unfortunately, you have met me. This is the same as courting death." "Xueqi, stop running your mouth. Do you dare to come out and fight?" The Prince of Darkness answered instead of the figure. Xueqi couldn't help but laugh. "I have nothing to be afraid of. However, killing all of you like that is too much of a waste. I still have uses for you. Xueqi, show some courage. If you win this time, I will leave forever." Zhang Tian chimed in as well. Li Qie casually retorted. A mere loser is not qualified to speak to me like that. Such words left Zhentian quivering with rage. There was nothing he could do since he wasn't a match for Li Qie on the battlefield or with rhetoric. Junior, come out and obediently surrender and we'll spare your life. The conch overlord finally joined in. All of you are going to die. There's no need to boast so shamelessly. I pity you all. You won't even know how you're about to die. Li Qie smiled in response to the provocation. The vice ancestor coldly challenged him. You're the one boasting. I want to see what you can do to break our supreme formation. In his eyes, this formation was his ancestral Terra's masterpiece with the combined effort of two sea gods. Because of this, he had the utmost confidence in this formation and that Li Qie couldn't ever break it. Break this formation, right? Li Qie was quite carefree. Not the least bit challenging, it will be as simple as a meal. Arrogant brat. The vice ancestor was livid to hear such an outrageous answer. Okay, come out this instant. I want to see what heaven-defying means you will employ to break my formation. Li Qie chuckled. Open your eyes wide and watch how I shall break this trivial formation and torture all of you. The vice ancestor felt like puking blood after hearing Li Qie refer to their masterpiece as a trivial formation. All the spectators in the distance watched with bated breaths. They were ready to see how Li Qie would utilize all of his skills to break this supreme formation. They knew that he was a man of his word. If he said that he could break it, then he was definitely capable of doing so. Baz! In the blink of an eye, Li Qie suddenly disappeared inside the grand momentum. The figure swept around the world but still couldn't find him. This was difficult to believe for Zhentian's group because they had their eyes fixated on him earlier. There was no way for him to disappear right before their eyes. Boom! As the figure continued its search, it suddenly exploded. The formation broke down as the refined jades were scattered. All laws were shattered. Under such a powerful blast, Zhentian's group was completely blown away. Bang! They couldn't even react in time before a powerful force instantly suppressed them. It was as if a giant in the sky had trampled on all of them, completely immobilizing everything. What's going on? No one could tell what was going on. Such a sudden reversal left them astounded. From start to finish, they had no clue as to how the great formation was broken. In fact, even Zhentian's group didn't know how Li Qie destroyed it so quickly. Li Qie reappeared at this time. He was still standing within the grand momentum with laws appearing all over his body. Countless laws emerged everywhere on the momentum as well. At this moment, the momentum looked like the laws of the world or the laws of the ocean. It was as if every single law originated from this source. Li Qie seemed to be fusing with these laws, as if he was part of the center. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Li Qie was one with the momentum. You borrowed some power from the momentum, but you don't know that when I am controlling the momentum right here, I can easily detonate the power in your formation. This is too easy. You brought a wolf into your own home. You! Zhentian's group was both angry and afraid. The vice ancestor was especially furious. He didn't expect his sect's proudest masterpiece to be destroyed in such a simple manner. Open! They roared, wanting to repel the power pressuring them. However, despite mustering every fiber of their being, they still couldn't escape from this power. The more they struggled, the stronger the pressure. Don't waste your energy. This is the suppression of the momentum, its full power, unlike the tiny portion that you borrowed earlier. Unless you are an emperor, don't even think about moving this power. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh while looking at the group trying to overturn the suppression. The spectators from afar were amazed and speechless. This grand momentum was powerful to an unimaginable level. How could the four and their legions be able to escape from its pressure? Li Qie is too devilish. Someone had to say. Reversing the situation like it was nothing. He is truly bizarre. The winner takes all. We have nothing else to say. Li Qie, do as you please. I only blame myself for not being capable enough and dying here today. In the end, Zhentian gave up after failing to lift the suppression. He was a true man and remained proud before imminent death. After hearing this, everyone was slightly startled. The fate of the four experts and their legions were at Li Qie's whim. A single thought of his could decide their death. Li Qie smiled and said, "Rest assured, all of you will die. However, the process will be very painful, and you will wish for death. Don't blame me for being ruthless, blame yourselves for letting go of the chance to run." With that, Li Qie slightly moved and the laws of the momentum followed him. A terrifying event ensued. Zzz. A strange sound came about. Roots suddenly appeared among the thousands of experts. After growing out of their bodies, they immediately took root within the earth. No! The experts among the legions turned pale from fear. They wanted to struggle but couldn't move at all. Li Qie, what demonic art is this? Even the 4 top experts were frightened. This is no demonic art. Li Qie chuckled. This is the most esoteric law of the Grand Tao. You should know that after borrowing the momentum's power, everyone's vitality had fused. Thus, on top of the refined jade's power, the momentum's power had fused with your blood, so its laws are inside your body. At this moment, these laws are relying on your flesh and blood to grow, that's all. What are you doing? Even the Prince of Darkness was aghast for what was to come. Not much. Li Qie replied. Didn't you want to borrow the grand momentum's power? You have to repay after borrowing, right? It is time for the momentum to borrow your vitality to nourish this so-called medicine of immortality, so that it can mature a little earlier. Everyone without exception was astounded after hearing this. It wasn't only borrowing vitality, Li Qie might be wanting to squeeze them dry to nourish the 9 leaves. Chapter 1502. The 4 experts and their tens of thousands of supporters had roots growing from their bodies that then connected to the ground. Zzz, the roots sucked away their blood energy, longevity blood, life force and Grand Tao. Virtually all of their essences were being drained. After taking away the group's vitality, all of these essences were refined through the grand momentum before being passed to the reincarnation 9 leaves. The medicine of immortality isn't that old tree? Many people were stunned to see the essences flow into the small leaves. From the very beginning, they thought that the tree was the real medicine. No one expected that this small grass with 9 leaves was actually the real thing. The truth was that none of them knew what it was, since the news was purposely spread by Zhentian's group. Li Qie, are you not afraid of being punished by the heavens for your heinous deeds? Even characters like the prince were frightened as their essences were being sucked dry. After all, few could face death without fear. Moreover, being squeezed dry like this was even more terrifying. Li Qie simply smiled in response. Punishment from the heavens? Killing a few of you won't do anything. I've already killed billions in the past. This is nothing in comparison. Plus, don't try to be all moralistic before me. Your abyss has committed countless evil acts as well. Not to mention robbing and killing people in Godhalt. Burying babies underground is already heinous enough, since not all of them made it. I am simply devouring my enemy's essences while you all are the ones burying your own children. Who is more disgusting here? The prince who was shouting earlier had no response. I have never feared the villainous heavens. Li Qie continued. Plus, even if this is worthy of punishment, it wouldn't be descending upon me. The thing taking away your essences is the immortal grass and the grand momentum. All I did was change the rule. No one dared to speak at this moment, since the crowd was creeped out by this spectacle. The victors are kings while the losers are bandits. There is nothing else to say. But Li Qie, you used trickery to defeat us. It's not honorable at all. If you used your real strength to defeat us, we would have nothing to say. In this manner, the ancestral Terra and the 3 great races in heaven's spirit will avenge us. Okay, don't try to scare me. Li Qie was quite amused. What is this about heaven's spirit's powers? Since when have I been afraid? If they want to come, then come. Bring 1 million and 1 million will be slaughtered. Bring 1 billion and 1 billion will be slaughtered. It's no big deal at all. The vice-ancestor threatened him out of fear, but Li Qie didn't bite the bait. Many cultivators got chills around their necks after hearing this. His words were like sharp sabers hanging by their necks. Anyone who dared to oppose him would be decapitated instantly. Li Qie went on, and what is this about trickery? When Zhentian lost, all of you were still hiding and didn't do anything. Why? Wasn't it just to lead me into your trap? Since you were the first ones to resort to scheming, I decided to play along. Plus, think about it. Where else am I going to find 4 people as powerful as you to act as nourishment? Moreover, there are another 10,000 experts here. This is especially true for Zhentian and the prince. They have high cultivations and are also young. This majestic vitality and prosperous spirit that's full of life, so nutritious. They are much better compared to the old geezers like the Vice Ancestor and Conch Overlord. Thus, I was more than happy to jump into your trap. As the saying goes, how can you catch the cub without entering the tiger's lair? Having said that, he smiled and gently shook his head. I'm not trying to belittle all of you, but this scheme or strategy is not worth mentioning. As long as I spend a little effort, all of you were doomed from the start. The spectators glanced at each other. Not even in their wildest dreams did they expect for Li Qie to scheme against the group. This was a real ploy compared to the trap laid by Zhentian. Zhentian's group was currently silent. The prince and the others personally planned this for the Lunar Grasp Fairy and the true martial goddess in order to capture them. They didn't expect that Li Qie alone was enough to deal with them all. To be honest, using so many experts as nourishment is a bit cruel. However, you came on your own, so don't blame me for doing so. Brother Li, there is an adage. One should make friends instead of enemies. The Conch Overlord spoke with a smiling face. You have bested us this time and we accept our defeat. What do you want? Just say the word, everything is negotiable. The Overlord has conceded even though everyone else was watching. In his mind, face was nothing compared to being alive. He naturally agreed to put down his pride in order to stay alive. Overlord, you still haven't changed at all. In your youth, you relied on your father's prestige to do as you please. After meeting immortal Emperor Jiao Hang, you crawled up into your hole like a turtle for countless years by living a borrowed life. But now, noticing that no one stronger than you came out, you crawled out to act all imperiously only to hit an iron wall. And now, you have to beg for your life once again. You have wasted your origin and lost all of your father's face. Li Qie smiled and scolded him without any reservation. The Overlord's expression changed color repeatedly from being livid, yet he couldn't act out since he was a fish on the chopping block. Brother Li, everyone makes mistakes at times. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, do you think that you make the right choice every time? Even if you kill us today, don't you think someone even stronger will try and avenge us? We didn't only make it this far by relying on the forces you see before you. The Overlord had given up completely and started calling Li Qie brother. Many people felt contempt towards his actions, but they did realize that they might not necessarily be able to face death so freely either. It was better to live a dog life than to die. I know. Li Qie interrupted him. Your roaring conch can also beseech another person, but I don't care. In my eyes, all opponents are the same, and I'm not in the mood to show mercy at this moment. It is too late to beg now. Just try your best and be food for the medicine. The Overlord was distraught. Even an ancestor like him felt fear at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be begging right now. Contrary to the Overlord, Zhentian had some backbone and shouted, Li Qie, give us a swift end if you are so great. Very well, I shall lend you a hand. Li Qie laughed. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, the laws inside the momentum turned even more dazzling as if they were coming to life. Ah! The experts with roots growing out of them couldn't stop screaming from the pain. The absorption speed was now countless times faster. In a short period of time, the group completely changed in appearance. Their hair turned gray and their skin became loose. Even young experts like Zhentian and the Prince of Darkness aged right away. Chapter 1503. Buzz. The 9 leaves growing on the old tree instantly lit up. The complete grass took the life force from 3,000 worlds in a split second. Even though it didn't move in the slightest, everyone could feel that every leaf seemed to be stretching. After the leaves absorbed the essences, the sea of blood seemed to soar through the veins of the leaves. Someone shouted in the face of death. No! No matter how strong one might be, they would show fear at this time and scream uncontrollably. A trembling weakness permeated through the victims. Many experts were creeped out by this scene. Zhentian's group and their legions were instantly turned into decrepit men. After their essences were stolen, they no longer looked like the invincible men they once were. Just imagine how unbeatable and dreadful Zhentian and the Prince of Darkness used to be. The Vice Ancestor was also quite mighty as well. Alas, before Li Qie, they were mere fish on the chopping block. Who would have thought that the once invincible group would have such a result today? However, no one could say anything since they were aware of the merciless path towards the throne. It was either one or the other. If Li Qie were to lose today, he could have met an even worse fate. No one would criticize this type of death from losing. The path towards the throne was paved with bones, after all. Buzz. The 9 leaves became endlessly bright as the veins showed up clearly. Its affinity of reincarnation was spinning with the light and turned into vortexes. They seemed to be containing the yin and yang as well as the karmic and samsara cycles. It was as if something inside each vortex was chasing after the ultimate profundity. The existences inside could reincarnate and live again. No, a few experts screamed before their final second. They weren't willing to die like this, but there was nothing they could do. Zzz. The 9 leaves continued to suck what little left of their essences remained. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of experts in the 4 legions died one after another. They turned into dried corpses and have been robbed of all. Damn it all! Time didn't wait for me. In the end, Xueqi cried out as well before his head fell to the side. He joined the others as a corpse. The prince and the others couldn't stand it much longer and have died as well. No one had any comments. Xueqi was an incredible genius. Even though he had avoided a generation, he still couldn't escape death. Only the person who survives until the end can become emperor since there is only one heaven's will. Bang! The leaves emitted a scorching wave. All the corpses here turned into powder and shattered completely. Screech! The grass suddenly sang. There were cries of dragons and phoenixes in the air. The iron roots of the 9 leaves connected to the old tree suddenly shrank and began to withdraw from the ground. Buzz! It actually started flying with an unbelievable speed in order to escape this place. People's hearts skipped a beat after seeing this. They all wanted for it to escape successfully so that there was still a chance in the future. Maybe someone lucky could obtain it later on. However, if it failed to run away and gets captured by Xueqi, no one else should even think about interfering. Who would dare to compete against Xueqi at this moment? Alas, Xueqi was prepared right when the grass tried to escape. Laws in the grand momentum turned into a prison and immediately suppressed the grass. With the momentum crushing down on it, an indelible mark was left behind. It didn't have the power to run at all and obediently fell into Xueqi's hand. He grabbed it with a faint smile on his face. The crowd didn't expect for the grand momentum to have this effect as well. They knew that it was the grass protector, but now, it seemed that it also served as its prison to avoid an escape at the time of maturity. Most people salivated while looking at Xueqi's hand and felt quite tempted. However, that was only a thought. No one was actually tired of living enough to try anything. Xueqi slowly spoke with a smile. If you don't need its words, I'll be taking it now. People glanced at each other in confusion. No one knew what he meant or who he was talking to. Only Su Yonghuang was slightly startled. She didn't know whether the Grassmaster would appear or not. What kind of scene would that be? Just imagine, a person capable of growing this grass and waited for so long. It must definitely be a terrifying existence. However, the world was quiet as no one answered Xueqi. No one came out either. It was as if Xueqi was talking to himself. After seeing a lack of response, he chuckled and said, "Silence stands for agreement, I won't be so reserved then." With that, he stored away the grass. Everyone gulped after seeing this with an envious heart. The moment he put the leaves away, there was nothing else anyone could do. This was now a foregone conclusion. No one else had any ideas about it. It seems like everyone is preparing for the last moment. The disaster isn't far off. He patted his palms and spoke with a tinge of regret. Whether if it's the last moment or the disaster, no one understood this either. Finally, Xueqi slowly walked out from the grand momentum. Everyone looked at him carefully while quietly breathing. They all felt a sense of admiration not only because of his power, but also due to his merciless methods towards his foes. "Let's go." He smiled at Yonghuang. She nodded in agreement. However, he suddenly turned around with a cold glare and said, "I don't like others tailing me like a ghost. It is best if you come out before I become angry." This astonished the crowd because no one noticed that someone was following him. With a buzz, someone appeared out of thin air and slowly landed on the ground. The newcomer said, "The younger generation will surpass us in time." "Amazing, I was still detected by you." This was a strange old man. Half of his body was in human form while the other half had branches and leaves. The tree-like half was very green as if each leaf was a new life full of majestic vitality. He wore ordinary clothing and didn't particularly stand out besides his eyes. When he opened them, They looked like two terrifying black holes. Even myriad Dao and the deities would be instantly annihilated if they were to fall into his gaze. Chapter 1504. The old man stood there, staring at Xueqi. His bright eyes made everyone feel a sense of dread. An emperor assailant. The old monarch was stunned to see the pair of world-destroying eyes. After regaining his wits, fear overwhelmed him as he almost kneeled on the ground. Everyone else in this place was frightened as well. This old man ahead was very ordinary in both appearance and aura compared to Zhentian's group, who had incredible visual phenomena accompanying them. A real one. The wise characters from the previous generation were aghast and took several thumping steps back, not daring to look into his eyes. The majority of cultivators here lowered their heads, averting their gazes from his own. His gaze was too horrifying and all-destroying. Anyone who looked at his eyes for a long time would find their soul depart the body and instantly die. Emperor assailant. An existence that deters the very soul. Everyone turned timid with a tingling sensation on their scalp. An emperor assailant has finally shown up. Someone murmured while stealing glances at the old man. This was a terrifying existence worthy of admiration. Characters of this level wouldn't easily come into being. The appearance of every single one was always a big deal. There was no doubt that he was here for the medicine of immortality in Xueqi's possession. Shortly after, the crowd was excited again to see how Xueqi would act towards this emperor assailant. The old man's fixated gaze on Xueqi seemed to have taken physical form. Anyone would feel trepidation while being stared at by this powerful existence. Some would even directly fall to the ground. However, Xueqi was completely fine. He leisurely glanced at the old man and said, "And here I thought it was someone else. So it's you, old imperial dual child." The old man was a bit surprised to be recognized. "I have lived in seclusion for a long time. I can't believe someone actually remembers me." The old experts haven't heard of this top character. Nevertheless, no one showed any signs of slight before him. Imperial dual child. A big shot sealed for many eras gasped after hearing this. Rumor has it that he is the son of an immortal emperor and a tree mother. He is still in this world. The insightful crowd collectively recalled an old legend after hearing this. According to the stories, an emperor had gotten together with a tree mother and gave birth to a child. Even though the two didn't formally marry each other, this old man was indeed their son. Because of this, others called him the imperial dual child. Even throughout the entire 9 worlds, this fellow was famous in that generation. However, after that generation passed, he disappeared. After so many years, people didn't expect him to still be alive. Nevertheless, they weren't surprised to see him in this place. A character like him must have lived for a long time and sealed for many eras. Despite being the child of 2 great existences, he still couldn't bear the torture of time and needed the immortal medicine to prolong his life. Dual child stared at Xueqi and slowly asked, "Young friend, how about we make a deal?" Xueqi smiled in response. "You want the item in my possession?" He naturally knew what dual child wanted. "Yes." Dual child nodded. "You know your stuff, so you can understand that the reincarnation 9 leaves aren't that useful to you since you are still young. If you trade it to me, just tell me whatever wishes you have." Everyone was slightly moved after hearing this. The words of an emperor assailant were very tempting. A successful trade with one would grant a lifetime of benefits. "What can you give me?" Xueqi chuckled. "I know you are the descendant of an immortal emperor and a tree mother, so you have many treasures. However, I'm not interested at all in imperial weapons or the secret techniques of tree fathers. If I wanted these treasures, I could casually pick up a dozen." The listeners were speechless. He made it sound as if these priceless treasures weren't different from cabbages at all. "So, what will you give me for the reincarnation 9 leaves?" He amusingly stared at dual child. People here finally learned the name of the immortal medicine. Reincarnation 9 leaves. Only someone as knowledgeable as dual child would know this type of grass. Dual child narrowed his eyes and replied, "How about I become your Tao protector? Give the grass to me and I'll protect you until you become an immortal emperor." The hearts of many talents started to thump. To have an emperor assailant as a Tao protector was an irresistible temptation for anyone who wanted to become emperor. A moment later, all wanted to see how Xueqi would respond. However, Xueqi only smiled and shook his head. To tell the truth, No one will become emperor in this generation but me. Having Tao protectors or not will still yield the same result. Countless people took a deep breath after hearing this. The final battle for the heavens will had yet to begin. So who else in this world would dare to claim such a thing? Nevertheless, Li Qie defied all logic. Of course, after musing for a bit, people would find that these words were quite rational. He could even cultivate 13 palaces. What else couldn't he do? There are many uncertainties in this world. Dual Child slowly said, "Don't be so confident, many geniuses have died in history. That's true for others, but I am Li Qie. Nothing is impossible for me." Li Qie smiled freely in response. He took breaths away with this overbearing response. For many people, they wouldn't have the courage to speak to an emperor assailant, let alone negotiate with one. Li Qie, on the other hand, remained calm and nonchalant. His decisiveness alone was worthy of admiration. "Then what do you want to trade for the 9 leaves, young friend?" Dual Child stared at Li Qie. Li Qie met his gaze and answered, "I'm afraid the full grass is not on the menu. However, if you want 1 leaf, I can give it to you for the simple exchange of your labor." Everyone was shocked to hear this. An invincible existence like an emperor assailant was only worth 1 leaf. This was too unbelievable. If this was the case, wouldn't Li Qie have enough to have 9 emperor assailants under him? Dual Child's eyes slightly shifted. After a long time he replied, "Young friend, you should know that this is impossible. Hand me the full thing and I'll accept your condition." Li Qie shook his head. "If you maintain that stance, we have nothing else to say." He naturally understood why Dual Child wanted all 9 leaves. He wanted to gamble with all 9 in order to live a new life again. An incredible profit. "I'm afraid you don't understand the whole picture, young friend." Dual Child continued, "If I become your Tao protector, everything will be different. You won't just gain an enforcer that paves your path." "I know." Li Qie smiled back. "You think your worth is far above that. As a child of an emperor and a tree mother, you do indeed have other advantages unlike others. For example, your connections and resources. These things do add some considerable value." Chapter 1505. Some became more aware after being reminded by Li Qie. This prince did offer many advantages compared to other emperor assailants. After all, as long as he was still in this world, he would have connections, resources, and knowledge among other things. "Young friend, it is as you say." Dual Child didn't humbly deny Li Qie's words and continued, "When that day comes, you will have more than just those things." "No, I am someone who prefers tangible benefits." Li Qie stated, "1 leaf for your labor. Think about it and accept if you wish." Li Qie made it very clear with no room for negotiation. Dual Child's expression turned lukewarm. His condition was already excellent. Anyone else wouldn't be able to say no, yet Li Qie directly refused him. Many felt worried for Li Qie. Refusing an emperor assailant required a lot of determination and strength. Nevertheless, he still did so without any hesitation, as if he didn't care for Dual Child at all. The only thing worthy of his attention was his own whim. "Looks like you're not willing." Li Qie chuckled. "I have given you the chance. Unfortunately, you chose not to accept it." Having said that, he turned and left. "Young friend." Dual Child called him back and took his time persuading him. "Everything should be done in moderation. You must be sensible and not seize every inch of benefit you can get. Sometimes, acquiescing is a blessing in disguise. Everyone should be flexible and choose the right battle." Dual Child's answer suffocated many experts. It was very vague, but people could hear that this was a warning or even a threat towards Li Qie. If anyone were to be threatened by an emperor assailant, their food would become tasteless due to them feeling restless. Perhaps a nightmare would greet them every night as well. Li Qie immediately turned around and smiled after hearing this. "Threatening me? No one has ever dared to threaten me in this world. If you are smart, tuck your tail between your legs right now and I can pretend as if nothing happened. Otherwise, so what if you are the child of an emperor and a tree mother? In my eyes, not any random dog and cat can claim to be an emperor assailant. Don't think that just because you can handle 300 to 500 moves against an emperor that you are qualified to call yourself an emperor assailant and think that you can oppose an emperor. I am not like your father who will go easy on you. Provoke me and I will make a chamber pot out of your head, even if you are the child of the high heavens. The crowd turned silly after hearing this. Threatening an emperor assailant was too domineering. This proved that Li Qie didn't care for Dual Child at all. Dual Child grimaced after hearing this and glared at Li Qie with fury oozing out of his mind. Not to mention his origin, his power was also undoubtable. In Heaven's spirit, few dared to oppose him. Even characters like Zhentian would assume the role of a junior when talking to him with respectful formalities. But now, a human junior like Li Qie dared to threaten him with disdain? How could he not become angry? After saying his part, Li Qie was too lazy to look at the old man any longer and left with Su Yonghuang. Shortly after, the crowd stood still since they were slightly worried for him. Dual Child could go mad and kill Li Qie. They didn't know whether Li Qie could defend himself against Dual Child's wrath or not. However, the furious Dual Child didn't take action as Li Qie was leaving. He simply watched Li Qie's back with a terrifying glare. Such a frightening pair of eyes made everyone shudder. Even though they were fixated on Li Qie, everyone felt that they would have nightmares due to this ominous foreboding. In just one night, this news took Heaven's spirit by a storm. Meng Zhentian, the Prince of Darkness, the Dragon Bamboo Vice-Ancestor, and the Conch Overlord along with their legions were completely annihilated by Li Qie. This set off a tidal wave across the world. Many experts were stunned along with their sections. Everyone was in a furor. What, Meng Zhentian is dead? A big shot from the charming spirit race couldn't believe this and thought that it was falsified. After repeated confirmations, the big shot still couldn't calm down. Keep in mind that many charming spirits held Zhentian in high esteem in the race for the heaven's will. He was the most hopeful to become emperor. Zhentian is now dead. What should we do? We have invested a lot of manpower and resources into him. Some sects that had allied with him felt downtrodden. Their sect masters slumped back into their chairs with blank looks. These alliances had costed them a great deal of resources. With his death, all of their efforts have gone down the drain. All of their seeds were akin to bubbles dispersing in the ocean. Some imperial lineages were out of words because they wanted to marry their princesses to Meng Zhentian and even advertised the event publicly. His death was a heavy loss to these lineages. There was no turning back now. So heaven-defying, it's a complete reversal. An ancestor was shocked upon hearing this news. He's only a human in Heaven's spirit. In terms of resources and connections, he is no match for Zhentian. I have to say that it is magical for him to make it this far. It looks like the throne is his for sure now. At the same time, news of Li Qie's 13 palaces acted as a heavy bomb exploding in this world. The masses simply couldn't believe it. 13 palaces. Even old undyings that had been sealed for a long time were stunned. Is he a monster? How could someone have 13 palaces in this world? In just one night, Heaven's spirit was lost in a torrent of bewilderment. Go, inquire whether Li Qie has a Dao companion or not. Our princess wants to marry him. Some imperial lineages immediately sent out their best disciples for scouting. No disciple or member in the sect is allowed to oppose Li Qie. If you meet him, it doesn't matter what he wants, show your full support or report back to the sect. We will provide full assistance. All the great powers reminded their disciples. Li Qie became a hot character overnight. Countless discussions involved him and how to befriend him, for he has reached the pinnacle of Heaven's spirit. These sects even hope to find those close to him in order to use their connection. That's the next emperor. Many experts and sects had this thought. Our spring god gate supports young noble Li. If you ever need anything, just say the word and we shall even jump into boiling water. A few sects couldn't contact him, so they sent out news about their support. Everyone knew that there was still a chance to create a relationship with him before the ascension. After all, it would be too late once he becomes emperor. Chapter 1506. While everyone was raving about the current events, Li Qie and Su Yonghuang returned to the true Martial Island. His triumphant return was within Dantai Runan's expectations. Runan smiled and said, "It is one thing if you don't do anything, but once you do, it will be earth-shattering, young master." She wasn't surprised at all about the massacre since she was aware that characters like Zhentian were no big deal to her young master. They weren't worth mentioning. Mere child's play. Li Qie revealed a carefree smile. If emperor assailants don't join in, it can't even be considered a warm-up. Forget about going all out. People would be scared silly if they were to hear this conversation. Massacring Zhentian's level of character was only child's play? Then what would going all out look like? Runan joked, in terms of real assailants, Heaven's Spirit actually has 3 or 5. I'm afraid these people have more or less heard about your stories. If you are here, they won't dare to show their faces even if they were 10 times more courageous. As for the other emperor assailants, they are merely in title. For the world, to be able to fight against an emperor for 1 to 200 moves was enough to be considered an emperor assailant. This was already invincible enough. The other god kings wouldn't be able to contend against this level of opponent. However, for Li Qie and Runan, they had a different definition for an emperor assailant, a much higher standard. The roaring conch can recruit someone. Li Qie smiled casually, however, it's no big deal. The sooner they come, the faster we can deal with it. I actually want to slaughter them all, so it won't be too bad. Having said that, he stared at the divine tree ridge in the distance. He was very frivolous with his comment. Runan understood that he didn't really care about them. She gently asked, "Is there something else troubling you?" As a long-time confidant, she understood him more than anyone else. Ordinary matters wouldn't trouble him like this. Li Qie eventually laughed and answered, "I had a few aces that I couldn't use, so I'm a bit down." "You were waiting for even more shocking characters to come out?" She looked at the ridge in the distance and asked while standing side by side next to him. He explained, "The remaining ones are no big deal, they can't reach the apex. I'll flatten them if they come. I was talking about the ridge, but it looks like that won't happen. I entered the inner world and took a few things as well as the 9 leaves, but the place is still calm." Runan mused. "Maybe it is in awe of your reputation." Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. "Perhaps, perhaps not. Even though I have played with the Bone Sea and the Ridge a couple of times already, it isn't that easy to force them into submission. I came this time with this goal in mind, but they remained silent. They are simply recharging and do not want to fight against you under these circumstances." Runan was aware of the undercurrent. Right, this makes it even more clear that the great disaster is approaching. She pondered for a bit before replying. "Did you want to flip over the ridge? Or perhaps a straight sweep to the Golden Palace itself?" "No." Li Qie elaborated. "I just wanted to talk to the ridge, even more so than the Bone Sea." "That's not your style though, young master." She was surprised to hear this response. He chuckled pleasantly. "Runan, you make it sound like I love war so much. I do like fighting and all, but there are times when I can happily sit down and talk as well. If certain things are negotiable, why not negotiate? Plus, there's no harm even if it doesn't work out." She sniggered after hearing this. After a while she continued, "You aren't someone who negotiates with others. Plus, you have fought before already, so if you were actually determined, you would have plowed your way to the palace itself. I wouldn't care if it was for personal reasons. Declaring war is no problem." Li Qie gently sighed. "However, I really wanted to talk this time. I have a good understanding of the ridge, but not as much as the Bone Sea. When that day comes, a sea of blood will engulf Heaven's Spirit. At that point, maybe the charming spirits, treants, and sea demons will have to face genocide." Runan softly asked, "Are you worried about me?" Li Qie smiled and patted her head. "I have never worried about you before. With your power, even if the disaster was present, you could still leave. However, I know that you won't, especially not during the disaster." She didn't answer because her young master was correct. The Runan I know has always faced challenges boldly without trepidation. He laughed sentimentally. "I feel satisfied to be praised like this." She revealed a beautiful smile. Li Qie wryly smiled in response and shook his head again. "I have left behind a few things, some preparations that can be useful for you in the future. It is a shame that I can't personally help you pave the way and shoulder the sky." "No." She grabbed his hand and solemnly stared at him. "You have done more than enough for me. Although the world thinks that I am very gifted, I wouldn't have the same achievements today without you. Plus, I don't blame you at all. This is my own choice. You have already paved the way for me to the point of removing all obstacles towards the throne. The reality is that I have disappointed you by choosing to stay." With that, even a strong woman like her felt a strange melancholy. A very long time ago, after the end of immortal Emperor Min Ren's generation, Runan had many choices because she had severed her bloodline. She could have left Heaven's spirit for good even. If she chose to become emperor, she would have become one already. With that, she could follow her young master above the 9 heavens to the world of emperors and gods. Alas, she ultimately chose to stay in Heaven's spirit instead. This was the most hopeless choice, the path that her father didn't want to see. She went on to say, "Young master, you don't owe me anything, it is the opposite. I know that you once hoped for me to become emperor, and made sufficient preparations for the day when I embark on that path. I have failed to meet your expectations in that regard." Xueqi helplessly spoke while staring at her. "You really don't owe me anything, it is just a pity that I couldn't force you." Like the wise sages back at Dongting Lake, they had many choices as well, such as picking other fertile lands in the 9 worlds to be their home. Ultimately, just like you, they chose to stay in Heaven's spirit. This is your choice as was theirs. Even though I could have commanded all of you to do otherwise, that would be going against your own pursuit. This is your beloved home, so you want to contribute. You don't want to see the day when it turns into ashes. He ended with a sigh. "It's not just me," Runan gently replied with melancholy. "After great struggles, many people have chosen this path. Immortal emperors fought on, tree fathers used all of their opportunities, and sea gods continued to compromise. Despite being powerless to an extent, they still tried their best to win a glimmer of hope for this land. My father may not have wanted me to stay here, but as his daughter, I should take up this mantle and try my best, whether it is because of my love for this world, the true Marshall Island, or the sea demons. If my father was able to face everything, I will not disgrace his lifelong prestige either." Chapter 1507. After a brief lull, Xueqi gently spoke. "I can only say that the times have changed. If I was still the Dark Crow, it would be my time to take care of everything and harvest. Afterward it would be a fruitful and brilliant age. Unfortunately, it's time for me to leave. Young master, whether it be your lovers or fallen brothers or even me, you don't need to stay for anyone." Runan replied in a serious manner. "Just keep walking forward to fight the last battle. No one can stop your advance. This is your greatest charm and why people admire you. If, say, you were to stop because of me, I would be a sinner in your life. In my eyes, you are the one I admire the most, so I don't want to leave a stain in your life. That would be an unforgivable crime." She spoke sincerely. Each word came from the heart. "I know." Xueqi nodded. "I won't be stopping for you, that's just how life is. Even if someone used to be the ruler of the 9 heavens or master of the universe, they still can't have everything go their way. Young master, there's no need to worry about me. I made my own choice, so even if I die in battle one day, it will be without regret, since that would still be accomplishing one of my goals. In my life, to have met you and be able to follow you are my best moments and memories. You taught me how vast the world is, gave me a pursuit in life, and showed me the profundities of the Grand Tao. How many people in the world are actually aware of this? Most lives are ephemeral. Without your guidance, I could still have become a blessed daughter of the heavens, an existence that could walk proudly across the 9 worlds. However, I wouldn't be me, someone who withstands the arduous passing of time. You gave me a firm Tao heart. This is more precious than anything else." Her eyes turned red at this point. "Silly girl." He wiped away the tears and smiled. "You are definitely a blessed existence. Even without me, you could still make it to this level. Your success today isn't necessarily because of me. You yourself are worthy of pride. If your father was here, he would be proud because of his daughter, even if your choice conflicts with his wish." Runan eventually smiled and gently shook her head. "Okay, I'm going to try again and see if there are more people without eyes." He lifted his head and chuckled. Another big wave might create some effect. Runan knew what he wanted to do and smiled back. Her invincible young master has returned. She eventually advised. "Young master, you could go ask Terminus. Maybe he knows something. Old Terminus does know quite a few things, but there's no way for him to know the exact location. Someone of his level isn't qualified to know about this, or I would have figured it out long ago." While everyone was awestruck by Xueqi's battle record, the sky over at the Dragon Demon Sea seemed to have been torn open. Whoosh! A boundless light surged out and illuminated the entire region. Boom! Waves of endless height were set off after a loud explosion. The entire Dragon Demon Sea quaked. All of the existences there were trembling with fear. Many fish and shrimp at the seabed didn't dare to come out. At this time, many people in this region and even in other places of heaven spirit saw a gigantic ship. It was the size of a continent. The moment it entered this region, it set off the terrifying waves that impacted everything. After seeing this, an expert exclaimed, "The roaring conch." Many fresh cultivators had never seen this scene before and were completely stunned. This might be the largest ship they have ever seen. Perhaps there wasn't another one of this magnitude in the world. Even a few older experts were dazed and murmured, "The legend is true, that's the roaring conch." In heaven spirit, there was a rumor that the roaring conch wasn't only a sect's name. It was a ship, and the sect was established on it. In fact, many people didn't believe in its existence. After all, how could a lineage with 2 sea gods be built on a mere ship? How could it contain such a great lineage? But the truth was as clear as day right now after people saw the size of this ship. Boom! A pure sun slowly rose on the horizon. Once it reached high enough, the original sun in this region immediately turned bleak and lost its colors. In front of this second sun was a royal throne with a middle-aged man sitting on it. He was in high spirits as he presided over the heavens itself as well as all other insignificant existences. Despite not exerting his aura in full, this existence made others think that they were looking at a deity of legend. An ancestor from Gu Chun's 4 branches back at the Abyss Sea startlingly exclaimed, "Ling Fengyun." A young cultivator who had never heard of this name before asked, "Who is that?" "An emperor assailant," the ancestor explained with a solemn expression. "His battle record is illustrious and almost to the point of being invincible. In his life, he has only lost to immortal Emperor Hao Hai. Even after the emperor took the heaven's will, Ling Fengyun could still last several hundred moves against him." He's strong to that level? Several hundred moves when an emperor is using his heaven's will? Many juniors were astonished to hear this. Immortal Emperor Hao Hai had many legends about him. He created the 1,000 Emperors Gate that produced 4 emperors. Nevertheless, Fengyun could still fight him for several hundred moves. This was no easy task. Yes, Fengyun is extremely heaven-defying. The ancestor went on, even though he came from a small sect and never cultivated an imperial law in his life or came into the possession of an imperial weapon, he was still matchless until he met immortal Emperor Hao Hai. The people of that era believed that if immortal Emperor Hao Hai didn't exist, Fengyun would have become emperor. The juniors from the 4 branches took a deep breath. This was a real emperor assailant. "Li Qie, you owe the roaring conch an explanation. Give me an answer after 5 days or face the consequences." Fengyun's voice echoed across the world as if he was ordering everyone. Fengyun showed up and challenged Li Qie right away. This shocked the experts in heaven spirit. Even those who didn't know about him could tell that he was no joke due to his aura. The disciple asked again, "Ling Fengyun is an ancestor from the roaring conch?" "No." The ancestor shook his head. "He's not an ancestor or a disciple there. According to legend, he owed them his life when he was young. Because of this, he became a sworn brother of their second sea god, the river devourer sea god. People even said that it was due to this connection that the sea god was able to reign supreme. Before being accepted by the Trident, Fengyun helped him many times. Some accounts stated that he even taught the sea god how to cultivate." The ancestor became serious after revealing this. An old man on the verge of death back at the 7 Martial Pavilion slowly said, "The roaring conch still resorted to asking Ling Fengyun for help." The 7 Martial goddess was standing next to him and stared at Fengyun with a dignified expression. "Ancestor, Fengyun is one of the strongest people in heaven spirit right now, right?" This dying old man was the pavilion's legendary being, the hallowed ancestor. "That's a fair statement. He is very powerful indeed." The hallowed ancestor admitted, "He is one of my main concerns in protecting you during this generation. He's much younger than me with a vigorous blood energy. Since he owed the conch his life, if they were to actually ask him, he would do his best to return the favor." Chapter 1508. As Ling Fengyun sat high above in the sky, it looked as if all sentient beings must bow down to him. Even the strongest must prostrate at his feet. The goddess had to ask, "How does he actually compare to you, ancestor?" Of course, the disciples from the pavilion would think that the hallowed ancestor was invincible. In fact, he was immensely mighty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the Tao protector of 2 sea gods. She wasn't blinded by this. Despite being confident in her ancestor's strength, she was still ready for the worst. Difficult to say. The ancestor answered, if I was younger, Ling Fengyun wouldn't be a problem. But now, my old bones can't endure much longer. I don't even know if I can perform the 7th style due to my withering vitality. The goddess shuddered after hearing this. No wonder he wanted to make a deal with Li Qie. His circumstances weren't favorable any longer. His life depleting meant the withering of his blood energy. He could fight several times without an issue, but if he pushed it too much, it would accelerate his death. No wonder the Sea Shield Prince was so confident in the past. If Fengyun actually became his protector, it would be difficult to find someone who could stop them. She murmured. Fengyun is very powerful then. The ancestor smiled and said, this is still a legendary god king, after all. How could he not be strong? Moreover, he has sealed himself long ago. Because of this, he is still as young as before. This is a great advantage compared to the other old geezers. He can still last for another era, but not me. A legendary god king? It's not just a myth? She was surprised. He explained, of course, it's just that ordinary god kings can't touch this level. In the world, legendary god kings are at the pinnacle of the path of the Grand Era. They are the real emperor assailants. God kings also had their own classifications. On the path of the Grand Era, they are Grand God King, Heavenly God King, Supreme God King, Apex God King, World-Dominating God King, and 9 Worlds God King. Because few people could make contact with legendary God Kings, ordinary cultivators weren't aware of this level. How is it defined? The goddess felt curious about this legend. Some ancestors in their pavilion believed that the hallowed ancestor was a legendary God King himself. However, no one knows the exact details since Hallowed has never talked about this matter. The future generations haven't seen him in action either. Thus, there were too many speculations about this particular level. The world has a different perspective compared to the true masters. The ancestor chuckled and elaborated. We'll start with emperor assailants. The assailants in the minds of the masses are capable of fighting against an emperor for 100 moves and up. Some old men even decided to flatter themselves. After fighting against an emperor once, they would call themselves an emperor assailant even if they lost after 30 or 50 moves. The ancestor continued. The juniors don't know and think that they're the real deal. Meanwhile, the masters would only laugh at this type of existence as they would view the qualification of several hundred moves as inadequate. The goddess inquired. Then what are the real emperor assailants? Hallowed smilingly answered. At the top, the correct evaluation for an assailant would start at being a legendary god king. The truth is that ordinary people usually consider 9 worlds god kings to be assailants, but they can only exchange moves with an emperor at best. She couldn't help asking, how about sea gods then? In fact, there are strong and weak sea gods. Of course, with the trident in place, this difference becomes vaguer. However, without the weapon, one can see the disparity instantly. If this wasn't the case, people wouldn't be praising our prime sea god as the strongest. To compare sea gods and emperors, a sea god with a trident isn't only an assailant. They become contenders that can proudly stand with the emperors. Really? Her expression changed after hearing this. I'm only saying that it's possible. The ancestor chuckled. There are disparities among sea gods, but the same goes for emperors. Take our prime sea god for example. Even without the trident, he could already fight evenly with immortal Emperor Mu Zhua, so with the weapon, he could probably suppress the emperor. However, if it was a different emperor, it wouldn't be the same, such as immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, immortal Emperor Fei, immortal Emperor Fei Yong, and immortal Emperor Hao Hai. I'm afraid even if our ancestor had the trident, it still wouldn't be easy to contend against them. Then what about grand completion immortal physiques versus sea gods? After seeing that the ancestor was in the mood to talk today, the goddess humbly asked for guidance. In the eyes of the world, both grand completion immortal physiques and sea gods are the same and capable of contending against emperors. However, there is an inaccuracy in this. The ancestor explained, if a legendary god king has a grand completion immortal physique as well, then this person can certainly fight an emperor. As for a 9 worlds god king at grand completion, it would be a dangerous endeavor. Moreover, there are differences among immortal physique laws as well. Cultivating a good or bad one has a direct effect on the power of the physique. However, from the perspective of a legendary god king, both grand completion and being a sea god are the same level. This was an enlightening conversation for the goddess. How about a sea god plus a grand completion physique? She had a different question this time. Are you talking about the roaring conch sea god? He smiled. Hard to say, his era was too long ago without too much information on it. Some said that his void physique didn't reach grand completion while others believed the opposite. But regardless of whether he had it or not, it can't be used as a reference point because he was born during immortal Emperor Jiao Heng's generation. That was his tragedy. It didn't matter if he reached grand completion or not, he had to act nicely before a monster like immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. Otherwise, the emperor's words alone wouldn't have trapped his son for a lifetime. The goddess pondered for a bit. She had also heard the legends about the roaring conch sea god among the sea demons. He had great achievements but was completely suppressed due to being in the same era as immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. This made the roaring conch quiet for a long period. Otherwise, it could have been even more brilliant. Maybe they would have a third sea god as well. She thought about a loftier existence and asked, Ancestor, what about the Black Dragon King? The Black Dragon King. Hallowed turned quiet for a bit when this awe-inspiring title was brought up. He eventually answered, the Black Dragon King is an exception, he's unique across the ages. Even a character like the hallowed ancestor didn't wish to talk about the Black Dragon King. The goddess wasn't stupid and could see the hesitation. She had enough and spoke while looking at the man above the clouds. According to the rumors, Ling Fengyun is an emperor assailant. He can indeed be considered one with common sense. The ancestor said, however, a few top existences wouldn't agree. She inquisitively countered. Why is that? Isn't he still a legendary god king? He's one but not without flaws. The ancestor explained. His background isn't good enough. As a golem born in heaven's spirit and hailing from a small sect, he has some deficiencies. Because his cultivation laws at the start were insufficient, his Grand Tao has the same problem and can't reach perfection. Ultimately, he defied all odds and became a legendary god king, but these flaws have affected his achievements. He sighed at this point. He has fought against immortal Emperor How High before. Even though no one saw the fight, in my estimation of his strength, he could probably withstand 200 to 300 moves from the Emperor. Of course, if it was a different Emperor, he could last even longer. Unfortunately, he met an incredible Emperor during his period. Hypothetically, if Fengyun came from an imperial lineage or cultivated a better merit law early on so that his Grand Tao wouldn't have flaws, maybe his achievements would be even greater. It is precisely his background that made him give up on becoming an emperor and choose the path of the Grand Era instead. However, regardless of his shortcomings, in my personal opinion, he is still considered an emperor assailant, being a legendary god king and all. Chapter 1509. The goddess was surprised. The hallowed ancestor rarely evaluated someone so highly. His favorable view meant that Ling Fengyun was indeed very mighty. Since he is so strong and is standing on the side of the roaring conch, I wonder if young noble Li can handle it? Ancestor, should we go and lend him a hand? She became worried after being aware of Fengyun's power. The ancestor turned silent for a bit. What's wrong, ancestor? She found this strange because Li Qie was very important to their pavilion. She was confident that if he actually needed help, their hallowed ancestor wouldn't sit idly by. This Li Qie, the ancestor paused for a bit before replying. Although I haven't seen him before, he won't need our help from what you have told me. He'll be able to surpass this danger, and even sweep through all of heaven's spirit until blood runs like the ocean along with echoing cries of anguish. His eyes turned serious. How is that possible? The goddess was skeptical. She wasn't doubting Li Qie's power, but it was difficult to sweep through all of heaven's spirit. There's a high chance. The hallowed ancestor spoke with a profound gaze. If I am not mistaken, no one will be able to stop Li Qie's conquest. And not just heaven's spirit, all of the 9 worlds won't be able to do so. Really? She was stunned for a bit. Even an emperor assailant wouldn't bombastically talk about sweeping through the 9 worlds. If he is that existence, then yes, and it wouldn't be difficult at all. The hallowed ancestor explained. No, he'll easily take care of the 10 worlds too. If immortal emperors were still in this world, they would retreat before Li Qie and not dare to block his path. How outrageous! The goddess felt that this conversation was becoming more bizarre. She wouldn't believe it if the speaker wasn't her ancestor. He slowly uttered, "It's not outrageous at all if he's that existence. It is to be expected as a matter of course." "What existence?" "An eternal legend about a dark hand hiding behind the scenes of the 9 worlds. An existence that has ruled for one era after another." Hallowed became quite dignified talking about this issue. "Ancestor, that's just a legend." The goddess had to interject. "It's not necessarily true. Moreover, no one has ever been able to verify this legend's existence. Li Qie doesn't look like it at all. If he had ruled the 9 worlds in the past, he wouldn't need to run around like this, he could directly become emperor." "No, this isn't an empty legend," he solemnly responded. "This existence does exist. Fewer than few can touch this level, and even less have been able to recognize it. However, I don't know if Li Qie is that legendary existence or not." "Such a character is real?" The goddess was stupefied. Even though she had heard this tale from the other ancestors in the past, they all thought that it wasn't real. However, the hallowed ancestor has verified it today. He continued on. "Yes, this dark hand behind the curtains has always been controlling the flow of the 9 worlds. What is it then? How is it able to control the 9 worlds?" This prompted even more questions from the goddess. "I don't know." The ancestor shook his head right away. "Ancestor, you certainly know more." The goddess acted like a young girl trying to get something with her playful tone. He sighed in response. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, I really don't know much more. I have never made contact with this existence and have only heard from the sea god." His expression turned earnest and serious after a brief pause. "Moreover, we shouldn't talk about this matter so casually with other people. This is a taboo, so those who know about it wouldn't bring it up. Recklessness will result in overreaching and can bring about a fatal disaster or even sect destruction. This is why people keep quiet about it all the time." The goddess took her time processing all of this. A long time later she repeated, "So Li Qie is really this existence?" The ancestor sighed once more. "I don't know. In my opinion, even if he isn't, he is definitely related to that existence. I can't think of anyone else in this world who can train such a disciple. 13 palaces. That existence is definitely the one to break all common sense in this world." The goddess became extremely curious and interested in Li Qie's origin after hearing this. "Ling Fengyun has come into being in order to demand justice for the roaring conch." This news made all of Heaven's spirit quite shocked, especially the people who knew about Fengyun. Whoosh! On the same day of his emergence, an immortal light soared from the ancestral terra. 3 ancestral trees emitted a majestic life force that engulfed the entire world. An invincible will-like aura from the depths of the terra seemed to have awakened from the past and traveled to the present. Many people trembled before its coming. "No mercy to those who oppose my ancestral terra. However, Li Qie, I might spare you if you come to profess your crimes at the ancestral terra." A decrepit voice came from the depths of the terra and echoed across Heaven's spirit. Despite its coarse nature, it sounded like the voice of an immortal. Who is that? Even though no one could see the speaker, it must be someone terrifyingly powerful to utter such words. Moreover, after awakening, his will swept through all of Heaven's spirit and robbed many beings of their peace. Creek Bamboo Immortal. Some ancestors were stunned to hear this echoing voice. Even someone as reclusive as him is coming out. Does the ancestral terra want to go all out in this generation? Who is that? A junior asked his ancestor since he hadn't heard of this title before. The dragon bamboo vice ancestor's forefather. He might even be the founder of that branch. The ancestor responded. Rumor has it that out of the 3 tree fathers from the Terra, 2 of them came from this branch. Even though he's not the Terra's progenitor, some say that his status is the same as a tree father there. The junior took a deep breath upon hearing this. This was quite a history from this newly arrived existence. The ancestor emotionally said, "This person hasn't come out in a long time. Some even believe that he returned to the earth. Who would have thought that he would come out in this generation?" Li Qie did stir up quite a mess. Li Qie on the true Marshall Island also heard of this voice and simply smiled. Creek Bamboo is out as well. Runan smiled. It looks like he's coming for the reincarnation 9 leaves in your possession. This so-called revenge is only an excuse. After millions of years, many geniuses and children from the ancestral Terra have died on the battlefield. Some brilliant prodigies were killed during the competition to become a tree father as well, but he never came out for retribution. What makes the vice ancestor so special? It's only for the grass. Well, it's about time for the old geezer to die. Li smiled casually. He won't last much longer since he has renewed his life several times already, so he really wants the 9 leaves this time. Runan stated, "It looks like things are about to get fun. I'm afraid many reclusive old men will not be able to watch any longer since you have the grass. Moreover, they feel that they can win if they work together. That's a good thing. I was about to go cause some more trouble because no one else might give me a good reason to unsheath my blade. Now, someone is coming to our doors. There's no need for excuses to kill anymore. How convenient is this?" Chapter 15:10. First it was Ling Fengyun, now it's the Creek Bamboo Immortal. In a short period of time, Heaven's spirits seem to be exploding with news. This is insane. Both of them are Emperor assailants, but it isn't time for the Heavens will competition just yet. If that day comes, just how many more existences of this level will come out? Even characters of the ancestor level were amazed. I think the Roaring Conch didn't want to give up and spent a lot of effort to beseech Ling Fengyun. They want to use this chance to re-establish their prestige and pick up the pieces that were trampled by Li Qie. A knowledgeable ancestor said, "As for Creek Bamboo, I'm not quite sure. He must be aiming for the medicine of immortality." Many juniors and elders in the sect agreed with this analysis. The Conch suffered heavy losses this time. Their most promising talent died along with their strongest ancestor. This meant that the Conch has lost their successor and their strongest ace. Under such conditions, they wouldn't be able to hold on to their status. Other sects that have been wanting to usurp them could strike at any time and even divide their sect. Because of this, they tried their best to invite Ling Fengyun for revenge and to be their backing. After 2 emperor assailants announced their messages, the frightened world paid attention to Li Qie's actions. They wanted to know his response. Boom! Right at this moment, an overbearing energy surged to the sky. One could see a huge figure over at the Jade Sea. It was Li Qie exerting his avatar. His head was above the firmament while his feet crushed the earth. His eyes looked like 2 suns hanging in the sky. At this moment, he has released all of his blood energy. This terrifying mass looked like a tsunami assaulting the sun. Even the stars would be cut down like specks of dust. At this moment, he held nothing back in his effort to deter the world while sweeping across all existences. 1 or 2 random dogs come out and think it is enough to force me to submit. You all think too highly of yourselves. Don't think that you're actually an emperor assailant after exchanging a few moves with an emperor. His tyrannical voice flowed across Heaven's spirit. Very well, come. Name the time and place. Make sure to come together so that I can kill everyone at once to avoid wasting time. The world turned silent. Many people were befuddled and couldn't say anything. In the past, they had seen just how arrogant and aggressive Li Qie was back when he dealt with Zhentian's group. But he was now treating Creek Bamboo and Ling Fengyun in the same manner. Keep in mind that these 2 are emperor assailants. They're much more powerful than Zhentian and the prince. If assailants were random dogs in his eyes, could anyone be considered an expert in this world then? An ancestor murmured. How imperious. Is there someone more arrogant than him? Ancestor, you haven't seen Li Qie in person. His overbearing nature is much more than this. A few sentences can't describe it. An expert replied. I feel that he is definitely strong enough to kill an emperor assailant. His personality is one that stays true to his word. His arrogance is predicated on his absolute confidence and strength. This is Li Qie who will be the eternal prime emperor. Some people had a blind fanaticism towards Li Qie at this moment. No one but him will become emperor in this generation. No one can deter his merciless path. There might only be one fiercest in all of history. No one mocked his declaration. Instead, they became sentimental from his achievements. They felt that this was how he should be acting, the natural order of the world. This was a world of the strong. Once a person reaches a particular level, many people would have blind faith in them and give them their unconditional support. Whoosh! After Li Qie answered Ling Fengyun and Creek Bamboo, a portal seemed to be opening back at Godhalt. Boom! Endless darkness enveloped all of Godhalt and eventually spread across all of Heaven's spirit. Count me in. A supreme voice in the darkness coldly uttered. Killing my descendant is a crime that deserves death. People shuddered after hearing this voice. They felt as if they had fallen into a gap in a glacier that exuded a biting coldness. A devil seemed to be awakening in the depths of the spirit abyss. Everyone could smell the stench of blood in the air. This was the harbinger of death. Who is this person? He feels just like a devil king. Even ancestors had goosebumps once the darkness dissipated. He can be considered a god fiend. An ancestor seriously replied. He is the Stygian monarch. Like his title, his existence itself brings darkness to the world. What kind of character is he? The juniors had many questions about the ancient beings coming out today. An older ancestor explained. The only surviving founder of the spirit abyss. Among these founders, he might not be the strongest, but he has been sealed for the longest time in the earth, so he has become the strongest there. This prompted the next inquiry. How strong is he? I don't know. The older ancestor gently shook his head. Rumor has it that this old sect has an incredible treasure. The charming spirits believe that this is one of their race's primordial artifacts left behind by the charming spirit progenitor. Back in that era, countless experts in the 9 worlds desired this artifact, and countless charming spirit lineages demanded it, including one sect with 3 emperors. The charming spirits back then believed that this treasure belonged to all spirits, so they demanded the surrender of this treasure. With that, the older ancestor turned silent for a moment. The Abyss founders refused? A younger ancestor broke the silence. Yes, their founders refused. The old ancestor nodded. This artifact is too tempting and powerful. Of course, with their refusal came the outbreak of a terrible war. Blood stained all of heaven's spirit. Did they win? The experts here were moved by this tale. After all, this was a war involving all of the 9 worlds. I don't know, even my ancestors haven't been born during that era. The old ancestor smiled. However, later on, rumor has it that the Abyss barely won using the power of the treasure. They killed numerous experts from the 9 worlds. Some said that these founders' darkness shrouded the worlds during that battle. The young ancestors were amazed after hearing this. They could imagine how terrifying and bloody this war was. In any case, the founders there managed to protect this treasure and establish their sect's current position. The old ancestor continued on. Of course, they paid a great price as well. After the war, only 3 founders managed to survive, and the Stygian monarch is the last one to make it to the present. The young ancestor didn't know that the spirit abyss had such a glorious past. Despite not producing an emperor, they still fought against the 9 worlds. This was a feat worthy of pride from many eras. What is this treasure? An ancestor asked the key question. The old ancestor shook his head. Who knows? The future generations might not be privy to this information since the abyss stopped coming out after the war. However, because of its existence and the Stygian monarch, no one had any ideas about the abyss again. Rumor has it that this treasure is definitely stronger than an immortal emperor true treasure and maybe a bit weaker than the trident. This came as a shock to the ancestors here. In the minds of many, true treasures were already invincible enough. So there are 3 emperor assailants wanting to fight Xueqi? Someone found this unbelievable after Stygian came out. This devil is crawling out too. An old undying sneered after hearing this news. Looks like he's about to die too, so he wants the 9 leaves. In fact, there was no lack of dying monsters wanting this medicine of immortality. However, because these 3 have shown their faces, these undyings had to give up. After all, they were a bit weaker than the 3. Chapter 15:11. The world was shocked by the emergence of the 3 great masters. Not to mention the other experts, even ancestors of the God King level didn't dare to say anything. This was a confrontation of the highest order. Anyone else? After the Stygian monarch came out, Xueqi once again showed up with his overbearing avatar. He loomed over Heaven's spirit as his voice echoed. Any more random dogs and cats willing to crawl out? If you want to fight, then come out already. I will take all of you on, so just come, don't waste my time. All who heard him took a deep breath without commenting. Xueqi didn't give a damn against these 3 existences and still boasted in front of the world as if he alone was untouchable. The word domineering wasn't enough to describe his current bearing. I alone am invincible. In the end, People could only use this common phrase to describe Li Qie. He might be the only one who would dare to act without scruples like this against his opponents. Even Meng Zhentian wouldn't dare to do so when he was alive. He must have other unstoppable means that we haven't seen yet. An expert who had seen Li Qie in action before speculated with dread. In the past, Li Qie also called Zhentian's group random dogs and cats. Nevertheless, he stayed true to his words and slaughtered all of them. At this moment, he was doing the same thing against Emperor assailants. The crowd had learned that this wasn't due to arrogance but absolute confidence and power. This meant that he didn't use his full strength against Zhentian's group and still had other tricks up his sleeves. This thought scared many people. An ancestor murmured, "Just how strong is Li Qie then? Is he really capable of challenging everything?" Another speculated, "That's probably the case. What can't he do after coming up with 13 palaces?" Boom! An answer came to Li Qie. A divine light soared from the Dream Empyrean and a bright moon emerged. It was gigantic and encompassed the entire territory of the sect. From a distance it looked just like a planet with the shape of a moon. Its light illuminated all of heaven's spirit. Even the sun hanging up high dimmed in the presence of this bright light. Li Qie, don't think heaven's spirit has no one to stop you. I, Shen Mengtian, will take you on. A voice erupted and made everyone dizzy. What? Someone screamed after hearing this. Shen Mengtian? Isn't he dead already? Shen Mengtian, when this name echoed across heaven's spirit, many sealed undyings underground were shaken. No one expected this development. Why is Shen Mengtian still alive? Some undyings couldn't believe their ears and were stunned. Shen Mengtian was the Dream Empyrean's progenitor. He came from the spirit abyss and created his own sect later using his own name. There was a rumor that he has cultivated his divine reflection to the limit. Some even believed that he had the highest achievement in this aspect out of all the charming spirits. Because of this, he could derive and calculate everything. Emperors had asked him and borrowed his ability to figure out some mysteries. Because of this, Shen Mengtian was called an immortal teacher by future generations because some emperors referred to him in this manner out of respect. Later on, he stopped appearing so people thought he was dead. Even a lot of disciples from his own sect believed this. Thus, his sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. A centipede just won't give up. Looks like this old geezer has been trying all this time without dying. Another ancient being murmured. It appears that he needs the 9 leaves for the final gamble before death. Li Qie's avatar looked at the moon above the Dream Empyrean and smiled. Shen Mengtian, right? Come, I'm waiting. Anyone else? One last chance to join in. Miss the chance today and there will be no more. The people in the world wryly smiled after seeing his eager appearance. Anyone else would be pissing their pants in fear if they had to face this many powerful foes, but he didn't give a damn. Count this old man in. A tired voice came about with the appearance of an ordinary old man. Imperial Dual Child. Many recognized him right away because he showed up at the Reincarnation Valley before. Okay, you're in. Is that it? Anyone else want to fight? Li Qie revealed a carefree grin and looked around once more. In this brief period of time, the world went silent. Everyone knew that only the strongest characters in Heaven's Spirit were eligible to participate. These were apex existences, the most mighty experts outside of immortal emperors. No one answered him after this final call. Not just anyone was qualified to enter this war. Okay, so just the 5 of you. Li Qie laughed. Come and do your best, this is your last chance. 5 days later at the Broken God Cliff. I'll be waiting. With that, his avatar disappeared. 5 days later at the Broken God Cliff. This news spread across Heaven's Spirit like a storm. An expert asked his peer. Shall we go watch? Are you insane? Even if you are standing outside of the cliff, a remnant gale alone will annihilate you instantly. People like us can't watch a battle of this level. Only God Kings can. Focus on the cliff right now. I don't care how many refined jades we have to use. Open the heavenly mirror right now and lock onto it. Many imperial lineages and ancient sects hastily made this decision. Come. 5 invincible masters against Li Qie. The victor will be determined in 5 days. Many bets surfaced overnight. Going against 5 by himself. Can Li Qie do it? They're all emperor assailants. I don't think anyone nowadays can take on all 5 at the same time. Those who held Li Qie in high regard felt worried. He definitely can. Just look at his 13 palaces. Some of his supporters had blind faith and thought that he was omnipotent. Li Qie's victory is imminent for he is unbeatable. Some crazy fans even started a slogan for him. However, the majority of the great powers were very careful. Even the sects who wanted to get close to him had to pause. In their eyes, if Li Qie were to lose, it would be a disaster for them to pick his side. While the world was in a furor, Li Qie was relaxing back at the true Martial Island with Tantai Runan by his side. It was a moon viewing party. Runan smiled and began. Young master, you're finally going all out this time. Not quite. I'm just baiting some snakes from their caves so that I can conveniently destroy the ancestral Terra. Since this is a lineage with 3 ancestral trees, I want to see how the divine tree ridge will react after I destroy them. Li Qie couldn't help himself from smiling. If outsiders were to hear this, their faces would turn pale instantly. Li Qie actually wanted to destroy the Terra. This was a place known to be unassailable even by immortal emperors. Runan simply smiled, for she has always been full of confidence about her young master. If he had such a plan, it meant that this was his goal from the very beginning. The reputation of the Terra was meaningless against her young master's schemes. Chapter 15:12. The entire heaven spirit world enjoyed serenity within the last 5 days. Many experts held their breath waiting for the day to come. It passed by quickly, but it seemed like an eternity to these experts. Everyone wanted to know the result right away. All the lineages and cultivators here understood that the fate of heaven's spirit would change after this battle. If Li Qie were to win, it meant that he was strong enough to deal with all of heaven's spirit or even the 9 worlds. Nothing could hinder his path if he could slay the 5 masters. At that point, both imperial lineages and sea god sects would have to lower their head and submit to his rule. However, if the 5 masters were to win, it might be the start of an oligarchy. Heaven's spirit would be under the shadows of these masters for a long period. Thus, this battle will decide the fate of the world. There was a risk that it would end the golden era of heaven's spirit as well because Zhentian has fallen. If Li Qie were to die as well, it meant that heaven's spirit would have to forfeit the competition for immortal emperor. Everyone had conflicting opinions about the outcome. Many sects that had relations with the Spirit Abyss, Roaring Conch, and the Ancestral Terra wanted Ling Fengyun's group to win because it would be their time to reign afterward. On the other hand, a larger side hoped for Li Qie's victory since he would be able to usher in a new generation with heaven's spirit being at the top of the 9 worlds. I hope that Li Qie can create another miracle and kill the 5 masters to ascend to the throne. A few charming spirit lineages were very hopeful. Even some powers who supported Zhentian before wanted Li Qie to come out victoriously in this earth-shaking battle. Li Qie's victory is imminent. The slogans could be heard around the world by his fans. Of course, some sects that did want Li Qie to win didn't dare to express it publicly out of fear for his strong opponents. These 5 days tortured the experts of this world long enough despite passing by quickly. The entire world was waiting with great anticipation for the ultimate war. Boom! Finally, the first to mobilize after the deadline was the Spirit Abyss from Godhalt. Moreover, they didn't use a Dao portal and directly crossed the world instead. It looked like a huge fortress opening its icy doors. A cavalry rushed out like a tsunami and soared to the sky. The atmosphere was engulfed with a murderous chill. Darkness emerged as if a nightmare was assaulting the world and suffocating its inhabitants. This cavalry consisted of several tens of thousands of troops. They were all wearing full suits of black armor so no one could see their face. A person was seated on a throne raised by 8 old men among the cavalry. This throne was pitch black as if it was created from a supreme draconic rune metal. The old man on top looked just like an untouchable god-fiend. His old face was covered with wrinkles, but his black hair betrayed his other features. It was actually shimmering with a black luster. His eyes were naturally black and flashing with darkness. When he opened his eyes, it resembled the opening of a dark world. This was a dark ruler, the harbinger of darkness. However, this wasn't the most terrifying aspect. Despite being carried by others, everyone saw the illusion that this old man was one with the cavalry itself. The cavalry was an extension of his arms. He could freely control it as if it was part of his body. A knowledgeable ancestor felt a chill as he murmured, "That's the legendary Stygian Legion from the Abyss." Why does he want to take a legion along for this apex-level battle? Such a legion can't possibly stop Li Qie. A few juniors didn't understand why the monarch brought along his legion. Blood energy, they will share blood energy. An older ancestor explained, because it is such a high-level battle, he has to take his legion along. This will be an ultimate and ferocious battle. Their group is older with withered vitality and on the verge of death. After such a battle, even if they were to win, they would die from exerting too much strength after returning. They want to borrow their junior's vitality. A different youth was surprised. That's one way to put it, but it isn't that simple. The ancestor continued. You can't just use your junior's vitality even if they agree. Everyone's vitality is different since they cultivate different merit laws. Forcefully fusing this type of blood energy would lead to contention and even chi deviation. As for this Stygian legion, it has been carefully trained while each disciple was handpicked. Their cultivation laws are very specific as well. Some were even taught by the monarch so that their vitality could resonate with his own. He paused for a bit before continuing. Such a legion requires a great number of resources. Moreover, the cost of replacing a dead member would be quite unbelievable. Because of this legion can share their vitality with the monarch. It is the pillar of the spirit abyss, its strongest legion and ace. The monarch and his legion traveled forward with a magnificent and unstoppable momentum capable of slaying both gods and devils standing in their way. After the Stygian monarch left, it was Shen Mengtian's turn. He was indeed from the spirit abyss since his actions coincided with the monarch. Baz! At the ancestral ground of the Dream Empyrean, a door was opened on the moon hanging in the sky. 2 rows of experts dressed in white completely came out. Eventually, they numbered in the tens of thousands and filled the world with their boundless light. The aura of this legion was completely different from the Stygian legion. They emitted a holy light as if they were the messengers of the divine race. When they appeared in the sky, holy totems showed up as well. These totems seemingly bathed heaven's spirit in a holy light. A divine race was descending to the world. Next, Shen Mengtian came out of the moon. The astonishing part was that he only looked around 40 instead of being old and feeble. His aura wasn't earth-shattering. On the contrary, he purposely hid it so he looked very scholarly. Nevertheless, each of his actions still seemed incredibly dominating as if he was the ruler of gods. He was born to be unreachable. Aren't people saying that Shen Mengtian is on the verge of death? He looks so young right now, in the middle of his prime even. Many were shocked to see his appearance. That's only his flesh. A big shot from the previous generation replied. Once you are strong enough and open your heavenly gaze, you will find that below this vessel is a withering divinity and vitality. At his level, maintaining his external appearance isn't difficult. It can't hide his weakening true form though. The junior understood after hearing this explanation. Even if he had opened his heavenly gaze, he still wouldn't be able to see through anything because he wasn't strong enough. Baz! Each expert in this legion opened their divine reflection and pointed it at the same source. Next, this ray of light instantly reached the broken god cliff and turned into a Tao portal. The legion and Shen Mengtian disappeared right away and emerged again at the cliff in the next second. Everyone was amazed by this scene because they haven't seen a mobilization on this scale before. That's Shen Mengtian for you. A supreme ancestor from the charming spirit race had to admit. He has cultivated these divine reflections to the limit so he can do whatever he pleases. Many charming spirits became envious at this sight. They are bringing their legions along to make up for their lack of vitality. Will Li Qie be able to handle it? Some people started to worry. In the past, all felt that Li Qie's biggest advantage was his youth and vigor as he could last longer than these two. In other words, even if he couldn't kill them, he could drag out the battle until they died on their own. Alas, the legions they brought along solved this particular problem. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.